Good morning. I'm calling this meeting to order, and at this time I'd like to ask all of you to rise as I call for the invocation. This morning I have Brother Henry Williams here. He's a minister and a friend to the court. Please remain standing. As we finish the invocation, we will go right into the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and Texas flags.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, those who are in attendance. From the Word of God, I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from the Lord which made heaven and earth. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and praise for your presence this morning in this meeting. We ask your presence with Judge Canales. We ask your presence with the county commissioners. We ask that you would guide them in every area of need. We ask that you would move mightily in this meeting. We ask that you would give them victory, indeed, over the issues that are before them this day. We give you thanks and we give you praise for your presence. Guide them by your Holy Spirit. We thank you, we praise you, we give you glory. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'll note the time. It's 9:07 a.m. It's February 12th, 2020. We are in the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 North Leopard, and I do certify that all commissioners are present and a quorum has been established, Madam Clerk. Timothy, would you give us our safety briefing this morning? We have a full crowd, and I would ask all to please give your attention. We do this kind of as a matter of course, but I really want you to learn the material that's being presented because safety saves lives.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, ma'am. We're meeting here today on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse located at 901 Leopard Street. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the Commissioner's Court past the Human Resources Office. Please note there is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. There are also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area immediately outside the courtroom. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall as you exit the courtroom next to the Human Resources Office. Participants responsible for dialing 911 in the event of emergency are Tyner and Edward. CPR certified personnel in the court today are Deputy Vasquez and Dale. In case of evacuation, our egress route will be down the atrium stairs immediately outside the courtroom. Proceed through the double doors located on the La Pond side of the courthouse and muster across the street in the parking lot. In case there is a need to shelter in place, we'll remain in the building and await further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Our shared safety topics for today are heart attack and stroke signs and symptoms. That concludes my safety brief.
Thank you so much, Timothy. Commissioners, at this time, you'll note that we have minutes from January 22nd, 2020 to approve, and at this time, I'll take a motion.
Moved.
I preferred a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. And so now let's move to resolutions and proclamations. We have an incredible lineup this morning, and I saw these representatives downstairs and realized that I missed my red pen. But Tyner, take us through this very important Heart Health Month resolution.
And I know at least
I know Aaron Wilder's here representing the American Heart Association.
Dr. Blow.
Dr. Nellie Garcia Blow, always ready to tell us to know your numbers. And representing the Christus Spawn Health System is CEO Dr. Osbert Blow. And this is one of the most important issues of the month, of the year. That is very true. President of American Heart Association. And Diane LaRue also donning her red and her red glasses. This is Red Month, everybody. Tyner, take us through, and then we're going to give them an opportunity to share.
I sure will. This is the 2020 American Heart Month proclamation. Whereas, while progress has been significant in reducing deaths from heart disease, it is still the number one killer of both men and women. Whereas cardiovascular diseases are the nation's leading cause of death and costliest disease, with direct and indirect cost in the U.S. estimated to be $329.7 billion, and nearly 836,546 people in the U.S. die each year from heart disease, stroke, and other cardiovascular diseases, or about 1 in every 3 deaths in America. Whereas about 2,300 in the U.S. die from cardiovascular diseases each day, accounting for about 1 death every 38 seconds, and about 92.1 million American adults are living with some form of cardiovascular disease or the after effects of stroke. Whereas the American Heart Association's 2020 impact goal seeks to improve the cardiovascular health of all Americans by 20% while reducing deaths from cardiovascular diseases and stroke by 20% through research, population, and community-level interventions, public health, and policy measures. Whereas about 80% of cardiovascular disease may be prevented through everyday healthy living steps, including physical activity, good nutrition, not smoking, maintaining healthy weight, and controlling blood pressure, cholesterol, and blood glucose levels. Whereas the American Heart Association encourages citizens to help save lives by calling 911 if symptoms occur, become trained in CPR, and promote comprehensive automated external defibrillator programs in their communities. Whereas the American Heart Association is celebrating February 2020 as American Heart Month and promoting education and awareness by encouraging citizens to learn the warning signs of heart attack and stroke. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the importance of the ongoing fight against heart disease and do hereby proclaim February 2020 to be American Heart Month in Nueces County, and further urges all citizens to recognize the critical importance of recognizing symptoms, taking preventative measures to live healthy, and incorporating tools and skills that will increase survival rates and save thousands of lives each year.
Thank you so much. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second. And Aaron, would you join us? And really, any of you, we want to hear about, how important this month is. I know we've gotten the facts as Tyner has read it and how really shockingly we're all affected in one way or another.
Definitely. My name is Erin Wilder. I'm the Executive Director for the American Heart Association, and I'm so thankful to have some of our board members here with us today for the proclamation. I greatly appreciate us being able to come out in front of Nueces County and the commissioners to be able to have this proclamation done. It is so important. As Tyner said, it's 1 in 3, and so when you sit there and you look around, everyone is affected. It is definitely something that we are working to raise awareness. We have the Heart Ball this weekend, which is kind of a celebration of everything that we do year-round. We had Know Your Numbers Day the first weekend of February, but truly being in the schools, in the hospitals, and in our community to raise awareness how serious heart disease and stroke are within our community.
Thank you.
Well, I think that we should take the opportunity to go through the stroke signs, right? Because we should all learn something every day. And so FAST, I love that American Heart Association makes it easy for us to remember. And so we know face, right? We look at drooping, A for asymmetry, S for speech, FAST, F-A-S-T, and T is time, which is critical. And so you call 911. I can't tell you how many patients we have where if you wake up, if something's different, and sometimes it doesn't, I always like to say, it doesn't always, right? The patients don't read the book. And sometimes stroke might not present with those, but those are most common, and so we always like to teach that. But if someone's different, if something's going on, always err on the side of getting some help because time is so critical as to when we can treat it. And so real important that T and time is so, so important. And so I want to thank you all for taking the time out of your schedule to acknowledge this. We had Know Your Numbers, which was a community effort. We had 14 locations. We had A&M pharmacy students from Kingsville. We had close to 700 or 800, we're still getting the numbers, of blood pressures that were checked in the Coastal Bend that day. And so we're very excited. We know it takes a community to make a difference, and so we're working hard to do that. So thank you so much for allowing us to be here today.
Thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Blow, I just wanted to say, I know a year ago we talked about the importance of getting, that designation for Christus as being a center of excellence for stroke and electrophysiology. And I don't know if you want to say anything about that, but to me, it matters to a community, not just to know your numbers, not to know the signs, but to know that you have a place that you can rely on.
Absolutely, and thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners, for really commemorating this day. It's very important, and we're very privileged to not only have the American Heart Association, but also the support of our county, our city, and our constituents to support everything that we're doing. We were making great strides, and just yesterday I was actually meeting with our regional stroke coordinator, and I am very pleased to say that we are on track for developing something that is going to be very significant for this community. So thank you for everything and all the
Thank
support.
you. Thank you to the board members, the volunteers. That's just an incredible event every year. And if you love somebody, and I know we all love somebody on Valentine's Day, please remember, fast, share that message, and make sure that we take care of our heart, not just our emotional heart, but our physical heart as well. So thank you all very much for being here. Okay, at this time, gives us great pride to recognize the London High School Lady Pirates. Oh, we hadn't taken the vote. You're absolutely right. We did the housekeeping and didn't do the all in favor of passing the resolution for the American Heart Association. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we'll recognize the London Lady Pirates. And to do this, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Chesney.
Thank you, Judge. I'll let Tyner read the resolution first and then reserve some comments after he reads that.
Thank you.
This is recognizing the London Girls Volleyball Program for their 2019 season. Whereas the London Girls Volleyball Program, led by head coach Melinda Westcott, finished a successful 2019 season with an overall record of 28-14. Whereas the London Girls Volleyball Program went undefeated within their district for an overall district record of 12-0. And they also made their 6th regional semifinal appearance and won their 7th district title. Whereas members of the London Girls Volleyball Program were honored as follows: Ashley Lynn, All-District Most Valuable Player, All-South Texas Third Team, All-State and All-State Alternate, Mackenzie Albrecht, All-District Co-Libero of the Year, Academic All-District, Academic All-State, Emily Cagle, All-District Setter of the Year, Academic All-District, All-South Texas First Team, Ali Solis, All-District First Team, Kara Busey, All-District First Team, Academic All-District, All-South Texas Third Team, Kaylin Kirby, All-District First Team, Hannah Kazalis, All-District Second Team, Academic All-District, All-South Texas Honorable Mention, Jenny Evans, All-District Second Team, Academic All-District, Brooke Busenlener, All-District Honorable Mention, Andrea Alexander, Academic All-District, Lauren Sahady, Academic All-District, Ali Solis, Academic All-District. Whereas the London Girls volleyball players include seniors Mackenzie Albrecht, Emily Cagle, Ali Solis, Andrea Alexander, Jenny Evans, Kara Busey, Hannah Kazalis, Kaylin Kirby, Lauren Sahady, Ashley Lynn, sophomores Brooke Busenlener, Serena Olivares, Phoebe Ajete. Coaching staff for the London Girls Volleyball team, our athletic director, Robert Moreno, head coach Melinda Westcott, varsity assistant coach Tiffany Crawford, JV coach Nancy Rendon, freshman coach Michaela McNorton, athletic trainer Tom Brown, student trainer Elizabeth Cosme. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the London Girls Volleyball Program for their athletic accomplishments and achievements towards a successful 2019 season.
So moved.
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second, we'll have a little discussion.
Thank you, Judge. You know, this is a long overdue recognition for this program. London, for many of you who may not know, has only been a high school for, what is it, Coach, 8 years now? This is only the 8th year that London has had a high school, and I think it should be noted that this is their 7th district title, so they've only not won district title once in their 8-year history, and their 6th regional semifinal appearance, which is staggering. They have been, without a doubt, one of the best and most consistent programs in volleyball in this area for pretty much since their inception. So it's kind of an amazing accomplishment that these young ladies and their coaching staff, and I'll give a little credit to the athletic director too, but not much because, you know, that's okay, just because I give him a hard time. So they really have done an amazing job, and I will tell you, these are some outstanding young ladies. I know them all, and they put up with my son there at London, so that gets them an award anyway, for sure. So, like I said, this is long overdue, and they have been just an amazing group of young ladies to watch for many years, and their success speaks for itself on the court and off. You heard all the academic, all-district recognitions. I think there was maybe an academic all-state in there. I mean, it's really amazing. And to watch these young ladies perform and just to see the kind of young ladies they are is a true testament to the London Independent School District. Our new superintendent is here, Dr. Wittes. We appreciate her also being here. Was hoping that Coach Westcott and maybe one of the captains, I know Judge likes to hear from one of the captains, would come up and say a few words. So I'll let you do that, but I do want to make sure that everyone knows that these are, this is just an outstanding group of young women, and this community should be very proud of them. So, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Nobody told me we were going to speak, so I'm going to just kind of fly off the whatever comes to
Sorry
mind.
about that.
I just want to say thank you. I mean, it's hard when you see a program grow and the baby steps, and then when you hit a certain impact with the community, not just the London community, but the Corpus Christi community, and all the support we get from everyone. We really appreciate it, and I'm so blessed to be a part of the London family, and I'm blessed to have had all these great young ladies throughout this entire time. And being at London at 8 years and being in the position I'm in, I'm just, I look forward to the next step, and hopefully we'll bring home, more and more and more to the Corpus Christi community and the London community. And I am really excited about being here and having these girls being recognized like they are, because they deserve it, the school deserves it. And thank you, Mr. Chesney and the whole panel for giving us this opportunity. And this is one of my returners, which is taller than I am, so I have to get on a little step ladder to talk to her sometimes. So I'm going to have her say a few words. They're not very talkative in public, but in private, oh my God, I can't get them to be quiet. So I'm going to give her a little shot. But again, thank you so much for this opportunity and this resolution.
Thank you.
And this Ashley Line.
Welcome, Ashley.
Thank you for having us. It's really great to get recognized for what we've done. We haven't before, and it's nice being here. And I want to thank all of them for a good season. And yeah.
That's great. That's great. Well, and that's great. And let me just say that, look, I know there's a lot of people here, and it's kind of strange, right, to have to come up and say something. But I want to just have you focus for a moment and just pretend it's just me and you. Forget everybody else that's in the room, because I have for just the moment. To be a student athlete today takes tremendous sacrifice, as you well know. It takes a lot of sweat equity, is what I like to say. because you got to perform in the classroom, and no one really cares that you had a late game or a late practice. You're still expected to perform in an excellent way that next morning. And when you go 5 games and it didn't go your way, you think to yourself, what am I doing this for? And what you're doing it for is to build yourself and build other young women around you. And the reason I like and enjoy when our commissioners say, I want to honor, I want to recognize, teams, is because I think we're all on teams eventually. And I'm trying to create sort of a team of teams here in Nueces County, and I consider you a partner in that. And I really love to see young women excel. And I want you to lift each other up, particularly in the hard times, because they will come. And if you think that we've come a long way, baby, we have, but we've got a long way to go. It's only been 100 years since we've had the right to vote, and in 4 weeks we're going to have that celebration. And I want you to know that the people that fought for you to have equality on the court, and I literally mean that, through Title IX, equality to make you have scholarship opportunities, are both men and women that you'll never even know their names. So when you take that court, it's not just for each other and for London and for Corpus. It's for something bigger than yourselves. And that's why I bring you in here, is to say, well done. You make me so proud. I mean, really proud. My goddaughter played on your team. That's something, you may not even know. My niece plays college volleyball. She's not even that tall. And it's a testament to if you dig, right? That's what we say in volleyball, dig, right? When you dig, like really deep inside of you, you can accomplish anything. So thank you for being this month's Center of Excellence for us. We try to do it almost every month, bringing in different teams. And today, it's your time to shine. So go back to school with a lot of pride and a lot of girl power. And I say it may be a little too much, but you know what? It's because no one says it enough for you. The future is female, and I expect great things from you, and I can't wait to see who you become. And so much pride and honor goes to your coaches, your teachers, your administrators, and your parents, and everyone else that has supported you. Make sure you say thank you when you get back to that place that you call home, because I know that they had a hand in you sitting in these chairs today. So anyway, I just love you guys and really proud. Really feel proud to be your judge. And thank you, Commissioner. Can we get a picture to celebrate this moment? And we're going to follow your picture with the American Heart Association's picture. So if you guys wouldn't mind sticking around, we'll do back-to-back pictures and memorialize this.
Congratulations. Doing a good job. Thanks to everybody. So cute. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Have a good one and keep up the good work.
Yes, right after. Just want to grab Diane. Kind of flank us here. Throw some red. No, no, just put it right there.
Judge, I did want to mention, Judge, this is I think, a perfect opportunity to say this. She's busy. Just one second. Judge, I think it's a perfect opportunity to mention that since we're talking about heart healthy and strokes, we did have an individual at the health department that passed away from a stroke, and he was 55 years old, and his message was that he wanted everybody to learn their numbers. And so this is a perfect opportunity. We're going to do a Hector's Challenge. His name was Hector, and it's going to be a Hector's Challenge to all the county and city employees to know your numbers, lose some weight, and get healthy. And let's do this one for Hector. And half of the proceeds, it is going to be a $25 admission. Half will go back to Hector and his family. So we really appreciate it, and just want to say, Hector said, please, Annette, tell everybody to get their blood pressure checked and to make sure to keep it in line where it needs to be so they can be healthy and it doesn't happen to them like it happened to him. So I just wanted to make sure to say that.
And in that vein, let me just make sure, a little housekeeping, clerk signaling we needed to vote. We have a motion and a second on the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign.
Judge, it's tough. I sit next to Joe Gonzalez for a living. It's tough to keep my blood pressure down, you know? I mean,
Oh, my goodness.
I'm gonna be nice.
I'm just gonna hold. I'm just gonna hold.
for now. For now.
Okay, just so that you all are ready, since you took front row, we're going to have one more recognition, and then Tyner, I'm going to transition into 4A1 right after G1, just to kind of get everybody ready. That's the Queens contestants, okay? So first, we're going to do number 3, F3. I didn't mean to confuse you. We're still on task for F, but just trying to get us ready. After G1, we're going to go to 4A1, okay? And that's, this is a very important month, not only for our heart health, but also for what America recognizes as African American Month, sometimes referred to also as Black History Month. And I have to tell you, I don't know if you noticed, because there were so many people in the room, but we have an incredible display around our room of really heroes of the African American movement from all genres, from entertainment and law and medicine and journalism. So Tyner, tell us a little bit about this month, and then I don't know if we have anybody here to speak, but we would invite them to join you at the podium at some point.
If there's anybody here for this resolution, I know that
Dr. Scott?
Set us up.
Okay,
Dr. Scott
brought these.
I met her at Solomon Coles, where they have a museum in the school, and we collected some items
Great,
and brought them all here. And she gave me a 30-minute tour,
great,
and
super.
I learned a lot.
Well, we'll give it a little time, and if not, let's start with our resolution.
And by the way, Judge, we did, you and I both questioned, is it really African American History Month or is it Black History Month? We actually took it from the presidential proclamation, so this is why we chose this mechanism. Whereas the Nueces County Commissioners Court takes pride in joining Americans throughout the country in recognizing February 2020 as African American History Month, whereas African American History Month pays tribute to the contributions that African Americans have made to American history in their struggles for freedom and equality, and it deepens our understanding of our nation's history. Whereas the theme for 2020, African American and the Vote, coincides with the 150th anniversary of the 15th Amendment, which gave African American men the right to vote. This amendment to the Constitution, ratified in 1870, prohibits the government from denying or abridging a citizen's right to vote based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Today, this guarantee is enforced primarily through the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the enduring legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement. Whereas we commend the many achievements of African Americans in every field, from science and the arts to politics and religion, and we honor the men and women from all walks of life that have enriched our country's culture, traditions, and success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim February 1st through February 28th, 2020, as African American History Month, and calls on the people of Nueces County to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies.
That's wonderful, and I'll just double check, is there anybody here to receive the resolution? If not, let's do housekeeping first. Do I have a motion? And a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I have the resolution in my hand that Tyner read, and I will present it to Dr. Scott, who I would say maybe at least once a week graces us with her presence, and we get to talk about, oh my goodness, all kinds of great community talk and events. But I'm really very proud to be the custodian for just a little while of these amazing posters. And after court's over, I'm going to try to make sure that they're on display somewhere on the first floor on easels. They're just a really an important reminder that that we have amongst us just a great preservation of our collective history. And so because they're not here, let me tell you where I think that she would like me to remember is that Deputy, right behind you is a picture of Solomon Coles. And Solomon Coles was a former slave who was born in Virginia. And before the Civil War, he disobeyed actually a sheriff by learning how to read. And I'm sorry, a sheriff disobeyed the law, forgive me, by teaching him how to read. So it was a sheriff who helped Solomon Coles. I thought that was, is sheriff here? Sheriff? You see, you say sheriff and he comes a-running. Sheriff, one of your brethren a long time ago in Virginia disobeyed the law, and he taught Mr. Solomon Coles to read. And he worked his way through college because of those lessons, and he began studying in a particular institute called Guilford in Connecticut, and he was the very first black student there. Well, Mr. Coles went on to earn a bachelor's and a master's degree at Lincoln University, Pennsylvania, and this is very incredible, a Bachelor of Science of Divinity at Yale. He organized a Nazarene Congressional Congregation and so many other things, but here was the most exciting thing, is that in 1877 he came here to Texas, and he was ordained a minister right up the road in Goliad. But then he began to preach here in Corpus Christi, and he taught black students who attended school 2 months out of the year. And he thought it was really important that all these children have an education. And he gave up the ministry at some point to teach and serve as principal of the school. And guess where that school was? It was on the 500 block of North Karankawa, not too far from here. And the school moved in 1893 to the site and was known as the Public Free School for the Colored. The existing building was converted from a broom factory. And anyway, goes on to talk about him moving to San Antonio and whatnot. But as you well know, Solomon Coles was memorialized here with the school in his honor, in his name. And so when we talk about these pieces of history, I think about great African Americans that have contributed to Americans' fabric. There's so many that come to mind, right? I mean, Harriet Tubman and Rosa Parks and Langston Hughes and Justice Thurgood Marshall and more modern Jackie Robinson, Muhammad Ali, and I could just go on, And then from your generation, I think about Oprah Winfrey, and I think about Beyonce being an incredible, truly incredible leader, and President Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee, and from my generation, Barbara Jordan and Mickey Leland. And you see, I can just keep going on and on and on. You see, they're not just a couple of people that you hear about in the news or that play sports or sing beautiful songs. They're people that change lives, and that's why we're celebrating it. And so it's really important, even though it might not be something that you knew too much about for these people back on the wall. I would encourage you to spend a little time this month celebrating that which is African American History Month. And so on behalf of the NAACP, which I am a proud member, and on behalf of the Black Chamber and Miss Oliver, I'm going to accept this on their behalf and say that it is a great February, because this is a month that we recognize those who have made a great contribution, including the great Solomon Coles. So, no picture necessary, but Tyner, if you would take it and keep it in my office. So we're going to move on to the recognition of an incredible woman that I got to meet and watch her in action this season at the Junior Livestock Show. And so, Tyner, I don't know, I know I have this. I don't know if we're going to read anything, but let me just say that I see that I have Flo East here. Flo, I'm going to ask you to take the podium and just, I know we've got some, you know why I didn't see you, Miss Layla? Because you're hiding from me. And her beautiful daughter's here too. And so let me transition and pivot to, so greatness comes in all forms. Sometimes it comes right in your backyard, from the most unassuming people who just keep on doing what they do all the time just because they love it, just because they know it's right, and just because they know they shouldn't stop even when their daughters tell them not to do it so much or so often or so early in the morning. And that's the case for Miss Layla May Hayek. And I got to witness her in action, serving sandwiches and seating people and giving advice to the Queen's contestants, and just in general, just being the superstar that she is. And the Junior Livestock Show and Rodeo is the largest and most successful junior livestock show in Texas. And you know why? Because of people like Miss Layla. When she was a participant all those years ago, someone must have really impressed upon her how important it was to help young people. So she's not only been a participant, she's been a mother of participants, she's been involved with making sure she lifts and empower young women up, working with you young Queen contestants. And the best part about it is she's been doing this all for 60 years. And even though at the Junior Livestock Show they gave her a very fitting ceremony and a lot of applause and thousands of people cheering her, I thought it was important that on TV, to all of us here in Nueces County in this courthouse, that we celebrate you one more time and say thanks for 60 years. And please don't stop doing what you're doing, because you inspire me to keep giving more. Because just when you're tired, that's when the real fun starts, doesn't it, Miss Layla? And so I had something put together. It reminded me of the wood of the old show barn, and it reads, "We hereby express our sincere appreciation to Layla May Hayek for your 62 years of service to the Nueces County Livestock Show. The reason we're so great is because you're so great. Thank you for all of your love, all of your giving, your time, your wisdom, and your humility in sharing your love with, you had to share, I know your family had to share you with all of these other girls. And don't you think that every once in a while you should learn how to stand for people? Why don't you girls stand up and show how much you love Miss Layla? And I think what we'll do is we'll come right down there, and I'm going to present this. And Commissioners, Commissioner Vaughn, I know you know Miss Layla. Would you like to say something? And Commissioner Matas, would you follow?
Well, she is so loved out there. Everybody knows her. I asked my son-in-law, Keith Avelko, about her, and everybody loves her. And we just want to thank you for all that you do. She's not listening to me, but she's done a great job. I'll just tell her later, John.
I'll wait. You gotta let the judge stop talking. Didn't do it. Tyner.
Shall we go down there?
Yeah. Close the doors, no? Air's going out.
I don't get emotional like this very often, but you are too special.
Come on, guys. Yeah, I agree. We need to get it out.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, but close the door.
right here by the seal, the state of Texas. Then I want you guys to, either way, come on down and give her.
Guys or gals?
This is just our seal. You're pretty much the yellow rose of Texas here, so. Do you? I love the Lady Bird who called all her special girlfriends the yellow roses. Sure, how about we'll do one this way and then.
One this way.
Yeah. I forgot about that. People first, Brent, people first.
Always.
In pain, but all right.
You're going to thank me later.
Feels better. It feels-
Yes, and so we're going to take one thing out of, maybe a couple of things out of order today in the interest of people's time, and so I'm going to move out of order to 4A1, Commissioners. It was on the irregular agenda item, and it's just an introduction, but it's a very special introduction, and it fits so nicely with what we've just been able to do. And so this 4A1 item is the introduction of Nueces County Junior Livestock Show Queen contestants, and here to help bring them up, if it would be all right, Kyle and Flo, you're here representing Junior Livestock Show. I didn't see Shailene, so is she here? Oh, yeah, come on up.
Come on down.
Absolutely. Introduce your girls, or however you see fit to
Thank
do
you
this.
so much. I'm Penny Pelak, and I'm the chairperson of the Queens Contest. And Miss Leela is on our contest, and we have Mary Truesdale also that's on our committee, excuse me. Miss Leela is the epitome of a volunteer. There is nobody that volunteers more than she does, and we just love her so much. And now, I've only got about 30 years working with the livestock show, but I also was an exhibitor, and that's why these girls are here, because you must be an exhibitor to be in the Queens contest. This year we had 22 girls representing 12 high schools in the county. They have to be a member of 4-H, FFA, or FCCLA. And for those of you that don't know what FCCLA, that is what we used to know in my generation as FHA, Future Homemakers of America. So come on up, girls, and we have our queen, Jackie McClendon. She attends Calallen High School. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves and say where they attend.
Yeah, if you'll just give us your name and where you go to school, that would be wonderful. And anything else, of course, we'd be welcome.
My name is Jackie McClendon, and I attend Callan High School.
I'm Savannah Olson. I attend Callan High School.
I'm Claudia Sanchez, and I go to St. John Paul II High School.
I'm Michaela Huff, and I attend Calallen High School.
I'm Savannah Flores, and I attend Robstown High School.
Hi, my name is Mireya Lopez, and I'm a senior at Tulsa Midway High School.
Hi, I'm Clarissa Gonzalez, and I go to Santa Cruz Academy High School.
Thank you, ladies, so much. We're just so proud that you would, not only take the time to be here today to let us honor you, but we know that it was a great life experience for you to participate. And I know that most of you are out there not only as contestants, but you're there as volunteers and participants. And Penny, it's a big production, and I know how hard you worked and your whole team. And we just wanted, it was, it gets hectic, doesn't it, during that show? And so we see each other, but this was our time to really celebrate the hard work that you put in. And I just want to say that you've represented us well, very, very well. Think about all the interactions you had. Particularly, I want to say thank you for all the work you did with the All-Star Show as well. I thought that was very, very special. So we're looking for great things to come for all of you. The Queen's Contest has become a leadership contest. It really has. Beauty is definitely an interesting way to look at female, right? But real beauty, the beauty that each and every one of you exhibit, really comes from who you are on the inside. And you can see it in each one of you. Just look at your eyes, even the pride of how you say your name and where you're from. It just shines, and it's like our little special advantage that we have, us girls, that we can take what's here and just like bring it out. I don't know how we do it, but it's just God's gift, and it comes out through your eyes. So I want to thank you for being here, and I know there were other girls that could not be here with us today. And so just so you know, would you share with your contest colleagues, your friends that you made throughout this, that we're celebrating all of them today. And again, just such a great honor, and we'd love to get a picture with you. And Mrs. Vaughn wants to also congratulate you.
Hello. How many McClendons are left? Every year there's a McClendon. I'm telling you, just you're the last one.
You're the baby?
I want to, yeah. What a lot of people don't understand, it's not just because you're pretty that you win. You have talent, you answer questions, so many different things. And we missed it this year, and I'm hoping that next year we can have the fundraiser on a different night.
Yes.
Because I usually go, and this is the first time I've missed it in a long time. And I want to thank you ladies, because if you see the production, they work so hard to get it done, don't they, girls? Thank y'all.
Thank you all so much. Is it okay if there's so many of you, if y'all will stand right here, and I'll come down and we'll stand up? Is that the best? Okay, we'll be right there.
We'll stand up. Yeah, we can stand up.
Really, we can all do this. We're perfect. Tyner, can you get us, if you shoot up high?
We need to get Penny in this.
Penny, we'd love to have you in this too. Kyle, can we put you as photographer? Or some? Miss Leela, yes, you belong.
Okay, y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I was thinking that if, when Jacqueline's through, I might have to borrow it from Miss Leela. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. Congratulations. Y'all did so great. Thank you. What he said, remind me.
John Paul, that's great.
Kayla. I gotta try to remember your name. I'll see you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Penny. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a beautiful sisterhood leaving this room. Thank you. Y'all remember to stay sisters. That's great. Okay. Normally, we would go straight into H1, but I need to take one more. Commissioners, please indulge me. This is to help our city friends get back to the city. I need to come out of order and go to number 13, and that is on 4, right? Tyner, 4A13, and Mr. Peter Collins is going to present, and so he can get back and make another presentation. It would help him greatly, and I appreciate your indulgence to take 4A13, and the subject matter is a Coastal Bend Regional Public Safety Radio Coalition between many different jurisdictions. But today, what's before you, Commissioners, is for us to approve the MOU between Nueces County and the Coastal Bend Regional Public Safety Radio Coalition, but it's also between all these other jurisdictions that are all listed before you. And Peter, if you would give us the cliff notes, I think everyone's had a chance to look at it in their packets.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, Peter Collins, IT Director of City of Corpus Christi. The MOU is very important for this region, and the reason being, we're upgrading our radio system, but we need partnerships, and we need strong partnerships so we can have the economy of scale to where we don't have to recreate the wheel on assets that already exist, towers, channels, frequencies. I was able to go around to a number of different agencies, total 8, and talk to them about that approach. And they understood it and says, you know, we should form a group that's called the Coastal Bend Public Safety Regional Radio Coalition, which then we can work together as one to where we can develop a master plan with the intent that, I'm not good at coordinating enough with this here. But if you see your map, this is the region that we're talking about. Because today, you can't freely go across the radio system across the region, which can really affect an emergency response, first responders, critical incident. By forming a coalition, we are going to be able to talk freely across the entire region. And how are we going to do that? By developing a master plan, we can address coverage, frequencies, policies, governance, and it's totally workable. And it's a strong group. As far as who already approved it, San Patricio County, the Port, Kingsville, the city approved it yesterday. In this way, as we look towards the future, this isn't about doing an upgrade to the radio system, get it done and say, well, that was a great job. Maybe we'll be all right for 3 or 4 years until we run out of frequency or need more coverage. This will allow us to grow in the future for 20 plus years because the partnerships is what it's about in the future here for this critical system.
Peter,
Yes.
this question on the map there. So the dots, are those transponder locations, or are they just arbitrarily put there, or what exactly do the dots represent?
They're actually towers.
The towers.
Spots where we actually have our communications tower. It's not like exactly at that point, but it's right there in that area there.
And so this plan, it's a complement to Metrocom, or will it'll eventually succeed in replacing it, or?
Well, it's two different things here.
Okay.
MetroCom's 911 dispatching for the county and the city and other, like Port Aransas. The radio system is totally separate. The radio system is utilized by MetroCom for dispatch to communicate with the first responders. So we actually have two different entities we're in partnership with the county. MetroCom is the city and the county, and then we have our Corpus Christi radio system, which has three owners, which is the city, the county, and RTA. And then, by keeping our own autonomy, we're able to join this group and work together in order to leverage the other assets. So say San Patricio County with what was just annexed, you need radio coverage for first responders. Well, the first reaction is, oh, we got to build towers and we got to do this and that. No, we don't. A simple conversation with the sheriff, who belongs to the coalition, he already has a tower there. So we just need to increase frequencies or put another channel in.
And so, other smaller communities, how do they piggyback in? I'm thinking of Aguadulce and Robstown and Driscoll that I represent. How do they become a part of it, or are they already going to be included in it eventually, or how does that work?
They benefit because they're actually users of the Corpus Christi radio system.
Gotcha.
So whatever we do, they will have the same capability as everybody else that's part of the radio coalition.
Perfect, okay.
I think that the bottom line here, I think it's, MetroCom is one thing, but the communication you're trying to do now is open up communications so everybody can communicate with each other, you know, and support each other. So, in the question the Commissioner mentioned about Aguadulce, I think once Nueces County is involved in this, you know, it's everybody in Nueces County. They're gonna be able, all the law enforcement people, all the, you know, that would be able to communicate. You know, so I think it's good that we open up communications from Clay County to Aransas Pass and to San Patricio, because that is the area that mostly, when something happens, goes down, that's the area that travel anyway.
Yes.
So I think it's important that we have this communication. I think that this is a great idea. I think it's good. I think it's good for first responders. I think it's good for emergencies. So it's a good, I mean, I support it. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So
Mr. Collins,
what's the cost?
are you still
I was
going?
gonna say just what the cost.
Right now, there's no cost. It's us meeting together to develop a master plan. We're already upgrading our radio system. So what we want to do is make sure we're in alignment with everybody else, because we have the money to upgrade the radio system. We want to make smart moves on it.
I move.
Oh.
Commissioner Vaughn.
I want to thank you for doing this and commend you, because this is what we need. We need communication within the region, and you are a breath of fresh air over at the city, and I just want to thank you for doing it. They got the right man on the job.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Good job.
So I think the benefits are obviously vast and the cost is zero. I will take a motion quickly, as they say. A motion and a second.
Second.
And a second coming. All those in favor of passing this Cooperative Coastal Bend Radio Coalition formation signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Echo, thank you so much for all this hard work. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Judge. And I
Thank
want to
you.
say thank you for everybody for the support, because it can't happen unless we're all working together.
Good job.
Agreed. So no truer words were ever spoken. I said that was the last one we'll take out of order, but a woman does change her mind often, always to do good. And that's what we're going to be doing by advancing 4A2 is do good by introducing Nueces County Sheriff's Department deputies and their new K-9 partners. And so I would move that we advance that. And so Sheriff Hooper, we've got some great new deputies and new K-9 assistant deputy partners. And I know you'd like to introduce them. And how about that hat rack?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Judge. Greatly appreciated.
It looks so good with those hats on there, gentlemen.
Hey, come on up. Deputy Rudy Gonzalez is coming up first, and his partner is Hera. Hera is a Belgian Malinois, about 1.5 years old, and Hera is a multi-trained dog. Is a patrol dog, is a building search dog, and also a drug detecting, a drug sniffing dog. And Rudy and Hera are one of our newest teams. They'll be used extensively interdiction efforts on the highway to crack down on human trafficking and the stuff that goes on the highway.
Fantastic.
Hey, Rudy, you want to say anything about Hera before I introduce Grin?
She's ready to go to work.
Is it Hera, like the Roman goddess? It's all about queens this morning. That's wonderful. I like the way you gave it the Spanish twist, though, Era.
Hera.
I might have to use that.
The next dog is Grin. Grin is a 1.5-year-old Dutch Shepherd. Grin's partner is Sergeant Frank Campos. Grin is also trained in those 3 disciplines. We also have 2 new units out there that are extremely technologically advanced patrol units. They have license plate readers, and they're connected to numerous state and federal databases that are going to help these teams do a really good job out on the highway and to help ensure safety and security here in Nueces County. Interesting thing about both Grin and Era is they speak Czech. They are Czechoslovakian-speaking dogs. All of their commands come in Czech.
Wow. How's your Czech? Or you're learning fast. That's really fascinating.
The dogs were paid for with federal drug seizure money. We're using cartel money against them.
Amen.
The good news is the bad guys don't know Czech, so they
Exactly.
can't
That's-
reroute them.
that's
That
the
is so
process.
smart.
Like
That's-
it.
You say attack and check, you don't know it's coming.
Right.
The teams went through about a month of training and familiarization, and that training will continue. They're getting better every day. You have anything you want to add, Sergeant Campos?
Just ready to get to work.
Ready to go to work? They're itching to go to work.
Awesome. It's
Any
great.
questions, or can we take a picture with y'all?
That's a great gift to us. Thank you. We'll let you come in here and we'll stand up. Is that good? And really, it might just be worth saying, these dogs are so highly trained. When we see the deputies with these dogs, they don't want us to approach, they don't want us to pet, they don't want us to do anything because it interferes with their ability to do their work. That's correct, right, deputies? You just admire from afar, right? Okay. As cute as they look. Oh.
Tell them in Czech to sit down. Good dog. Hey, check.
Everybody see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everybody, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 5 or 6 years to show the smile.
Grin, Hera, grin.
1, 2, 3. Hera, grin. So when they say check it out, never mind. Check it out. Check it out. 1, 2. That's all. That's a good one, Connor. Just take it. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. That's good. Poor dogs. Yeah. Something, right? Oh, the clap. Oh, the clap. Got it. Got it. Yeah. Deputies, thank you so much. Sheriff, thank you so much. At this time, we'll come back into regular order, and we're at the board appointments. And the very first one is to discuss and consider changing the appointee, the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. And at this time, we're going to have for your consideration, Commissioners, a change. And Tyner, will you announce what that change would be? And I can do it if
Yeah, Judge, the recommendation would be, considering recent developments, is to have the actual Commissioners Court appointee, and I think we've talked, the existing is Butch Poole, but the recommendation would be to allow Judge Canales to take over that appointment, and then Butch Poole would do something else, which would be the next item, I believe.
And just for the court's clarification, in the past, and I don't know how long back, I guess we can research it, but in the past, the CCREDC has always allowed ex officios, county judges to come in and sit in meetings, and now there is a report back from CCREDC that their lawyer has advised that that is not, that ex officios are no longer considered.
That's not strictly in accordance with the bylaws, and so they're going to take a hard look at that now.
Right. Well, while they take a hard look at it, I'll be in the room. And so I think that's really important to protect Nueces County's interest, and I also think that it's commensurate with the fact that San Pat has County Judge Krebs. But I bring this up, Commissioners, because it's quite alarming. You know, we have a tremendous stakeholder and interest in the growth, in particularly in the industrial corridor, and we need to be in the room. We need to be in the room where it happens. And that is absolutely how we're going to protect our interest. And I know Butch has done an amazing job, but there's no doubt that that I think at this time, at this moment in our time in history, it's incumbent that that Nueces County has the representation of the court itself in the room, and we hope that they reconsider and they're in their bylaws this ex officio position that they've taken. But it is what it is, and so therefore we have to make those adjustments. I do want you to know that my schedule doesn't often, not often creates conflicts, but every once in a while conflicts do come up. And so we'll be asking commissioners to rotate in for me. But even that hasn't been established yet in the bylaws. So we have a lot of work to do. And in the meantime, I intend to attend tomorrow's meeting and let our position be known. We are one voting member only, and we can become a second voting member, but it requires an additional investment, and that might be up for our consideration. I mean, I think it's very important that we protect our interests. So if that needs to be measured up with an investment that gets us other voices to represent ourselves, then maybe that's up for our consideration. Yes, ma'am?
I'm going to make a motion to approve the judge for that position, but I would like to piggyback on what you said. I think it's so important that we have another seat on there and another say. I go back to what happened in my area with those tanks. Had someone been on there that was, and I'm not saying that our nominee wasn't, but who's going to take more care of our county than we are? And we needed to know what was going on, and we would have asked those questions, and those tanks would not have happened. So I'm hoping, Judge, that after they make a ruling on Thursday or whatever it is, that we can take another look at it.
I'm going to have to echo that. I agree with you. And of course, we want to hear from all of you, so be thinking about that, and let's bring that up for discussion. But there's a motion. Is there a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And then the next one is the announcement by myself as the county judge under Chapter 381 of the Texas Local Government Code. Nueces County Judge is allowed to, county judge is allowed to appoint all members of the Nueces County Industrial Commission that we formed back in 2019. And so my recommendation is that Butch Poole has served us very well on the CCRADC. These are just odd circumstances, and I wasn't trying to be punitive at all, because he truly brings the knowledge of what's been happening over the last 3 years at the REDC, and because we have a vacancy on the Industrial Commission, I believe this is the best way that he can really keep the Industrial Commission up to date and up to speed on what's happening regionally. So my recommendation in my announcement is that Butch Poole will take the vacant seat occupied by Mr. George Finley, who recently gave me his resignation letter, just due to travel, issues and just enjoying his life, not for any other reason. And Butch has accepted that position, and I'm so grateful for his leadership and his service. It really doesn't need authorization, but he's not here. Is that correct? No. Okay. So in that case, we'll move on to item number 3. I just need to flip pages. Forgive me. Actually, it's not item number 3. It's Edward's time to bring me the public comment. And I know I have County Clerk is signed up for public comment. And so we'll start with her. And then we have about 5 other folks. So if everybody will be patient and You'll recall that public comment, you'll come to the dais, announce your name and your address for the record, and then you'll recall that we cannot answer you back at that moment, but we do have the ability to sign up as well. And so give us just a moment to set up.
Thank you.
And on deck will be Miss Linda White. So just so you'll know, you're next after County Clerk Sands.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me. Okay, so early voting starts next week. Starts Tuesday what you have, I gave you was the early voting schedule and also the election day schedule. Early voting begins on February 18th and it runs through February 28th. There's 16 early voting locations. And election day is March 3rd and we have 69 vote centers where, again, registered voters can vote at any one of the vote centers that they choose, which is something we implemented in 2016. We have also, you can find your sample ballots on our website. We have these also schedules throughout the courthouse. We have we send them to all the senior centers, just all of our contacts. And then also, I wanted to give y'all an update on what everyone knows and what we all discussed last week was we had an unfortunate incident, completely unintentional. But I wanted to give you an update of where we are now. So I guess going back for the folks that aren't aware of it, we are required by the state with some voters to send out, and I actually have a copy of the notice there. There are some voters that are required to receive a notice to the voter who must provide an ID. They are flagged by the state, and again, I'm not sure why. There's various reasons, and so we have to send them that notice. There are several in Nueces County that we had to send those to. During that process, and it was brought to my attention on Friday that those notices, and again, I got to start with, I have the best, hardest working staff that truly care about the folks that we serve, and we're all dedicated to making sure that every polling location is accessible, secure, and convenient for every voter in Nueces County. But unfortunately, that notice was sent out to about 1,500 voters that were not supposed to receive that in ballot by mail. So what I did is, as soon as we got to the bottom of it and I found out, I wrote a personal letter. I got a list and wrote a personal letter to every one of those voters. I thought it was important that it came from my letterhead. I signed it. It came from me because I am the county clerk, and to apologize to them and explain that this was an error. They should not have received it. And we sent with them the letter they should have received. We feel terrible about it. My staff feels terrible about it. The print company down the print shop, they feel terrible about it. And we have implemented procedures to prevent this from happening again. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. So, but again, we did the best that we could. And like I said, I felt very strongly about sending out a letter to every single voter on my letterhead, not on the elections department letterhead, not, signed your elections team, but signed Kara Sands, Nueces County Clerk, and I am sorry this happened. We did it in English and in Spanish, which is important as well. And we have actually received, the good news is it was caught with enough time for folks to send in their ballots. We have already received more than half of the ballots from the folks that were affected. So I don't know if y'all really can't ask any questions because it's public comment, but again, I just, I had already informed all of you, y'all are aware of it, but I just wanted to give you an update and that we are receiving those ballots. And we're receiving the calls, from folks saying thank you. Oh, and also for the ones that have sent in their photo ID, the ballot board is going to put those, and who didn't have to, those are going to be put into a separate secure box and destroyed. So I don't want anyone to worry about their ID getting out. So they will be destroyed for them. Yeah. So I think that's about it. Also, I do want to make it a point, if you'll notice on early voting, we have Texas A&M University. And it's very important to point out that as Commissioners Court and myself as early voting clerk, we have been discussing having Texas A&M, and we've been moving towards having Texas A&M as a full-time, the entire early voting. This is nothing new. And it's been brought to my attention that there were folks that were confused, thinking that we were not going to have it there because of some House bill, or I don't know how that got out or why that got out. But as y'all know, we've been working on this with Commissioner Chesney, and then when County Judge Canales, when you took office, you've been a big part of this as well. We were always going to have it at Texas A&M. That was never a question. So if anyone was concerned about that or confused by that, I would like for them to know that it was always going to happen. There was no fight or victory of some sort for some other person other than the students. And it was given by the work with Commissioner's Court and my office. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to hear from Linda White. Welcome. And then the next speaker will be Susan Reeves, if you're going to get ready.
I'd like to thank the commissioners for hearing me this morning. I'm one of the 1,500 people who received that letter. I consider myself a longtime resident of Corpus Christi and Nueces County. I've been here since 1959. I've been a registered voter for the longest time. I don't know why I received that letter, and I did not receive the, "Oh, I'm so sorry I sent you the letter." So, one, in the letter, it asked for several forms of ID, and I wasn't sure which one to send. So, being a retired school teacher, I sent them several. Okay, I sent them my right to carry permit, my my military ID, my driver's license. I made copies on my computer, and then I got to thinking, not everybody has access to a computer. Why are they asking me for this information? So then I flipped the letter over on the back side, and it asked me, I thought it was asking me to justify my impairment that keeps me from going to the polls. And I thought, well, hell, I'm over 65. Isn't that enough? Anyway, which is the requirement for the state of Texas. You don't have to be physically impaired, although I do have a lot of impairments. But anyway, I did not receive the "Oh, I'm sorry." I sent so many copies in with my voting, that I thought I probably had extended the weight limit on my envelope. So I put $1's worth of stamps, 2 stamps instead of 1 on my return. And I thought, this is crazy. First of all, I don't know how some people would even get those copies. Secondly, I don't know what kind of verification they would have considered as legal for my impairment. I guess I could have sent my birth certificate. I just find that it's hard enough to get out the vote to begin with, and I work really hard in that area. I was in Banqueta yesterday passing out the early voting and telling those people I will provide transportation because there's not an early voting site. So, I try real hard for everyone considered. I never ask you what party you're in, and I really don't care. I just am concerned about people voting in Nueces County, and I find that this was intimidating and very convoluted, a letter I got originally. So I appreciate you giving me time to speak to you.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Susan Reeves.
Good morning. I'm going to make this short. I have a therapy session with my grandson very shortly, but I just want to go through this. And I'm also commenting about the mail ballot problem. I know that this is not the purview of the Commissioner's Court exactly, but you do have control of the budget. And when these errors occur, they cost money. They cost man hours. There's paper, there's printing, another mail out that goes. And what got left out, and I have 5 copies of these, which I made on my sick printer, and I don't have a stapler, but I have these kind of in chronological order. anybody wants to see that, I've made 5 copies for y'all. This is costing taxpayer dollars whenever there's a mistake. And with the early vote, you were targeting the oldest people, the most disabled people, the people who are least likely to have the ability to get this together. And I just want to say, if you've intimidated one voter, that's wrong. If one voter out there says, I can't do this, and threw their mail ballot out, that's wrong also. That's, that's suppressing a vote. So I'd like to see it, I'll try and speak to whichever departments are available. But when you send out a notice to voter who must provide identification in English and Spanish, and there are a lot of people who speak Spanish, but they don't read Spanish that well. And you leave out and only send back on a correction the letter from the Texas Secretary of State telling you about your rights as a voter and the information, and you just send out a warning that your vote's not going to count, that's not right. And as I say, I'll leave this with whoever, but I have to leave, and I thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves-Tyner, if you'll take that. And the next person that signed up is Matt Garcia. I saw Matt. Hi, Matt. Come on up.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Matt Garcia, and I'm with the Texas Oil and Gas Association, and I'll keep this brief. I have a few things to say. First off, Judge, I'd like to say a very heartfelt thank you on behalf of the allied trade associations in the Coastal Bend for coming out and speaking at our event last month. It was certainly wonderful to have you out, and you provided a tremendous amount of insight to all those in attendance. The second thing I would like to announce is that our economic impact report was just generated, and I'm very pleased to say it was a record year. We calculated that over $16 billion was paid by the oil and gas industry in taxes and royalties. And since 2007, it's been $149 billion, so it's tremendously impactful to Texas. And the Coastal Bend, of course, has an oversized influence in those numbers as well. The International Energy Agency just reported yesterday that the global CO2 emissions have actually remained flat. Some of the gains have been offset by emerging economies, specifically China and India, but I'm pleased to say that the United States is paving the way, and a significant portion of that is replacing coal-fired electrical generation with natural gas-fired electrical generation. And finally, I would like to leave you with this. Next week, we're having a mobile oil field learning unit coming into Corpus Christi area. It's rather small, but it's geared to 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. There's several modules that demonstrate to these students what they can do in the STEM-related fields in essentially the largest industry on the planet. So far, since we launched it in El Paso about a month ago, it's been a tremendous success, and it's going to be there all week. We're hoping to get media out there on Monday at London Intermediate. We'd be pleased to see you guys there if you wanted to come check it out, but we're going to be here all week, and thank y'all.
The next person we have signed up is Mr. Mike Bergsma. Mike?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for giving us this time. I just wanted to say I've been involved with the primary process for a long time, and as Republican County Chairman, I've been in charge of the Republican primary for 6 years. And we have had a marvelous relationship with the county in doing this, with Kara Sands and her employees, and it's been very good process. Now, the process is very, very complicated with lots of pieces, lots of chunks go wrong. I have stared at the ceiling sometimes worrying that I get this done right and go back and say that we did. We have had thousands of person hours working on evaluating the ballot, checking and make sure that each voting entity, there's a couple hundred, are correct. And so someone made a mistake. And I've never made one, of course, right? And y'all neither. It was just a mistake. It wasn't an effort to suppress vote. It was not an effort to make it hard for someone to vote. It was a mistake, which we were horrified when we found out about it. And Kara fixed it as promptly as she could. Kara is one of my favorites in that if I've done something that is wrong, she'll call me instead of complaining to other people. And that's something to remember, is that everybody makes mistakes. And the process, one thing too, we've been working in the last two elections, general elections, with in the primary, with the joint primary with the Democrats, and it's been a very good relationship. We've gotten to know each other well. I can say that the current chair and the previous chair are both good friends of mine. We agree on nothing politically, but on the stuff of the process and the desire to benefit the voters of Nueces County, we're completely on board. And I know her staff well. I've been there at 7, 8, 9 o'clock working with them on stuff, and I just feel that they need to be given a benefit of the doubt. Everybody makes mistakes, and we do so many things. The process is so complicated, and so we need to remember that, and they do an excellent job, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And the next speaker we have is Moses Estrada. And Moses, if you would come forward. Don't forget for the clerk, do you require the address or not? You prefer it? Well, if you wouldn't mind, just say your name and then your address. Typically, we do that for the record.
My name is Moses Estrada, 4805 FM 1889 in Calallen area. I'm also the commander of the Dr. Hector P. Garcia American GI Forum Founder Chapter. And I've been talking to some of our members. The members are worried about what's going on with the voting by mail. There's a lot of excuses right now. But I believe if this is the first time they do this kind of thing. And I was shocked when Scarron said that they already had sent 1,500. Because to tell you what's happening and how people are presenting, what they're doing about the ballots, I recall some people have told me they just tear it down, tear the paper, they're going to vote by a person, and so that's what's happening right now. And so this is what happened. We were last week, me and my wife, Elva, received these letters. There are 2 letters. I never seen them before. This one is a lengthy letter, and it tells you that if you do it wrong, you might go to jail. Okay? So, and I read it, and my wife, she's a principal, and she look at it and start reading about it, and it says to do things here, and even herself was kind of confused about the whole thing. I said, well, I said, because it says that Social Security, that the first, they might be wrong, the Social Security, stuff like that. I don't know if we need a Social Security to get our ballot. But anyway, we immediately, besides that, and this one over here says, if you have any questions, please contact the early voting clerk office at blank. So people don't know who to call. Here it is, right, blank, right here. You go to jail, but at the same time, you want to ask questions, but it's blank. And this is in English, and this is in Spanish. Okay, so like I said, 1,500. That's a lot. Excuses. If this is the first time, and if it is the first time, you start asking other counties. You start asking your Secretary of State, hey, what's going on over here? Because this is, it's my name. It's, I'm going to be wrong. The people are going to criticize me if something goes wrong. But anyway, we did call. I called the number, register office, and they told me, no, I can't. No, this is our apartment. You're okay. What's your name? Street. I said, no, you can vote. You ought to send you I got the certificates and all that I can vote. And they said, no, call John Martinez. He's the manager. So I did. So I called, and it was it was the recording, and we waited for 3 hours. And I said, well, me and my wife said, let's go over there and find out exactly what's going on. And so we came in, and then we talked to Mr. Martinez, and we explained the situation, and he said, well, we made a mistake. I said, what? You made a mistake? And, and I told him what we had found about this letter. He said, well, I told him, well, how many have you sent? He said, I don't know. I said, you don't know? I mean, you're the one that sent it. He said, I don't know. And he just mentioned that he didn't know. And so that's what I'm shocked right now that saying that 1,500. Now, some people already sent the ballots. You don't have to, to wait for the 18. We have not sent our ballots yet. But to me, all of this is really, in a way, intimidation because people already voted. And we worry about it because mostly the senior citizens are the ones being affected. And right now I'm requesting that the Nueces County commissioners investigate why this big mistake was made. And I'm concerned, like I said, I'm concerned about people that voted by mail. And one possible thing they might do is that Carl Sands would go into the news or media instead of just sending letters, because I look at it today, and I haven't received that letter that you all sent to everybody. But we haven't received no letter at all. So I'm pretty sure that either the people, that especially older citizens, either teared it down, or they're going to go and vote by person or not vote at all. That's why we, as the Founders Chapter at American JF, are very worried about what's going on here in Nueces County. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaughn and then Commissioner Jag.
I just want to comment on the ladies and the gentleman that just spoke. Kara immediately came to us when this happened, and I do not believe for one moment that this was done malicious by an employee. I think that maybe we need to look at our checks and balances to see what we're sending out, and I'm sure she's going to do that, but she immediately acted. But I hope we're not going to have some kind of conspiracy that it was voter suppression. I don't believe that, and you know why? It was not only done to Democrats, it was done to Republicans as well. So we need to remember that. I think it was a huge mistake, should not have happened. I hope they clarify what they're doing in the office, but I appreciate the fact, Kara, that you immediately acted on it, because if it happened on Friday, you sent the letter out on the 7th, which was Friday as well. So you might want to apologize directly to these people that are here, a personal apology, but I don't believe this was done maliciously. Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
I want to apologize to the people that are here that this happened. And Kara came to me also, and we talked, and there was a mistake made. I think it was a mistake. I hope it was a mistake. In the first paragraph of the letter, it kind of gives you 7 ways you can show identification. But I'm concerned about the first paragraph, and I don't know why. Is this something we need to touch with the state or what? Because I'm concerned about the very first sentence, or second sentence. It says personal identification or last 4 digit of your social security number could not be verified at the time of registration. So, I mean, I don't understand that. Did that come from the state itself? I mean, if it comes from the state, we wouldn't find out why. I mean, if that wasn't verified, I mean, why didn't they call you back when you signed up? And, because you're registering, and you get all the information. And if your social is not wrong when they process it, they should be calling you, or or send you a letter from the registration office. Which is something we need to really follow up on. I think this is really, really, to me, if you don't need the social security number to vote, so why are they asking for it anyway to begin with? That's my concern. As far as I'm glad you did it back, English and Spanish back, but and unfortunately, some people said I haven't gotten the letter, and you should have gotten it, or but I'm sure that everybody that's supposed to, that on this list, on this roster, 1,500, I'm sure we sent out 1,500 letters. So I hope we did. And But I just want to say, I really, on behalf of Commissioners Court, I apologize for what happened, because I think it falls on all of us, because it's in Nueces County, although it comes from the clerk's office, but it's still Nueces County. So, I think just up to us to make sure it doesn't happen again, to be more careful. And I had my question to her was it just for Democrats or just Republican and Democrats? And she said it was for both. So it kind of, and that kind of, to me, kind of lives a little bit more relaxed, and hopefully we're not targeting a certain group, and if it had been just Democrats or just Republicans, I'd be concerned, real concerned. Of course, I don't know how many of which, but that's, besides the point. So I think that right now, I think what we really need to do, Judge, is really find out that first paragraph, why is it there? I mean, why? I'd like to have something come back to us later, and follow up on it, and find out why, and who's requiring that, and if the state's doing it, then we need to find out from the state, I know it's the state, but I mean, we need to get the state to give us a check and balance of,
So I'm gonna ask Commissioner Amadas, and then Commissioner Sands, you can sign up again, and then you can answer his question, okay? Is that best? Lauda, is that all right? I'll re-sign her up so she can answer, but first I have Commissioner Amadas signed up.
Thank you, Judge. Most of the points have been brought up. My question or my concern, what I would like to know is we need to get a report of what did this cost us? I know 1,500 voters that received it, so there was two correspondents. One, the first letter that was sent in error, then second, to correct it. And then also, Ms. Sands, you said several in the county received these required notices for whatever reason that the state identifies. I'd like to know the number of that. I know we can't get into that now. I'm not asking for discussion. I'm asking for us to get that information. And then Tyner and Judge, we have a very good legislative team. I think this is something that we need to put on our legislative agenda, because obviously this does not work. I mean, there's a lot of questions that I think all of us, no matter what side of the aisle you sit on, that is a concern. That makes it more difficult for voters, like Commissioner said, and the others have said. So those are kind of my 3 points I want to hit on. I know we can't get too much into discussion now because it's not on the agenda. I do appreciate everyone coming and bringing this to our attention. And, we will work on it. I'm sure Ms. Sands will work on it. But I need those questions answered, because that's something we're going to see in our packet eventually, that there's going to be probably some sort of fund transfer or something to account for that, because I'm sure that was not included. I'm saying. So if you can get us that amount so we can know.
And let me finish, and that way you can really respond to everybody. You don't have to keep coming back and forth, bouncing the ball here. I think that obviously the issues that have been articulated both in public comment and here in Commissioner's public comments is perhaps in order to address the needs of where there's one person that didn't get the response letter, there could be others. And so what I'm going to suggest is you do everything that you can possibly do to get it out there. You're one of the few electeds that actually keeps a Facebook and tries to, communicate through social media. Although I realize that our seniors are probably not social media driven, I think that I'm saying that it needs to have a complete opportunity to have that message come across. I want to offer the county judge's office 888-0444 for whoever's listening. If you need to tell us that you didn't get a letter, I can be a secondary resource for the county clerk, because I think what's very imperative is that everybody gets the letter that got the message, that got the first erroneous letter, that there is, no reason for them to follow that letter. They should, even the word discard is, let's just tell everybody, throw it away, right? And so maybe we can be a resource to you, but please do everything you can to get the message out, and maybe even address, that's why I say you've got these folks that are here, maybe even give a chance to go visit with them if it suits you. But there's no doubt that, let's hope that that we have identified that block. And that's really kind of what I thought maybe I'll throw back to you is, What we want to know is that, did we have an identifiable number of people who got the letter, and then were you able to match up this follow-up letter? And is there a way for your office to maybe follow up with those folks to say, did you receive the letter? And I know everybody's worried about cost, but you know what? I'm not worried about cost. I mean, I want to give you the dollars you need to get this fixed. That's really what I want to say. And even if it has to come out of county judges' unallocated funds, I want the citizens to know that we'll do everything we can to correct this issue. And so I don't know if that helps you, but you may have no issues at all with postage, but I know postage is always an issue. So let it not be an issue at all for you. Let me stand very firm for whatever resources you need to fix this problem. I pledge today to give it to you. And then please, you signed up as well.
Judge, are you signed up?
I did, ma'am. I signed up twice. I wanted to talk about the health assessment, but I think that it was important to just kind of ease into that after this conversation was through. So I signed up twice.
Thank you for that.
And I did sign you up again for a response.
Thank you for the resources. I already have my number down for those of you. I haven't spoken to y'all. This is the first time I'm hearing directly from y'all, and I am sorry. We would never do anything that would intimidate any voter, and I agree with the lady that was here first, and she said if even one voter is intimidated. I agree with that. Absolutely. And that's why we've done our best to make it accessible and convenient for all voters. And you're right, it's not right to get that letter. There was nothing right about that. They were truly, truly sorry. And if you haven't received your letter yet from us, I will get with you afterwards. And again, I have my direct number on my card. I had written it down for y'all. And again, I'm truly sorry. We really are sincerely sorry. And you're right. It shouldn't have happened, but it did, and we're trying to do everything that we can to correct it. As far as this letter with this notice, this is right from the state. It was legislation that was passed back in 2018, and this is what we're required. This is also the reasonable impediment form that is at the polling location. So if someone goes to vote and they don't have an ID, a photo ID, or they cannot reasonably obtain one, they must fill this out. And I agree, it is harsh, and it is scary. But we cannot edit their forms. And I agree that let's get with our legislative team and hopefully make some change to this, because it is harsh. But again, this is the first time I'm hearing from y'all. Please know that my door is always open, and when I hear about it, I'm going to do something about it. And I know I've worked with y'all. So, again, I'm going to give you my card after this and make sure that you do get that letter. And everything that you did send, that's going to be destroyed. You're not going to, identity theft is not going to happen. But again, my office really strives to do the best and, for everyone that we serve. And I think you were asking Commissioner Gonzalez your question.
The paragraph.
Yeah, okay, so that's the paragraph. This is straight from the state. We print it off from the Secretary of State's website. That's legislatively.
We need to work on it somehow.
Right. Now, we cannot edit their forms.
No, I understand.
So.
But, maybe, like you already said, maybe it's through legislation we can change.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to answer you.
I know. No, it's okay. No, and I agree, and that is something to work for. So thank you, and I appreciate your support, and Judge Canales, and it's postage, but I'm with you. Even doesn't matter when you're trying to correct something. It doesn't. The extra cost is okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pivot to my original, the last public comment, changing gears completely. And that is, we're going to have, and I don't have it in front of me, Maggie, so I'm just going to kind of remember what I've got in my head, which is that we're going to have the opportunity for all Nueces County employees who are on our health insurance to have health assessments. And remembering how we started today's meeting, I signed up, and I want to encourage all of you to sign up. in our busy world, we don't know the basics about ourselves sometimes. And this is an amazing new program. Let me emphasize new program that gets you basically the opportunity to visit with a healthcare professional at the highest level and to get some really amazing data about yourself that would normally take you to a lab or a doctor, and you can do it here on premise where you literally walk down from your office, make your appointment, and get this done. And so I no longer can have an excuse, and neither can you. So I'm hoping that you will take advantage of this new program that we're offering, because wellness is very important for our families, but it also has an economic impact to you as a taxpayer as well. So anyway, please make sure that you pay attention to that email. And
Judge, just for clarification, registration starts on Friday.
okay, and I'll just
February the
sign you up.
14th.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so we're going to move back out of public comment. I'm closing it at this time, and we're going to move into the consent agenda. And I would ask you right now to look for any items that need your consideration. They're going to run to be pulled out for additional information. They're items A through U as an umbrella, A through U. And are there any at this time that, forgive me, I didn't hear you.
P.
P as in Paul. I'm going to pull P. Any other ones?
C,
A C?
E,
Hold on one second. C and E,
and, you got P already, and U.
U.
Judge, item M.
M as in Mary? Okay. Anything else?
The rest are on there.
All right, let me get a motion for all those that were not excluded at this time to be approved on our consent agenda. And that was, and I'm just going to read them for the clerk, A, B, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, N, O, Q, R, S, T. Do I have a motion to approve? And a second, please.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. All right. In this case, let's take them in order. Letter C, please. There's an authorization of a payment of bills, and I guess we'll let Dale answer questions on this. Is that okay, Dale?
Fine, yes.
All right. Commissioner Gonzalez, please.
So what are the special motions we have in there? What, and how many do we have on there?
I would need to check my records too. My folder's empty, so I need to find it real quick. It would help if they had letter readings on our agenda, on our packet, but we don't, so give me a few minutes.
Okay, forgive me, in the interest of time, let me scoot to number E. We'll come right back to you, Dale, all right?
Special motions, okay.
Come right back to you.
E, I had E also.
Yes, and Timothy's going to come up and help answer this. And go ahead and give the background that this is a mandatory state mandate on counties to have cybersecurity training by June 1, 2020.
That is correct. That is correct, Judge. Good morning once again.
Good morning.
This is going to be through the Texas Associations of Counties. This is a state-mandated course from the last legislature, Texas Government Code 2054.5191. That's requiring any governmental entity employees at city, county, state level are required to take this per the legislature. However, how it's going to be administered is TAC's going to push that training via your emails to your email account. We are going to enroll with TAC. We already have an administrator with IT who will monitor and manage that administrative portion of it for TAC and to ensure that Nueces County is in compliance. So, long story short, anyone who has access to a government computer, where they have email or not, and it can get to the World Wide Web, they're going to have to be assigned an email address, unfortunately, and this training is going to have to be done. Right now, they have it annually. So we're waiting on TAC to see if it's going to be annual or semi-annually, but this training will be pushed to you through your email addresses, and IT will monitor that.
Okay, this is going to be mainly for the department heads, or what's?
This is for
Everybody.
department heads, elected officials, employees, anyone who uses a Nueces County computer.
It's literally everybody.
Everybody.
Everybody. And just so you know, this is step one of a two-step process that we are going to have to consider. This particular service is offered by TAC through our own TAC participation and membership. And then you're going to see another effort so that we can actually create policies, create monitoring. In other words, I want to help satisfy what the state wants us to do in short order, which is very short order. But I also actually care about cybersecurity training, and we actually have to create a system that's not just checking a box, okay, we did that for the state. We actually have to, in my opinion, actually engage in genuine cybersecurity training. And so for that reason, Tim's probably going to come back to you guys in short order to talk about what step two is. This is just step one, and this piece of it's free.
Yes, this is just in its infancy stages right now. This just gets us compliant with the state of Texas. And after that, then we start implementing our own policies and things of that under those security procedures. So,
And this is, an unfunded mandate that I actually agree with, but it is an unfunded mandate, and it will cost us dollars eventually, and we need to prepare for that, to do it right, and to have real meaning and longevity. You can't just make somebody watch a webinar and go, okay, we're all compliant, make you feel good. You actually have to create a cybersecurity. We live in a different world today, and so I'm glad that the state is catching up with that. I'm just sorry that it doesn't come with any dollars
I understand.
associated with it.
We are, however, in the infancy stages and the step two. We have been looking at other entities to come on board
And help us.
and help us as well. So that's still a moving target.
Right.
This will be in-house training, actually?
That is correct.
So, we have a motion? I've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion for Timothy? Excuse me, Lance wants to come in and say something.
Just to clarify, of course, the other effort for follow-up to be discussed later, but very, very soon we will be discussing the option of how to get everybody an email.
Correct.
And that does come with a price tag. I'm waiting on one more quote, and then I'll be ready to show y'all.
And do you think, in the interest of getting us all together at the same time, with TAC and with the other options we've been talking about, is that feasible for you to get that back to us by next court or not?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I was hoping to
Good.
have it today.
No, I understand. Just don't want to make sure we don't delay this.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll put it on the next court.
Thank you. Thank you, appreciate it. So I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Okay, let's go back to Dale. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that special motions for Commissioner Gonzalez.
There are 17 items on the agenda for special motions. Special motions require a distribution when either through a contract or through our capital outlay. Is there any particular one you would like a question on? There are 17 items on the list.
First of all, the vests, the tasers, are they in a special motion or is it separate? First of all,
What advances are you talking about?
the body cameras, or the tasers, and
We haven't brought those up for payment yet, so it's not considered a special motion yet until we award the contract and pay the contract.
because in the bottom it says, is that coming out of their budget?
Later on, towards the bottom of the consent agenda, you have that item for consideration on the body cameras and the tasers. And Michael has been told that the funding source will come out of our capital outlay numbers of our 2019 series.
Not out of the constable's budget?
No. Now, for the following years, when we get the cameras and the tasers they're going to be a continued annual cost for maintenance and repairs that we'll be putting that into the budget for the following years. But this initial cost will not go to the constables or the DAs at all. It'll all go to the capital outlay.
Okay, now the other ones I have, Dale, has to do with the coastal parks. I've got two of them here. They're, when I questioned it because I saw something came across my desk, it had about a $200,000 drawdown, And then I asked who was signing the request. Of course, nobody signs the request except the contractor. Does the contractor sign the request?
Contract should be signed, yes. And it
So
goes to
just
the
him?
department for consideration before it's submitted to our office for submission as a capital outlay. And that was provided to us by Scott Cross on February the 4th.
Nobody else, you know, I got jumped on, you know, thinking I had signed the contract.
Well, this is not the contract. This is payment of invoices on the contract.
Yeah,
He's
but
not the
payment-
signed contract.
Payment is a payment. If somebody can't approve it was paid, the work was done, you know, how can the contractor, I mean, I have here only the contractor signed, so,
That's not how it works, though.
you know, they know.
If you want me, I can
No.
explain it to you.
Well, I know how it works. I do a lot
No, I'm just
more
trying-
contracts than you do, Commissioner, but, you know, let me just, I think here, you know, again, and I look back on the backside of this invoice, or there's no invoices really, you know, and it says that there's 45,000 for truck trips, and I don't see any truck trips at all. You know, I don't see no invoices for deliveries. I don't see no invoices that were signed. Then I asked, I called Juan and said, Juan, what's going on? You're the engineer, like we called you on last time, and he said, I'm not signing because there was something wrong with it, and I didn't want to sign it, and I didn't, you know, so now I guess they're bypassing him, you know, so whatever reason. So, you know, again, I think the point here, again, Judge, I think we just need to go back and set policy, how this thing's supposed to be processed. You know, because, again, if Scott Cross is signing something approving, a lot of money going through, you know, and if it's approving it, why is not everything attached to that? You know, I mean, you're showing me you spend 45,000 for truck trips, but where's the invoices? Where's, talk about 300, almost 300 invoices that should be in there. But, you know, then you got another one. And then look at the contract, you know, and I went back to look at the contract. You know, and it says that, that the monitor, and this other Scott Mears, it's only a project manager, he's only a project monitor. He don't sign anything, you know, and then you got, if the contractor, he's a monitor, he don't sign anything, the other contractor is signing, then why is he signing his own drawdowns? You know, and I mean, who's approving it? I mean, you know, other than Scott? You know, that's what it is. I mean, when we approve a drawdown, it goes all the way around. It goes, you know, I approve it, Public Works approves it, and then, I guess, you know, the judge has the final say-so on it, but, you know, again, we know we're not following the rules like I was told to, you know, thought that I wasn't following the rules way back when they were wrong, because the judge had signed the contract. But, you know, I don't understand these invoices. I really don't, you know, on the signatures, and it's got different signatures here, so I don't know whose signatures they are. I know one of them says Scott Cross, Director, that one says Scott Cross, but they're, you know, different signatures, but, I just wanna make sure that what we're paying for, Dale, is coming through, you know, and there should be invoices attached. When somebody says, and the contractor says, we don't have to do that, well, yes, you do have to do that. You know, I mean, why not? Why are you different? I mean, why don't you have to have invoices? If you got 300 trucks that come to you and deliver the sand, somebody's got to sign for those things. And somebody has to approve it that you delivered the sand. I mean, very simple, you know, but I don't see those. And so I just question that. I mean, I think we just need some kind of policy here that you know, how is this going to work in the future? Because every time we got Public Works in the middle, and they pull them out, and when you want them, you pull them in. When you don't want them, you pull them out. You know, and it shouldn't be that way. The Public Works should be the last one that approves things. He's the engineer. He's got a monitor site there person all the time. I'm sorry, Commissioner, do you want to say something? But
No, I agree we should have bills, and I'm just wondering if we have a policy.
We do, and we have a
what
process
happened?
in place, and I was waiting for him to
No, not
finish, and
policy.
then,
You gotta-
no, we have a process in place that these County Public Works Director was in the meeting and agreed to. So if you're finished, I will explain to you the reality of the information you have.
I'm not finished yet.
Okay, go ahead and finish, and then I'll explain to you exactly how this went, because, again, you have, most of the information you've articulated is incorrect.
I don't know, maybe my question to the county attorney also is this, you know, is this the way it's supposed to be? I mean, where a contractor signs his own?
It's not what's happened, but I'll be happy to.
I got it right here, it's on the
But
signature.
when you're finished, I'll be able to answer you how this really
I'm
goes.
I'm only going what's in writing, man, and you know, you gotta go by that. I mean,
Okay, what I want to do is give Dale an opportunity, since he's the auditor and he does pay the bills and he has compliance and he has cross-checks for the invoices. And if you need more time to, obviously, you didn't know what the question was, so I don't know what you have in front of you that could answer Commissioner Gonzalez's question.
Well, we have
But if you have any.
provided as part of the agenda item, which was the final page of your item, which was submitted to us by Scott Cross, the Director of Coastal Parks, with a estimate of partial payments, where they get the values from, and how they are to break out the balances. Now, it's up to them to provide us information to verify the balances are right. We make sure that it's part of we're contracted amounts, but we're relying on the department heads, as we do other departments, to provide us information on any cost of any value. So we're relying on the department heads' verification that these expenses actually happen and we're allowable for payment. So that's where we receive the information from the department head, and we're taking the action we're taking.
Okay, that helps a little bit.
May I speak now, Judge?
Yes.
So basically, the process is exactly what Dale articulated, which is the process we are following. We had a meeting when we started this project, which included the Director of Public Works, and Scott Cross is here too, and he can come talk to some of this. And the agreement was made with the Public Works Director signing off because we had hired and spent money on a project manager who has a great deal of construction management experience, that he would be the person who would be checking and double checking to make sure that the contractor's submissions were correct. He has been hired to represent the county's interests and to make sure that all of those things are done correctly and properly. That is what we pay him to do. Public Works has always said to us, they are too overloaded. They can't be involved in every project to the nth degree. We are in the process of, in fact, quite frankly, going through a lot of that with all these CIP projects. We're going to look at different engineers for project management, construction management people, because Public Works has been in the past too overloaded to be involved in every project. So we, with the Public Works Director in the meeting, agreed, Dale was at the meeting, he can verify this, we all agreed that the best process on this was that all the invoices would go from the contractor to the construction project manager we've hired to do that job, and Scott Cross would double and triple check that, and then I would look at invoices and bills, and Dale would also look at those invoices and bills, and believe me, I hear from ID all the time on this stuff, and to my knowledge, and Dale can again correct if wrong, there has been no issue. I'm sure there's been a blip here and there, but the project is on time, it is on budget, and it has been done correctly. To make the analogy that this is anywhere connected to you signing a contract, I don't even understand what that means, because I'm not, I didn't sign a contract, I didn't sign any of these things. I didn't do the things that you did on that deal, but since you brought it up, I've got to at least say that this has nothing to do with that. So the project manager was hired specifically to do the job in which he is doing. Juan's job in this particular project, by unique circumstances, he is the engineer on the project, not the county engineer in this particular project, because he had to bail us out on some engineering problems that we had on that you may remember, that we're fixing to send a demand letter to go back after an engineer that did something. So Juan is the engineer on the project, and we have taken the responsibility, not taken in the bad sense, not because anything about anything wrong. We paid a person to do what the person is doing, and the person is doing what the person is supposed to be doing. And the Public Works Director was in on that meeting, the auditor, the coastal parks, we were all there at that meeting. So I don't know what the problem is. Now, Scott, if you want to talk about the fill, we verified that fill was there, and the project manager verified it. He approved the payment of that, and that was the common practice. And I believe it was something on an invoice. I can't remember what that was, but the fill guys had a certain way of doing business on that, and I can't remember. But anyway, at the end of the day, the construction manager verified that the fill had been delivered. approve the payment to be made to the person who is and he's not the contractor, he's a sub. He's Island Construction, I believe is who it was. He provides the fill. So the contractor gets the fill from a subcontractor. Contractor then requests payment to pay the subcontractor. The fill was delivered. The fill was verified that it was delivered. Thus, we made a payment on the fill. If we didn't, they would have filed a lien on the project for not paying the fill. So again, I don't know. Other than that, I was just trying to explain to you about exactly how it happened, because those are valid questions, and I want to make sure it's very transparent and open and honest, and that's how this process has gone.
Okay, yep. You finished, Commissioner?
For now, sure.
I'd like to ask Ross to come up.
Sure.
Scott. You know, and you're right, you know, the word brings in the field, somebody approves it, somebody signs it. But when somebody signs it, Scott, when somebody brings a field, it's a truck ticket, right? There's gotta be a truck ticket.
Yeah.
No, so how do you know?
There were no, because Ryan, that works for Juan in Public Works, is out there every day. Now, he may not be out there all day, every day. He is counting trucks that are coming in.
Okay,
The contractor is.
Hold on. You know, I wouldn't count on Ryan to monitor it all day long. He's not there all day long. When they, you know,
Okay, well-
hold on, the double check here, Scott, and we got in trouble before, so I don't wanna go that road again. Double check here, is somebody that's supposed to be monitoring or counting the trucks, we're supposed to have a backup invoice anyway. I mean, how do you know they delivered 20 trucks if they don't have 20 invoices? Because what if he missed 2 trucks? What if he wasn't out there for 3 hours? You know, so how do we know how many actually truck went out there?
Well, when you get everything compacted in place, you got to have the amount of quantities that they're spec'd out to get to that level.
And I'm glad you said that, because Juan, I want to come up here.
So,
Do you want to ask him more questions?
I want to ask a question to Juan. Now, when I asked you about the compact and how many trucks, and you couldn't tell me how many trucks actually there were, because, you know, and you all went and checked the compact, it was off.
Yes, sir. We had our own personal servers go out there, or our county servers, to go out there and check the elevations of the site. And the site, based on the reports that were sent out, it showed that all the fill had been delivered. We went out there and the elevations weren't matching to what's on the plans and the specifications.
Have you seen any invoices on the trucks?
No, sir.
And you're not going through it all because you didn't want to be part of it, or what?
What part, Commissioner? I'm sorry.
Why wouldn't you, how come not coming to you at the end of the day?
I'm not sure, Commissioner. I know that on the pay request, I mean, I'm not signing them. I was told that I wasn't going to sign them, and I said that's fine. I mean, you know, not that's fine, but it's.
Well, that was you were at the meeting when we had this discussion in the auditor's office, and you didn't object to anything.
Yes, sir, but at the end of the day.
On the payment invoices.
Yes, sir, but at the end of the day, if you see the pay request, it does have the engineer's signature, the county engineer or the engineer is supposed to sign off on it.
On every pay invoice?
Because we recommend that to court. It has to get recommended to court.
You didn't recommend that when we were in that meeting, and we all had this meeting, and the auditor was there, Coastal Parks was there, and we said Mears and Cross were gonna, wait.
I'm talking to you about.
Oh, no, but I
Hey,
am.
guys, let's create some decorum. Give me a second here. I want to make sure that, are you finished, Juan? Okay,
Okay, my question is, I know, one, that you're not signing anything because, you know, you were at the meeting, but there was something, probably a problem there that you didn't want to sign.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Back in December, like I mentioned, Commissioner, we went out there and we did a survey, and the site wasn't too great. And based on the reports that we were getting from the project manager, it showed that the site, all the field had come into place. We did have a change order for $45,000 for 450 yards of material. And our goal, or as an engineer, I just want to make sure that the county's getting what they're paying for.
And then the project manager went out and verified that it was there.
Yes, sir, that's.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, I'm not sure what Scott, I don't oversee Scott Mears, so I'm not real sure. I just know that we have our inspector out there, Public Works inspector out there.
well, actually, that's incorrect. The project manager oversees every project, and we, Nueces County, oversee project managers. But having said that, I really don't know what's going on here, but there's a lot of things that are undercurrent that I'm already unhappy with.
Yeah, let's have.
Excuse me one second. I haven't heard about any of this, and I've been on email every day, all day, and I've always asked, is our project on time and on budget? And I'm looking at the weekly reports that come in, and nobody has come to me or to my office to tell me that we had a problem with the bill. I want to hear clearly we must have an issue, and I'm going to actually, highly suggest that our office, you, Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Gonzalez, we can't all be there together, but we can figure out how to get him back the information that we meet. But what's before us today at consent agenda is the authorization of a payment of bill that the project manager says, to which the department head confirms that needs to get paid. And what I don't want to happen is for whatever's going on here to affect the payment of a bill for which the project manager and the department head say needs to be paid. If there are other issues here about how we created process today or in the future, I want to hear about that. But I don't know how we've turned in a payment of bill to this complete dialogue in the public. Not appropriate at all. This is a payment authorization of a bill, and I want to hear from you afterwards as to how we got to this point, because I don't want to see two commissioners arguing about something where there's absolutely not one piece of evidence in front of me. I have no way of controlling this meeting. So without anything except for what I know, if there's a problem, usually my office hears about it. I didn't hear about any problem with this bill, and so forgive me for being a little bit uneasy about the road that we're leading on. But I'm happy to entertain this meeting to figure out what's going on with these bills. But right now, if you feel like there is a problem, it should have been raised before. I don't want to have a lien against us for the non-payment of this bill that our project manager who represents us says is not a problem.
Judge, I would move that we move, I would move that we move forward on this, and I will be happy to put this back on the agenda because there's a lot of things that we can have a discussion with if we need to do. But I agree, this is about paying a bill. The bill has been submitted to the auditor in the process in which we always submit the bill. The project manager has signed off on it, the department head has signed off on it. And so I would move that we would do this, and then we can talk about this all we want on another agenda item so that we have some backup to what Commissioner Gonzalez is talking about.
And Scott, if you join me up here, unless I hear from either Juan or Scott, there is a reason to believe that this bill should not be paid because we did not take, and if you don't know, that's not the same as you have reason to know that we shouldn't pay the bill. That's different.
Commissioners, I haven't seen this bill.
You haven't seen what?
I haven't seen this bill.
You haven't seen this
I
bill?
haven't seen this pay request number 2.
Okay, and so,
Just for the record.
right, that's what I want to hear. And Scott, you're here to tell this court that this bill should be paid because we did receive, to the best of your knowledge, this information.
Correct. Everything on that pay app has been verified to be done, in place, or percent work complete in the field. So
By the project manager
by Scott Mears, the project manager,
and by the contractor.
by the contractor, and by my maintenance supervisor that works for Coastal Park,
What's his name?
Mike Stone.
Mike Stone.
Okay.
And then Kyle, who represents us, Nueces
Ryan.
County, who is our inspector out in the field.
Ryan.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to say Kyle. Ryan, who's our inspector out in the field. Is he saying that we didn't receive
No.
what we had?
No,
Okay, so nobody's saying that.
He's there every day. Let me clarify one thing. Scott Mears does construction project management. It was Public Works' idea to take inspections out of that, and they would do inspections on their side. Public Works would. Ryan is out there at Juan's directive, doing whatever Juan directs him to do to monitor what's going on. What he reports back, I don't have any idea if he's doing any kind of reports. I haven't seen those. I know Rita, I think, in your office does a report.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that based on all the checks and balances we have out there, everything that is in place or been asked to be paid for is in place.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, Judge,
Yeah, come and tell me.
just for the record, Ryan hasn't seen pay request number 2.
Okay, can you give me just a little more detail? Because when you say like that, help me connect the dots. What is pay request number 2?
The one you're gonna pay, the one that's for, I think there's a pay request number 2, right, on the item number
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, because we're gonna move on.
I don't know why he was.
237?
Here's what I want to do. I want to have a motion that it should be paid by the auditor if the auditor receives the information from Ryan that it satisfies all of the criteria that the contractor, project manager, and department head and supervisor. In other words, let's get Ryan
Judge,
that checks and balance and
Judge,
give
if
the
we do
authority.
that's the whole point of, we're trying to streamline to where we've got like 4 or 5 sets of eyes on it. If we have to wait for another, I mean, I don't know how
Well, I hope it's
Ryan's
just
qualified to
a
look at
moment
the
like
app.
that. If Ryan were here, I'd show it to him. I just want to give I want to get the bill paid pending Ryan's eyes. And that way, if there's a problem, it'll come right back, but the court has already approved it.
Judge, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Something that really sparked my attention was these trucks being counted. I don't get that either. I do not understand why you would count a truck and not get some kind of bill of lading or something on what was on that truck and signed, and that's how you pay it. We got into trouble before because of materials for this very reason, because we were too lazy to check what we got. And to me, this is a big flag, and if we don't have a process, we need to make one. Because I think that is a big no-no to say, hey, I had 20 trucks. No, we don't sit there and count the trucks. We have to have documentation. This is taxpayer money.
And we're not saying we don't. We're confused by I'm confused by the question, because this isn't what this was today. What he's talking about isn't even, I don't even think is it even part of this pay app?
Pay app number 1.
We paid this a long time ago, so I'm not even sure what we're talking about today. This is pay app number 2. We can go back and find out what on that, because like the judge said, I didn't know this question was coming, because we're talking about something that's already been done 3 months ago. So we'll go back and look at it and see, but this pay app is completely legit, and yet there's nothing wrong with it. It's been verified by the auditor, by the coastal parks, by the project manager, and we made a decision back when to not have Public Works have to approve every pay app, because I don't know how we have to have 6 sets of eyes on stuff. But, you know, if Juan's now changing his opinion and wants to be involved in every pay app, then he needs to be involved in every pay app on every project that we're fixing to do for the next $40 million worth of projects. That's not efficient. We hire project managers to take the load off of Public Works so that Public Works can do what Public Works does. So this pay app is okay. What he's talking about isn't even part of this pay app. So we'll go back and research it. But
I have a question for
part
Dale.
of it.
Hold on, I have a question for Dale. When, sometimes things take time, and by the time it gets to my office, it could be 2 weeks. Dale, when we approve this particular one today, what kind of a time frame am I working with here if I asked this payment to be
We can delay payment on that one item as long as you wish.
okay, so what
Very long.
right, so in other words, if we authorize pending you getting the compliance from our office, okay, then you can issue payment.
Without instruction otherwise, if everything was done and everything was approved, the payments would go out Friday.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time, because what I'd like to do is call everybody to my office this afternoon and figure out why in the ordinary course of business payment took this court 25 minutes with some insinuation that we're not doing something right. If we can improve a process, let's do it. But I have to tell you, it seems like there's a lot more than that going on, and we need to solve this problem, because this project is an important project. And if we're having this trouble on this issue, chances are this isn't going to stop. So let's make sure everybody understands, because project management is a valuable tool. And in fact, it's the tool this court authorized all the work that we're about to entertain with our 10 roads and our ADA and all of the work that we're doing. And if that is going to be not adhered to, then there's really no reason to project manage. And of course, that would be a terrible thing, because you're not supposed to be looking at every bill. You're supposed to be putting a process in so that if I asked you a question like, can you get me the backup documentation, you should say, probably in an hour. I can get it to you just like that. And if we're missing that, let's get it. But we do have a good process, and that process is called project management. And if there's a gap there, I want to fix it. And that's all that I think is being said here. But for this pending bill, it has nothing to do with material received. I want to make sure if that's correct.
Correct, for this pending bill.
And so this pending bill, you can assure this court that we've received the work or services or product.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's either on hand, stored in place, in the ground, put together, or labor has percent complete to what's being asked for.
okay, all right.
I just want to point out one point of clarification just for coastal parks benefits. In the years past, the precedence has been that this is how we operated. We would have an engineer do the plans. We didn't work through Public Works. Now, I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't. I'm just letting y'all know. And so what we would do, we'd go out and get engineering plans and specs. We'd either have the engineer do the construction project management as far as their contract, or either we'd hire a third party. We had Gary Camp a while back when he was doing it. He would sign off on those pay apps. And so that's the way we operated for years and years and years until before Judge Neal left. He asked me to bring it in to Juan. You brought up the same question when we were doing the park office, bring it in. And so it's kind of uncharted territory for us because before we were kind of isolated doing our own thing.
Well, we're going to get it all straightened out. And again, what's really important is that we not use authorization for work or product that has, not been in question to somehow stigmatize something else. And that's what I'm trying to figure out here. And so I'd like to hear a motion that we approve this bill. Having said that, I still have the final, I still have to sign off on it. So, you can make your motion pending confirmation, pending
Judge, I would make a
anything like
motion to
that.
pass this bill. This has nothing to do with the stuff that Commissioner Gonzalez is concerned about, and we'll go back and do the research on what he's talking about, but this has nothing to do with this deal, so I would move that we just move this forward, and if you find something, then if you see something between now and Friday, then I leave it to your discretion. You've been involved in this process from the get-go, and I'm as surprised by this as you are, so,
Okay, a motion and a second, and all those in favor of paying the special motions bills, which is item number C on our consent agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, same sign.
No.
Okay. 2.
But, yeah, I don't think the record reflect that the votes would have proposed a lien if they would have passed, so.
Okay, item number M. M is the procurement of CDBG MIT allocation, authorizing the purchasing agent to publish a notice and adopt an order delegating evaluation authority to a selection committee. This is for grant management services. And Michael, the only thing that's a little odd here is that grants is going to have a motion. It has an agenda item that's kind of in a way similar and related, but go ahead, and if there's more questions, we can always bring Maria.
Okay, this is.
Actually, my question is from Maria.
Oh, it is? Okay, do you mind, Michael, if I bring Maria up?
No problem,
Sorry.
Mike.
Sorry.
So, I was reading it, and I appreciate Maria explaining to me, this is the MIT mitigation, because the other one's the DR.
DR.
And so that's where my first confusion was, seeing the two items
Yeah.
on the agenda later, the other ones later into the agenda. But I wanted to ask, so this is doing grant administration, which obviously you all do, but it's also asking for project management, which is not really something I guess you all can do, but it's not really in your scope of work? Or
It is
Okay.
currently. This is just a bigger pot of money, so we have the potential to apply for $700 million or more with this particular grant opportunity. This is CDBG MIT, so we're calling it mitigation. So it's going to take a lot more in-depth work, and since we already are working on the DR project, and we'll kind of explain where that grant administration services happen later, so this is on a very on a bigger scope. So we will need some assistance. They will help us actually develop the scope of the project, assist us with the grant application, all the way through construction management and grant closeout. And that's what we do already. But again, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, not just millions of dollars. So we will need the assistance in our office.
It's temporary assistance. It's not something that you're going to come back and say, well, we need more staff because we can't handle it. I mean, this is more kind of
No. So what's great about some of these grant projects, like I explained, is just we're able to write it into the grant. So there is going to be no out-of-pocket cost for the county for this grant administration service. We're going to write it into the grant. It kind of gives them, as Judge calls, skin in the game. So they're going to help us develop the best projects so we can get funded because their contract will be contingent upon award. Again, this is just to manage these dollars. It won't be to help us with any other projects other than mitigation projects.
So you're very much still a part of the process, and it's just the extra help you're going to need because of the scope of the work.
Yes. So, and the bulk of it is just the project development, the help with the grant applications. Ultimately, everything still works the same. The grant applications will come to Commissioners Court for approval. When we do drawdowns, they still come through our office. We're the ones that process them. So we will be overseeing this grant administrator.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Maria? Okay, I've got a motion, sort of heard a motion, okay, and then a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Rest of them are ayes too, right? Opposed, same sign. All right, and then that takes care of the letter M, and then we've got two more left here. The next letter is P, and I believe that was Commissioner Vaughn.
Mine. I have a quick question.
Sure.
I know that this was to evaluate the professional jobs and what they get compensated. My question is on page 3, I believe it is. Subscription to Corn Ferry pay. What is this? I don't understand this, and what we would need the subscription for. How much is it? Because it goes into the year 2021. I thought they were going to evaluate and bring us a report. Judge, do you know? Anybody know?
Julie's gonna,
Yes, they are going to evaluate the jobs that we'll let them know which ones. And then there's a subscription to see their database of other jobs. So that way we can continue to compare jobs for up to a year.
What's that going to cost?
That's part of the contract, and I believe that was $10,000. The subscription fee is $10,296. But that's part of the package. And so that allows us to look at other jobs for up to a year and compare some of our other.
What they're being paid for a year.
I'm sorry?
What it's going to do is we're just going to be able to look at other places and what they pay?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, I'm done.
You said 10,000, but when I read here, it says the professional fees for the services, 33,945. That, then it says 10,000 for, I guess, for everything you add in is 10,000. You add in something else for 10,000 that, including ghost service level, whatever that is. Then you got another charge here for 5,309 for a total of 49,550. And then you said in the bottom, it says invoice not objected to in writing within 30 days. But in the bottom it says that also we're to pay out-of-pocket expenses, including consultants, travel, accommodations and meals, courier, shipping, reproduction, video conferences on a monthly basis. So that's over $100,000, I think, right?
No, sir. It came in under the $50,000.
Yeah.
Definitely so. The $10,000.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Because you already got 49,555 here.
Correct.
Okay, so everything in the bottom, the travel and everything is going to be under 50,000?
Down here, it does say Corn Ferry does not expect to incur additional out-of-pocket expenses,
No, but it
travel
says-
time, and
but-
cost.
But on top of that, it says it's going to, including,
he's asking whether the 49, if you add up all those small ones, does it come in under 49?
Yes, it does.
And it does. She's saying that the travel was oh my goodness, the travel was considered a part of the total that made up the 49.
so everything is in the bottom here, then it's part of the 49,500?
Correct.
Okay. So really, we're looking at 49,500 the bottom line, right?
That's correct.
I think where the confusion is, it says they'll invoice direct out-of-pocket expenses, et cetera, but it's actually included in the above.
Right, right. And I did have the county attorney's office look at this contract, of course, and so did purchasing. So,
It's always the fine print.
Yeah, let me just make a quick comment about Corn Ferry. It's been 26 years since this county is engaged in understanding its compensation study and organizational structure, and yet every May or June or July and August and September, when we discuss our budget and all the offices that we control here, it seems to be that everybody says the same song and dance. We don't get paid enough. We don't measure up to other counties. We don't even measure up to our neighbors. So you don't even have to go that far to look at the top urban counties or the top 25. And if you really want to understand why they make a good case, you have to actually get third-party eyes. I feel like I know what they're going to say, but somehow them saying it, I think, will create the validity that we really need. And so Corn Ferry, you can Google them. They're in a national company. They have an incredible set of resources, and they're going to. And I don't know how you feel about the subscription. That's just kind of something that they really recommend as part and parcel of really following it up. So that I'll give you a great example. Coronavirus is on everybody's mind right now around the world. And so if you had a situation where you were thinking about needing a medical director, for instance, 5 years ago, or maybe even 5 months ago, or maybe 5 days ago, you wouldn't have thought that that was the most important person who would be sought after. But because some world event changed, it turns out that someone with an infectious disease background now might shoot up, right? That's kind of an anecdotal example, but I didn't know how to really think about that subscription either. But I think what it does is it gives you a halo, if you will, of making sure that you're still competitive after you make changes. And so it gives you one more budget cycle to really say, okay, I got my money's worth. So you get their study, and then you get to keep on getting their info 1 year later.
Right.
Is that the best way to describe it? And we could opt not to do that, but they don't recommend that, and they don't think that that's the best practice. So that's why it was included.
And Judge, I'm not objecting.
Yeah, no,
I think we have to do it, but I always want to know exactly
Oh,
what the
yeah,
costs
no.
are.
I'm not either objecting it either, but I mean, it wasn't clear to me what we were paying, actually we're paying for.
Judge and Commissioners, yes, the amount is 49.5, but just in case it goes above 50,000, you would have had to bid it out. They're using a intellectual property and tools to give you the analysis in that report. So basically, that makes them a sole source, and that's why the purchasing agent did provide you a sole source letter, which would be an exemption to the bidding process.
But I do want to point out that Julie received over 10 different proposals, and we actually put a committee together and actually went over them. So I don't want you to think that we didn't figure out who was the best suited to do this particular work, because we did. Michael, do you have something to add?
The only thing I want to add is that the way the item is listed, first y'all will need to approve the selection of Corn Ferry, and then the second part will be to approve the agreement.
Oh, okay. So it's two motions. Okay, motion for the first to select, and a second?
Second.
And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And then and then, so I've got another motion now to, thank you, approve the agreement as provided, and then I'll just need a second.
Second.
And then all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and now we have letter U. I'm so sorry, U, and this is pertaining to the 88 courthouse, and probably Tyner, you might want to be on standby, because I think you have a lot of knowledge here, but then you're welcome to call up whoever else. Who would like to ask a question?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez.
It says here, the Mako Construction Company, that's the low bidder for now, or what? Was that the low bidder?
Tyner?
That's correct.
Sorry, Michael?
Yes, Mako was the low bidder on this, and the court awarded them on January 22nd.
Was awarded already?
Yeah, you've already awarded.
So.
We're just executing the contract at this
What is
point.
the amount what do we have to do to? clear-
It's the alternate base bid was what was awarded, the 223,347.
223,000?
347.
And what this does, our handicap parking
Yes.
and the levels of the parking lots are not ADA compliant. And
As far as the slope is concerned.
Bathrooms aren't either, so.
and we've known for a long time that the Fallen Heroes Memorial has not passed ADA inspection because of the parking. And so every year TDLR sends me, I report to TDLR every year that for an extension because we need to get the accessible parking fixed everywhere, actually. There's too much cross slope over here at
Right,
our major.
and that's part of our initiative this year. And
Yes.
so this is getting us actually going. We're moving from, we have the funding source. Now we just need to do the work, and this is the work.
Right.
And Juan also
And on this project,
approved this.
different from the other one, it's here at the courthouse. It's something that comes straight through the Public Works Department oversight, is my understanding.
And how, and
Well, actually, yes, that's correct. But there'll also be a project manager on this one as well. There'll be a project manager on every CIP project, period. Otherwise, we would have to hire 5 more engineers.
and I think that's, and it brings up, it's a good segue in from what, for the last discussion. We've got to define these roles clearly so that everybody knows what their roles are. But these project managers, whoever does it, an engineer, project manager, I don't care, they're so invaluable and they will take load off if done right. If this court wants it to, if the court doesn't want to, and they want every bill to go through Public Works and every project to be overseen by Public Works, then okay, I don't know how we do it, but was my next question was, is there a project manager on this? And if there is, then that's great. And then we can clearly define what we want the role of the project manager to be.
Gotta have the backup documents.
Okay, so do I have a motion then? This is the execution of the agreement. We've already approved everything else.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. We've already done items 4A, 1, and 2, and now I'll ask for a little forgiveness for our friends from Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, who now are so happy they are at Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries and not at Commissioners Court every Tuesday. Thank you, Director Ray Allen, Dr. Kirsten Stanzel. Come on up and tell us about the benefit of the Pollinator Garden Project, and it's kind of our little jewel over there at Padre Bayou Park, and Scott Cross can also give information. But this really wonderful because it's money.
Take a minute and just let Scott describe the project.
Sounds good. Okay, talk to us about the project, and then
I got a happy story for you now.
that's great. We like those.
So, this all kind of got started when we actually really started toying around with Packard Channel Nature Park. Commissioner Gonzalez, and I know you were there when we did we very first started. I don't know how many of y'all visited Packard Channel Nature Park. Anyhow, we originally started with that project with about a $48,000 grant that we got from them, and we doubled it by internalizing the construction within coastal parks. And so then we got a CAP grant. And so what we were doing the CAP to create the neotropical migratory bird habitat, those birds that travel north and south, across the Americas and in South America. One of the things we keyed in on is that we had all this opportunity where we're creating this habitat for migratory birds, but then we weren't doing anything for the pollinators, the butterflies, the hummingbirds, things of that nature. And everybody knows, pollinator habitat is very threatened all across the United States, or the world for that matter. And so we kind of got toying around with that, and we were just experimenting with it, and then we came up with a good way after 2 or 3 years of getting seed, harvesting seed, planting seed and stuff, to where we finally had something solid that we could take a project to Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program to replicate what we learned and what we failed on over at Padre Bayou Park, and to kind of still continue to expand that pollinator habitat. And so we're really excited about it because it's something that not a lot of people are doing. I know that the botanical gardens are real big into pollinator habitat. I know it's becoming something that's growing. A lot of people are doing. It's easy to do, other than creating your public access. We have learned so much. When we first got our seeds from Native American seed facility here in Texas and the Lady Bird Johnson wildfire facility up there in Kerrville, we found that after we got these seeds established, those that became indigenized, those that kind of grew up here and are here for a while, harvesting those seeds, we have better reproductive rate than if we just buy seed in bulk from somewhere else. And so, and another really neat thing that we figured out that's critical, you'll see a lot of people, they'll go buy a pack of wildflower seeds and they'll throw them out in January or maybe over the winter. You need to put your wildflower seeds out in September. We have figured that out with our climate down here. We figured out what seeds germinate on depending on the ground temperature. Put them out in September if you want a good spring showing. And so, anyhow, so that's kind of what we've done, and it's good.
Thank you. And Ray, in order to make all this happen, you have a special presentation.
Well, certainly I brought a check with me. You know, our contractual relationship with the county on this project has been very good. I have my staff with me, Dr. Kirsten Stanzel and Catherine Tunnell, you know, and our project manager who actually talk about project managers who actually ran this for us couldn't be here today. But we really like working with Nueces County, whether that's coastal parks or even the inland parks that we've done some projects, and even things that aren't really our projects we get to help with. I know we worked with Commissioner Vaughn recently. So there's just a lot of good opportunities here. The relationship between Nueces County and the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries program is very strong, and we're very committed to continuing that relationship, even though Commissioner Chesney sucked us into a deal out of Redhead Pond.
Thank you.
And there's a cleanup coming up out there, which is really why I'm mentioning it. But, you know, so we've done a lot of good things together, and that's what we're all about at the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries. Judge, we're very pleased that you serve on our board of directors, and we look forward to continuing that. And now I have a check for someone in room 501. What room is that?
That's probably Gail.
That's not your room, Judge.
Well, we're grateful for the check, and the truth is that we ought to be doing as much more for you, and that's our goal in this next legislative session. We came up a little short. You know, we get to have priorities around here, and our environment and the work that Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries does for Nueces County, and quite frankly, for Aransas County and San Patricio County and Clayburgh County and Refugio County. All of our bays and estuaries are healthier today because of you and all of your staff. And so it was a very proud moment for us when we made that adjustment in our local budget, but it'll be a better day when we get our state to recognize that value. And we're working on that together. So this is kind of a strange moment, and I'm sorry it took 3 hours to have you give us money. That should have put you at the front of the list. But just so you know, we are equal and uniform around here. We make everybody wait. We're like a great doctor. Everyone has just to wait their turn. But would you forgive us for making you wait to give us money? But honestly, we're grateful for the collaboration, and we hope we can do many, many more. So thanks, Ray. And I bet Dale will take that money from you.
I bet he will.
I bet he'll take that money.
You know, I was actually sitting here earlier through the whole
Yeah.
session. I was inspired by the young people.
Well, you know
I
what?
work with so many people, there's so much conflict. To see the enthusiasm early,
Yeah.
I know I'm taking an extra
No,
time here, but
it's
I was
important.
so excited to see that this morning.
Plus, you know what? The truth is that the electeds, we do try to make some, I don't know, we try to figure out how to get the city where they need to be, but the truth is we're all important, right? We're all important. And I think it's good for us to come out of our box and come see what the other political jurisdictions do, what they argue about, what they agree about, what they're pondering, and it's healthy for us. And I just want to say thanks for sitting here and really being a part of our community today.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks. Thanks so much. Okay, moving on. We've got another presentation from Melissa Sweeting, and she's with, it was presentation only, right? Oh, Ray, would you like a picture for, y'all have a pretty darn good Facebook, and, okay, that'd be great. We'll, if y'all will stand, you want him to come up? Sure, let's do that. No, that's right,
Ray, come up here. Come up here, Ray.
Catherine, you want to come up?
Yeah, come around. Not too many.
Okay, thanks, guys. Come right here,
Where do you want me?
Scott.
In the middle?
Come right here in the middle. I'm
Let
gonna
me
come
be
in
right.
front of Scott. Morning, morning.
I'll put Ray in the middle.
Where's the check? I want the check.
I don't have the check anymore. Gonna need a little photo booth on this.
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
Thank you.
That's great. We could, thanks, Kirsten. Bye, Scott. Thanks so much. Will we turn the fan off for noise factor? We can turn it back on. Okay, so now, Melissa, we have a presentation from the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. And there's also an action item here. We're going to be approving, thank you, we're going to approve the 2019-2020 contract.
Thank y'all so much.
And also, thank you for your patience.
Oh, I have lots of that. I run a nonprofit.
Mhm.
I had to type my notes today because I'm afraid I'll talk for 45 minutes. But my name is Melissa Sweeting, and I am the current Executive Director for the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse Coastal Bend. And I wanted to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity today to come up here and talk to you. I love talking about what we do. And I wanted to thank you, Judge Canales, for creating the opioid task force that I'm so proud to be part of. It's a huge problem in our community. I've given you guys folders today that just has some of our information in it because I do talk a lot. Excuse me, I don't know why I'm so nervous to talk to y'all today. The Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse is a local nonprofit. We have been providing services for over 60 years now. We started in 1957. We do provide a full continuum of care in outpatient substance abuse treatment, substance abuse recovery, education and prevention in schools, and intervention for pregnant and postpartum women and dads. We never ever turn anybody away for their inability to pay. The council's proven to be a unique nonprofit in Nueces County because it touches the lives of people of all ages and all backgrounds. Our Project Link program provides help. We provide parenting classes to pregnant women. We provide classes to pregnant women who are not only addicted to opioids, but who may not have the parenting skills to be the best parent they can be. We also include classes for dads. We have a dad and infant class. We have dad and toddler classes. We have a mommy class that works on how to bond with your child. We even have a class on how to play with your child. It's unfortunate that we need that, but we really do. We also have a car seat program where we provide a free car seat to anybody who needs one. We will not only give you a car seat, we make you take a class because it's just as important to learn how to buckle and the importance of restraining them while in a moving vehicle. We educate children in elementary, middle school, and high school. We've had a really great partnership with CCISD for about 18 years now. And we go in and we educate elementary school and middle school kids on not just drug abuse and why drugs are bad, but we teach them life skills. We teach them how to say no. We teach them how to deal with peer pressure when their friends are using, when their parents are using. We also go into high schools. We work with high school kids who most times don't want to hear what we say. We also have another program that we work with local high schools where the schools identify the top 20 to 25 kids who are at risk for drug behavior such as high truancy rates or just issues in the classroom. And then we have programs where we work with them in a very small group setting where we teach them life skills as well, how to say no, how to deal with the rampant drug use in their own lives. We recently, in the last couple of years, wrote for a grant and received it on recovery services. So we have treatment where we help people get clean, but then we don't stop there. We call it beyond treatment, we help them stay clean. So for our youth treatment is based off-site. It's not where we have our adults. And they go through treatment, but as soon as they start treatment, we link them up with a peer coach. And a peer coach is somebody who has had a substance abuse problem, who has overcome it, and now who is employed by us to help them with their recovery. So while they're receiving treatment, they're also receiving recovery support services. They're receiving the necessary tools to use when they do complete substance abuse. They can learn to stay clean as well. We really struggled with this program when we first started. We had maybe 3 kids, and most of those kids were only there because the judge really, really wanted them to attend. Now we have so many kids, we have leased a 15-passenger van because we transport them everywhere. We go on outings every other week. We take them places where they may not have ever been, or they may have gone and they may have been drunk or high when they went. So we take them. The ice rays have been great. They give us tickets all the time. We take our kids there. We take our kids to the park. We take them bowling. My brave employees have even taken them to the beach. It's not something I would necessarily do, but they have taken them several times, and it's just a way to show them that they can have fun without using.
Yeah.
We have a drop-in center. They can come anytime during the day, and it's just a safe place for them to be. We provide school supplies for them. We provide food. We have a clothing closet. If they need help with their GED, not only will we pay for it, we will help them study for it. We also have a tutor that comes in twice a week and works with our youth on anything that they need help with. We do the same thing for the adults, but at a different level. We will transport them to court. We will go to court with them. We will help them if they have problems paying their rent or an electric bill or a water bill, or if they need food in their house. We will help them. We pay for anything that we can to remove those barriers from them using again. So I think that we're very unique in that because we have a full continuum. We start when they're little, and we just don't stop. Sorry, I was not sticking to my notes at all. And for the adult treatment, once the adults come to us, we also link them up with a recovery coach who's also in recovery themselves. Everybody who works in that department it's a state requirement, they have to be in recovery. So we link them up immediately so that not only are they receiving the treatment, they're also receiving any assistance that they may need for that. As many of you may know, Nueces County currently has the highest rate of opioid overdose deaths in the state of Texas, which is why you created the task force that we work hard on. Yesterday, we were at a conference and the DEA stated that adolescents who use marijuana are more likely to abuse opioids as adults, and that the oldest child of an alcoholic mother or father is 4 times as likely to use drugs, including alcohol, when they're adults. But before I leave today, I wanted to tell you guys about, I'm big on personal stories, and I think it's important to connect that. I want to tell you about a man named Ruben. Ruben started using illegal drugs when he was 12 years old. That may seem like a young age to some of you, but it really was inevitable for him. Growing up, he lived in a home with a family members that all used drugs. It was okay for him to use when he was 12. He used with his father, he used with his brother, and he even used with his grandfather. He saw the struggle, and he also saw the eventual overdose and death of his father, his brother, and his grandfather. The cycle of addiction did not stop with Ruben. He used for over 30 years, and he became addicted to the same drugs that his family used. He used opioids and barbiturates daily. He overdosed himself on multiple occasions and was saved with the rescue drug Narcan. After several failed attempts, he finally found a recovery path that worked well for him. He's been clean and sober now for 5 years. It is a daily fight for him to stay clean. I'm proud to say he's part of my team. He works in my recovery department. He is our opioid, we call him specialist, even though that's a terrible word for him, but he works with other people who are struggling just like he did. And he's able to do that because of you guys and because of the financial help that you guys give us. We have 9 different programs at the council, and all of them require 5% matching funds. And our substance abuse grants would not be able to continue if it weren't for the partnerships that we have with you guys. And so I thank you for that. Ruben thanks you for that, even though I tried to get him to come with me today and tell his story, but he could and then he couldn't. So but anyway, if you guys have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Is the city providing you any funds?
The city? No, sir. Mm-mm. We have a lot of state money, our state grants, and so we're able to.
Have you gone to the city and asked them?
I think we've had in the past. We've had grants through the city in the past. We currently don't have one.
And just so, in case anyone, of course, you can refer to your packet, but our allocation in FY 18-19 was $28,714. And, I think that, of course, we can't thank you enough for everything that you're doing to, channel these funds for education and obviously counseling and all of the different interventions that you've mentioned here today. But I'm certain that when you want to pull your hair out, all you have to do is look at Reuben and know why it's all well worth it. And that's why I believe these funds are a terrific investment. Sometimes we get too caught up in government about asking about rate of returns. We ought to ask about people return. And Reuben's a people return. We saved his life, probably based on all the types of counseling, education, prevention, because it wasn't that day that he said, I'll stop. It was the next day where he said, I won't go back. And so I'm really grateful to you. I've enjoyed working with you in the opioid task force, and this is an easy one for me, and I'd entertain a motion this time to approve the 2019-2020 contract. And got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Also tell your staff from us that we really appreciate you guys, and it takes a special kind of angel to work with that population.
It truly does. I work with the most amazing people every day.
Takes a lot.
It's a gift. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Laura, just as a double check, that's all we have to do, correct? We don't have to approve the contract. It's all part and parcel, right? I think I did, actually. I approved the contract and the allocation all together. Okay, just double checking for the clerk. Allocation and contract. And the next one is a long time coming, and I don't know if there's anybody here from Gulf Copper.
The contract has been completed. Unfortunately, the other side asked me to table it for the next agenda because they were going to hire a lawyer to review it. But it was already complete. And
The other side, what do you mean the other side?
Motion to table?
yeah, motion to table.
What do you mean the
Okay.
other side?
You mean Gulf Copper asked?
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
That's fine. I like lawyers a lot.
You do?
I do. And happen to love one and happen to be one.
You said one.
And so anyway, I think that that's probably fine. We'll have a motion to table for February, just someone remind me,
26th.
26th, February 26th. Motion and a second. Thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Look forward to that completion and the approval of this FTZ. All right. And the next one is JJ. Hi, welcome. We're going to have a report from Jesus Jimenez from International Consulting Engineering regarding the drainage study for Tierra Grande. And very interesting area, and drainage is a hot topic around here. And give us your presentation, and then thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Forgive me. Okay, there comes mine. I was going to say, I got it now. I was blank, but now I've got it. Okay?
Tyner's splitting it up right now. We have, I'm JJ Jimenez with ICE, one of your local engineering firms, and glad to give you a quick update. I know you have a huge agenda today, and you're going to be, so I asked Javier, I have Javier Villafaña with our office. He's our drainage guru. I asked him to kind of keep his presentation to like 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
Because Javier is really passionate about drainage, and he can talk to you for a few hours if you let him. So feel free to direct him.
We can too, man, believe me.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So, yeah,
We
quick,
look forward to the presentation, JJ, and the only thing I want to say, we won't stop you. We'll wait till have questions afterwards, okay? If that's all right, we'll keep you rolling. But just remember that this commission is so passionate. We hired a Nueces County Drainage Assessment expert, and we highly encourage, if she's not already reached out to you, we want you to get with our office. We'll give you her contact, because the goal here is for all of us to work together. So take your good work and get it to the comprehensive oversight that we have. So Susan Roth.
yeah,
Okay.
definitely. I'd love to get her information so we can get.
Yeah, no, she already has yours, but I want you to use today as a reason to call her today and say, it's time that we get together.
We can share this information with her, and we already reached out to USDA as far as grants and stuff like that to.
That's
ball
great.
rolling, so
And
definitely need to get her.
Maria can assist with letters of support or whatever. Okay, so Javier, take it away.
Javier, take the lead.
How are you? Thank you for your time, commissioners. Good to see you and actually meet you. I think I've met a few of you before, but not quite everybody. Well, today, I wanted to go ahead and give a presentation and talk about two particular areas that have actually experienced some flooding. First project location would be at Tierra Grande subdivision. These are proposed drainage analysis and improvements. You can see the first picture, some flooding that happened back in 2018. It actually encroached into the subdivision, into some lots, and even up to some structures as well. Just a quick snapshot here of the location. Overall, within precinct number 2, that's shown in blue, the location is actually along CR 61 with the FM 665. And you can kind of see the subdivision pretty much outlined with the yellow line there as far as the location. That'll be the aerial view. I want to go ahead and move on to the overall project objective. So background, Tierra Grande consists of approximately 87 homes, about 400 residents. Recurrent storm events has caused flooding to roadways and residential properties. Existing infrastructure actually does not address the flooding issues within the subdivision. Overall objectives provide residents of Tierra Grande with flood relief and some protection for future storm events. And the purpose of our analysis was to identify the regional and local drainage patterns and actually come up with some solutions to prevent future flooding and kind of go ahead and get into a little bit of mitigation for this area. Next slide. We kind of took a picture. We decided to go ahead and look at the bigger picture. So with all drainage, I'll try to keep it short, but I always look at the big picture, regional, and then kind of go ahead and look at local. I've noticed even in San Antonio, where I work a lot of developments are just looking at local drainage. You're not looking at the bigger picture, and in this area where it's rural, I believe looking at the bigger picture is key. So what we found was, looking at the bigger picture, it's difficult to go ahead and see what the flat area, where there might be highs, lows throughout this entire area, but in order to go ahead and do that, we have to go ahead and download 3D surfaces from TNRIS, which is the Texas National Resource Information System. And so we use the digital data to kind of help us delineate drainage areas and figure out where the existing flow patterns are going, where the water is going to culminate. So with the 3D surfaces, we're actually able to go ahead and use these surfaces to create contours, even up to about a half a foot of contour where it's really flat, and we need to go ahead and see, where does the water culminate, where does it bottom out, where might it overtop. We just want to kind of get a good idea of what's happening overall in the area. If you kind of take a look at the picture, you can kind of see an overall color scheme with the actual 3D surface on the upper left-hand corner. We're looking at the red, gray areas as the high points, and you can kind of look at the yellow and green areas as the low points. And if you can kind of see what's happening with the subdivision itself, it's situated in between two high points. Overall, what's happening with the subdivision is it's acting as if it's a basin within itself. The roadways around the subdivision kind of are blocking the water from actually exiting the subdivision. What we also found out was the existing textile culvert along the roadway is draining to the subdivision. Now, I believe this was put in prior to the subdivision being developed, but some history has told us that this area was inundated prior to development as well. So at this point, our task was to figure out a way to go ahead and relieve flooding from happening within the subdivision and find an area to go ahead and take this water to where it's not going to impede the residents. Local hydrology, again, a kind of basic synopsis of what I just gave you. Everything that's happening within the subdivision itself, it actually drains to the center. The lowest point of this overall area is in the center of the subdivision. So our task is to go ahead and figure out a way to drain this subdivision with existing homes. Not an easy task, but we do have a little bit of a proposal for you. Overall, rational method was used to determine runoff within the local area of the subdivision. Drainage areas are defined with some of the flow patterns that we dictated there on the lower right-hand corner with the picture there. And we see that areas north, I'm thinking we're almost at least about 600 acres north drain to the subdivision. This is the first problem. The other problem is the lowest point is in the subdivision, and the other problem is anything south of the roadway also contributes to the subdivision. So this subdivision is being inundated by all sides. And so what do we do? Well, that's kind of what we're going to get into now. So now we came up with several options. The fifth option seems to be the most feasible option. We would go ahead and propose an interceptor drain along the north side to go ahead and capture all of that drainage and bypass the subdivision. So we can go ahead and alleviate 600 acres worth of runoff from inundating this subdivision and kind of take it around the subdivision and down south. We have two textile culverts that we were looking to use to go ahead and help alleviate flooding from this subdivision. So what we want to do is, granted, we know the culverts right now are draining to the subdivision, but it's a really flat slope. So what we can do is actually kind of come up with a grading scheme to go ahead and help push that water over a certain depth through the culverts down south. And this is the overall drainage pattern that we kind of want to adhere to. This is kind of the way it was initially looked at. I'm not sure what happened in the future, or actually in the past, when I think some of the areas where there's a high point, you can kind of see the blue line there. That kind of dictates where the high point is. You're looking at the proposed basin in yellow on the south. That is the high point. We want to go ahead and actually bring all that water through that high point and down south to where it's going ultimately. Right now, it's just not following the overall drainage pattern, and it seems to be just pooling in the subdivision where it doesn't need to be. Let me go back one more. Sorry. We have overall, we have interceptor drains on the north side. We have internal drains to go ahead and help bring water along the roads, take it away from the roads, and also go ahead and bring it to small linear detention basin north of the 665, and then kind of bring it on south to the basin plant. Sorry. Hope y'all can still hear me. Let's see, where was I? So that's basically the overall scheme. We have the basin as two phases, and we also have two different costs. So phase one would be about half of that basin, about 1.7 billion is what we kind of estimated as a preliminary cost estimate. With full build out for both phases, we're looking at about $3 million.
And JJ, would you mind addressing, or Javier, either one, you're thinking about possibility of USDA grants. What does that look like? I don't think I'm familiar with their protocols. Are they a straight up 100%? Is there a match? What do those types of grants look like?
Some of the ones we've dealt with in the past is a 20%
Match? So 80-20?
There are certain avenues that do provide like a full on approach.
And are these, are they one shot every 4 years? Are they every year? What kind of opportunities are there?
The window opens every year.
The window's every year. And do you happen to remember when this window is?
They're May or September, somewhere.
And,
I can get you the.
and do you believe that with the Tierra Grande study that you've presented, that would be sufficient data to apply for these grants?
Yes.
In other words, do you have to put forth any other type of modeling or anything else? I mean, can we take what you've done and use that as our backup documentation, or is there anything more?
This study should suffice as far as it's kind of a feasibility study, shows the needs, which have all the data available and everything to.
And then, is there a next slide that talks about how you break down the cost, Phase A?
No, that's actually in the report, which we can.
If you don't mind, if you'd send that, because I think we'd be interested to find out how that breaks down, and if there's anything perhaps that Nueces County could invest in, like some piece of it to show USDA that we've started, but we need them to help finish, or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I've reached to Congressman Cloud's office to meet with him for support. We've met with Congressman Cuellar, who's in one of the committees for the USDA. Mm-hmm. And being that we were the USDA Contractor of the Year last year, I think they can't deny us.
And then, yeah, that's definitely good leverage. When you had slide number 1, was that after, did I miss it? Did it show, what the rainfall was? Because
That was in 2018.
that was 2018, okay.
That was
I'm just wondering, what does it take to make it look like that? Any kind of a rain, a record rain? Okay, so that's 6 inch, that's what it looks like at its apex then.
about a 25-year storm.
We'll do this. Okay,
And the bad part about it is the septic's overflow and everything like that.
well, right, that's our danger there.
What's it doing just a normal rain, when it just rains 2 inches?
You always hold water, so like this on a 25-year storm we had, there was water there for, about a month and a half, Commissioner Raby?
Just won't go anywhere, and that's where the disease comes in, and it's a public health deal.
It's really bad. You see
Goes down very slow.
yeah, you see the parents carry.
But her question was, what happens on a small rain? It's not draining either.
It doesn't drain.
In other words, do you have any efficiencies at all down there? No.
And you said that there was a culvert that TxDOT had put in that's probably hurting it as well. Have y'all visited with TxDOT?
Yeah,
There's two, we've talked to TxDOT, we've confirmed with TxDOT and the as-built exactly what's happening and how is that culvert, is it helping or is it hindering? And we found out it's actually draining to the subdivision and not.
Are they willing to change it? They helped me on a couple of my projects.
We would love it. I'm not sure if it's. Based on our feasibility study here and the
Yeah.
analysis, we've kind of come up with a way as if they would not be, if they didn't want to cooperate, or if they didn't want to go ahead and replace and redo the culvert, we can figure out a way. It's so flat, we might be able to go ahead and use water depth to go ahead and push it through.
But would it be helpful if they did?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, we've had a
They already cleaned the culvert.
Yeah,
underneath the road, but the problem is they really have to dredge going west, or south, and they haven't done that. But
yeah, the problem right now is not just all the water coming to the subdivision, it's also the from the farm field across 665, it's draining towards the subdivision because of the way the terrain is and as the farming has been going on through the years. We had at least, 5 meetings with TxDOT, Commissioner, on there?
And your study was funded by Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And, of course, there's a lot of detail here. Today's information only, but do you think, given your knowledge and all the work that you've done, could we set up a meeting where we would have the opportunity to really bring in our Public Works team and also Susan, so that we can really dig down on maybe what some of these recommended options are? The only one that I'm a little worried about is, doing the draining basically where there's no habitable structures, but if they're farmlands, there's danger there too for the agricultural. So I guess I want to just dig down a little bit further, but it sounds like we have a big head start here, and so I'm very grateful.
The area that we selected for the pond, that's actually a problem area for the farmer. They always lose crops because that area also holds water. So we figure it can help the subdivision and help also the farmer as well.
Right.
And if we can set up a meeting and go over the report, we have about 5 different scenarios.
Right, but you've chosen option 5 as the most feasible.
That's one of the most feasible. We also sent certified letters to all the landowners around there, and we had a good response from one of them, so keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'd be nice to bring the farmers.
Yeah, we've been active, we've sent, I think this was probably like a 3rd certified letter, and we always get some back, but we finally got somebody to call back.
the owner actually is communicating with the farmers because, she's little, I'm not communicating with her, they're communicating with her because I don't want, the county we're gonna raise the price up, right? But if you look to the right of that, that's where we thinking that retention pond would go, to the right of the Tierra Grande,
Okay.
because the water would come around the north side, would drain back to the east side and back down to the south side. So that's where we actually want to do a retention pond.
Yep.
There or the north side.
Yep.
But we need about 25 acres.
Yeah, at least.
At least.
Judge, I think it's so important to get TxDOT involved because they're part of the problem, so they should be part of the
They are,
solution.
and
That's good.
Every time I send a CC to the center's office, then they have a meeting real quick, right?
Yeah, you gotta love them.
You just gotta put the pressure on them.
Well, I think we're well on our way here, and sorry to interrupt, but do you have another slide that you?
I do, we have another project to talk about.
Okay, go ahead.
Similar situation.
That's what I thought.
There's another, but we only made the other one like 2 slides because it's very, as far as procedure, it's very
Right, we didn't want to take too much of your time. The next slide is construction sequence. Bottom line, we want to go ahead and begin with downstream improvements first, and then kind of work our way upstream. If we don't go ahead and situate something downstream with a pond, or at least some cross drainage to relieve the subdivision, there's no sense in even going within the subdivision. We need to go ahead and start and kind of create a low for everything to drain to first. So
Right.
that'll be the overall scheme for the next project as well.
Right, so you are working, yes, I think you're on,
Well,
I mean,
it's for
obviously,
drainage in general. Anything
it's drainage in general, and it's watershed, I mean, you're looking watershed, which is much better than looking local. I think you've made a good case for why you would, normally you do the opposite, right? Normally you'd come upstream, but in this case, everything's feeding into this one centralized area, and so what good does it
Reverse
do?
engineer it, basically, is
Right.
trying to figure out how to get the water out instead of,
Mhm.
trying to figure out how to manage it before the development, which is what I'm used to.
Right, so, okay, so that's great, thank you.
Really, this is our second plan we have. We also have one Petronila number 5, right? In County Road 24. Then we did also the survey there. So we actually looking at 2 plans now because, the really Petronila number 5 gets all the water from those fields up north, and they really, so we've done, this is our second plan that we do, that we're trying to figure out which is the best and which is the least we have to pay.
Was that price included in there? Was it for the farmland that you'd have to purchase for the pond, detention pond?
It was for land acquisition
Was?
as well.
Okay.
It was for everything, land acquisition and all improvements, and preliminary engineering, of course. So it would fluctuate, but we kind of were conservative with that price up front.
Okay.
But I already-
Well, we've got, obviously drainage kind of different, there's been different studies, there's, we just need to, it's time now to bring everybody's work together under one umbrella, try to work, to create this comprehensive plan. Otherwise, all your good work means nothing in the overall scheme, and so anyway, we will make sure that you get in touch with,
No, and we welcome the conversation. Actually,
Yeah.
we've been trying to figure out who
how we're gonna do this,
how
yeah.
we're going to do it, and who we can go ahead and bounce off our ideas off of to see if it's feasible or not.
Giving up. We're not
Right,
giving up.
so I think the answer is, that's why we put Susan kind of as our point person, and we'll make sure that happens at, like, imminently, like, I will make that call this afternoon.
Welcome to
So
conversation.
now I have something to send her, and that'll really be helpful.
No, we have something great to talk about. So overall, just kind of want to give you another picture of the Petronilla region. This will be kind of the second project that we're looking at. The left picture, you can kind of see the overall drainage. As you go to County Road, I believe it's County Road 24 and 67, pretty much right where the subdivision is located at that intersection. It's just southwest of it. You're looking at about 1,600 acres draining to this one intersection. And that would just be on the east side of CR 67. Total, you're looking over 2,000 acres that are draining to this intersection. There's, obviously, we understand what's happening. The only thing that we don't know exactly is how to go ahead and get everything out. But as far as the proposed improvements, same type of situation we're looking at here, to where we would need to go ahead and do internal drainage and external drainage. It all begins with interceptor drain, which we would go ahead and locate one on the west side. We have a few hundred acres there that are kind of draining to the subdivision. It's not being intercepted until it hits the roadway, which is already past the homes. We always want to intercept it before it hits that property line, those first set of homes, bring it down south, and then it just has a field to go ahead and spread and be released as sheet flow. So that's the intercepted part of it. As long as we're looking at County Road 24, the subdivision, the road that's just north of the subdivision, you have about another 1,000 acres coming to that point as well. Actually, about 1,600 acres is coming to that point. At that location is where we're looking to go ahead and detain. So you also go ahead and see on the next slide our proposed detention plan. Again, we phased it out in 2 different phases to kind of begin the detention. Improvements would also be required, cross drainage for all roadways for CR 67, 24, FM 665. We have culverts there that we looked at. We also know that they're undersized. They're not going to be able to handle that much drainage all to this point. So we do have a cost estimate for this as well. Overall cost, we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of about $3.3 million for Phase A, and also about $4.6, $4.7 million for both phases. Again, cost estimate is preliminary,
Sure.
based on preliminary engineering, so we were somewhat conservative.
And you're
but-
basing the volumetrics on what, a 100-year flood, a 500, I mean, what?
Good point. So all analysis was done with the latest data available. So I went with the most conservative approach with what NOAA has issued.
Right.
So since Hurricane Harvey, Houston was the first city to go ahead and adopt new intensities. Austin was the second, San Antonio was the third, and we're hoping the drainage district, we're trying to go ahead and adopt those new intensities as
So
well.
we are working on what I consider
The latest and greatest
the latest and
information
greatest.
available.
That's obviously really important to me.
And it's a requirement that's beginning to kind of
Right.
resonate with throughout the state, particularly here in the coastal bend area, along the
Okay.
coast, from Houston all the way to the valley.
Right. Okay, thank you. I mean, there's a million things to say, right? We just
There
need
is.
more time. And I'm going to encourage you as we develop this, even with the grant, that you'll come back as often as you want to keep us updated. But I think that it's probably best with the subject matter experts that we can bring in to you.
Definitely. I don't know if I have any more time at all. Just wanted to go through our quick analysis of how we're coming up and how we're conducting this analysis.
Go ahead.
Just a few minutes is all we need.
Sure.
So overall hydraulic analysis, this is kind of our methodology, developing our hydraulic models and HEC-RAS using 3D surfaces. Basically, the color scheme, the color photos that you saw with the surfaces, these are LiDAR surfaces. They're available to the public. They have been vetted by Texas themselves, and typically they'll go ahead and fly the entire state probably about every 6 years or so. And so 2018 information has been issued and released, and that's what I've been using to go ahead and conduct any analysis within our firm. Typically, we'll go ahead and get some of the terrain data. We'll be able to process it even in CAD. On the upper left-hand corner, you can kind of see all the little triangular points. That's pretty much creating up the surface. So every little point you see in there within that grid is a GPS point that we go ahead and use. So we will actually be able to go ahead and define the actual highs and lows throughout the area. Once we go, yeah, good point. So these pictures right here are is the landfill that's just right down the road. I think it's maybe a little bit further west of CR.
Yeah.
And so we'll come up with points. We'll be able to create a surface. We can even generate contours to kind of see how the overall surface is actually where the highs and lows would be. And then we're able to go ahead and create a raster image of this overall surface. Once we have that, we can kind of go ahead and bring it into our hydraulic program, HEC-RAS. Use these surfaces to go ahead and cut and create and define geometry within the model. It's our best available data. We can also go ahead and create and build culvert systems, culvert structures, bridge structures, whatever you might have, as long as we have good survey data and topographic data. And that would give us the most accurate results from our HEC-RAS analysis. Now, I guess if we've already exhausted all questions, if not, I'm still here for any questions that you might have.
Good job.
Judge, I don't have a question. Appreciate the presentation. And obviously, we need to take care of these communities. I mean, we all have these in our precincts, and so I look forward to having discussions with Ms. Roth on the overall plan, our approach, and I appreciate you taking the lead and even having a regional approach. I was actually speaking with Commissioner from Jim Wells last week about this very issue, especially as it impacts Agua Dulce and Banquete in my part of the county. The prices are eye-catching, especially for the amount of households, under 100 households, that we're putting a big price tag. Not saying that we shouldn't, not saying that we can't. We need to obviously find, hopefully, grant opportunities that you're all looking for, and I know Commissioner has money to put in as well. But just overall, this is a lot of money to put in for each little project, because I can think of several I have in mind just off the top of my head. I'm sure Commissioner Vaughn can as well. And we do that. I mean, that's a big price tag in itself, well to exceed the $40 million that we're putting in capital improvement projects for all kinds of projects we have currently in the county that we're working on. So when I challenge us, and I love that commercial Captain Obvious, because I just get a kick out of that guy, Captain Obvious. So let me be Captain Obvious here.
You know, he kind of looks like you now that you say that. That's kind of cool.
I need the hat. Well, I got the
right?
facial hair, so
Yeah.
maybe that's what it is.
That's his new name.
So let me be Captain Obvious. What we need to do is whatever we have within our control here in the county, and I'm saying this for all of us to hear and to remind myself, when we have subdivisions or any kind of requests that come in, we have to really look long and hard at should we improve it. Because if we do, we may get to this point again. We've had these discussions, Commissioner Gonzalez has mentioned in the past, over the last few years, that, this, and JJ has, this parcel for this landowner was sold and developed because it was the area that flooded, right? Not because it was area that he or she could cultivate and create for farming, right? So they saw, hey, we have no use, let's get rid of it. Then a bunch of people saw an opportunity. Who doesn't want home ownership? That's what our great state and country are based on, is having your own area, your own land you can call home. So I'm not saying anything about that, but I'm just saying what we as the county have control over, and I know we're very limited in what we can do compared to when you look at cities, they have obviously more control. But that we need to step back and make sure that when we give any kind of approval, is this setting in the years to come a development that will be also created in a low-lying area and having to sink in millions and millions of dollars for relatively a handful of homes, right? Once again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't hear, but I'm just saying that we need to realize what our votes do. When we just simply see a vote that says, okay, we need to help support this subdivision or that subdivision, we do have a control. And at some point, we need to be asking those questions and maybe even put a stop to it. Because if we don't, then we're going to continue to add more subdivisions, a bigger price tag, and even though I'm looking forward to a more regional approach, it's still not going to help all those little pockets of low-lying land that we're going to come across. So I think we just, once again, I'm saying it to myself mainly, be careful of what we approve, because we could get to that point. So if we even have a little bit of say or control over someone who's developing a subdivision, then we need to exercise every bit of control that we can, because if we don't, we're going to continue to open up these areas that happen and these poor people. I mean, I know Commissioner spent a lot of time right after those big floods in 2018 out there every day wearing his boots, wearing his slicker boots to get out there and take a tour. And we've all been in those areas in our parts of the precincts. So we got to be careful with that, because we're just going to continue to feed this problem, and we're never going to get over it. We'll never be able to quite catch up to the even bigger cost it will be to have that regional approach. So I'm all in favor of these. I know we have to find the money, but I mean, it's obviously it's a no-brainer. We have to correct these problems for these people in the community. But at some point, we got to say, okay, enough's enough. We cannot support any kind of growth or development that is not responsibly being built and doesn't have a good elevation built in, because I'm sure most of those people didn't realize that it drains to the center. I mean, that's the first time I've ever heard this, and I've heard several presentations about that area. They actually drain into the center of the neighborhood. So we just got to be careful. So there's my Captain Obvious for the week, and I'll promise to bring one every meeting if possible. Thank you.
Well, I don't have a nickname, so I'll just go
Just
for
say Wonder Woman.
Yeah, just Wonder Woman. I think we have definitely, and I've talked to Judge about this, we've got to have a regional approach on the drainage. Just like Peter Collins was here this morning, he worked with all these different cities, counties. We've got to do that. Somehow we've got to start the conversation and do it. But I also think we have to change legislation. The problems that these developers are causing out in the counties are ridiculous, and they get away with it. I've got them in mind. I hear them all the time. And this has got to stop. We've got to have some kind of control. So we need to look at that this year for legislation to change what these developers can and can't do out there, because we have nothing. We got nothing to help them. And the people that move in there, they don't know until after it's over with and they have a problem. And then they blame the county. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. You stirred up a great conversation. Thank you. Obviously, I bet you echo everything we said. You wish they wouldn't do it, and you're the guy that has to solve it. So,
I think I would add
and
to
it costs a lot of money, and, this is a several $100 million project just in our county. That's what's scary about it, is it's not even it's a number that we can't even grapple with. So when we make these decisions, but listen, the grants are a great opportunity. So I say let's pursue everything we can, and please coordinate with Maria Bedia from grants here when you start working that process. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Okay, and so we're going to move on to the next one, which is it's an adoption of an amended order which establishes maximum and just maximum fees regarding incident management, non-consent towing in Nueces County. And Tyner has informed me that this is something we do all the time, but it looks like we might have some experts here.
Yes, again, Chief, when did we last do this? About 11 years ago.
About 9 years, it was adopted in October.
Yeah,
Nine-
I was here when it was about 9, yeah, because I was part of the conversation.
About 9 years ago, as you may recall, somebody from Apollo Towing came and spoke a couple of courts ago. Had a couple of commissioners ask me to check with them and talk with them, and so I got Chief Galvan to come with us, and we spoke to several tow companies. And I tell you what, though, I think the main issue is not necessarily our tow orders. It's enforcement. That's where a lot of the complaints come from. And I think Chief Galvan's going to speak a little bit about that, but a couple of commissioners requested me to speak to them, and we did, and we took notes. And as you may know, Chief Galvan comes from DPS, Department of Public Safety, and one of his fortes happened to be towing. And so he took the lead on the tow order and updated it, and we got a little presentation for y'all.
Yeah, I think, first of all, good morning. I think is it morning?
Well, we've passed it.
5 o'clock somewhere.
I've got the remnants of a Pop-Tart to prove it was morning, but that's it.
Seems to be the food of choice up here.
Like we said a little while ago, I think Commissioner Gonzalez was the only one here when we first adopted this in October 2011. And the adoption of this order came about because of the inconsistency in the charging of fees that most of these records were charging at will. Some were
Triple the amount.
triple, quadruple. They charged whatever they wanted to. And the county did not have a set rotation list that law enforcement agencies from the county could use. And this is two of the reasons that we came out with this order. One was to establish a list, a sheriff's office list, which we can do, but there had to be an order, and that's where the order came from. And to regulate fees that if a record company wanted to be on the rotation list, they had to abide by the orders of the rules of the orders in this order. And this only pertains to non-consensual type towing. Non-consensual towing means that it's law enforcement initiated, like a crash, abandoned vehicle, an arrest. In other words, the officers are the ones that are controlling the movement of this obstruction on the roadway or whatever. And they have to abide by the fees in this order. Now, a consensual type tow is at the driver's or owner's request. And if they choose to do that, I prefer this record service over the one that you're recommending. That towing company can charge whatever they want to on a consensual type tow. Now, again, this order was adopted on October 31st, 2011, went into effect November 1st, 2011. And it created the schedule of fees. And when we did the schedule of the fees, we surveyed every record company that we use in Nueces County, and we came up with an average tow. They all agreed to it, and that's how we came up with a schedule of towing fees. Now, this list is used by the sheriff's office, constable's office, and DPS. And it was very important for us to get DPS online to buy into the sheriff's office list, because face it, DPS is the one that uses the records the most. And when I approached DPS, regional command people, they were ecstatic that we were taking the lead on this, and they gave it to us and let us run with it. So we had a DPS adopt the sheriff's office list, and MetroCom does the same thing, and it's for every law enforcement agency in the county law enforcement only. And of course, DPS bought into it. And in the draft, in Article 5.6, it says the fees established in this section are subject to change as may be required and shall be reviewed and amended from time to time at the discretion of the county. And this is what we're doing. We're updating, based on complaints from the towing company that the fees were too low. They couldn't make money. And so we had a meeting, like Tyner said earlier, with ourselves and a couple of the towing companies. And they submitted what fees they think are reasonable, where they can make a living off of the record services.
So that's the only substantive change then in this amended order, are the increased fees?
That and a couple of articles that were added to it.
Okay, can you point out which ones?
Please, I like to do that, like that, you'll know which changes have been made. Article 2.5.11. The change that has been made is, in parentheses, red and blue lights, flashing lights are permitted during an operation within the incident management scene.
Okay.
And when we say incident management scene, that's really the crash site.
Correct.
The next big change is 5.1, 5.2. Which are the schedule changes and the fees. Now, I've got the old list, if you want to look at the comparisons between what was and is now.
I mean, I actually I knew the fees were, I just wanted to make sure there was nothing else substantive. The truth is, what I really want to know, Chief, is that we're being equitable, we're being fair on our policies and procedures, and that everybody's sort of comporting to the same, law enforcement is all adhering to the same set of rules and regulations.
I think
Do you
it's a
feel
fair
like
and
that's-
equitable order.
And there's a rotation so that the little guy has just as much chance as the big guy?
Big guy.
Because I do want to share with you, and I've spoken to Tyner about this, that my office in particular, can't speak for the others, have received several phone calls asking me, and you too, to really investigate. And so for me, it makes me feel better that I made that inquiry and that you can come and say that, so that once the process is defined as this is what it should be, then anybody who violates that process is a wrongdoer. So all I have to do as, being the CEO here is to make sure that the process, that the rules and structure are set. And that's what this document does for us. And I feel like it's a good document. I just wanted to make sure in that amendment I wasn't missing anything beside, because the fees increasing only help the little guy, right?
Well, the articles that were added to this help.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
Help the owners of the vehicles
Right.
to get the vehicle out quicker and not to be overcharged. Now, I too, throughout the years from 11, have gotten numerous phone calls, complaints. And I say, I got those complaints because somebody else referred them to me. A lot of people don't know who to complain to. Therefore, a lot of these violations by the record companies have gone unnoticed, but the ones that I have come to my attention and I have addressed with the owners of the record companies, currently there's 15 light duty trucks in the list,
15?
15, and 6 heavy duty wreckers on the rotation list. To date, based on the complaints that I received, and I could approve the allegations of overbilling, 3 light-duty records have been removed from the list, and 1 heavy-duty record has been removed from the list because of overbilling.
Right. So I want to be clear. I did get some of those complaints too, but the complaints that I was speaking of were just the opposite, that our rotation was not being fairly administered. And so I just want to make sure that there's also a process of checks and balances that you can oversee. And it's okay if you don't have the answer today, you can come back to me, but I want to make sure that the process is, that rotation is being followed and adhered to, because
Start with the sheriff's department.
they were saying that they felt like they were being skipped over.
I know, I've heard that.
You've heard that too.
But here's the thing, the list is a list.
Mm-hmm.
The one on top gets the call, he goes to the bottom, and the next one, and the next one. What happens is, some of these officers out there in the field call for a particular record that's on the list. Therefore, this company is getting more calls than the guy that's next on the list.
Right.
You just follow the list, period.
And we've been admonished by the county attorney's office a few years ago that we have an order. All county law enforcement are obligated to follow the order. And it changed for a while, but
It's very important.
that's the only complaint that I get, that officers call for a particular record that they're friends with or whatever.
Right.
And that's a no-no.
It is a no-no, and it gets the county in trouble, and we don't need trouble. And so I think it's just a matter of continuing education. I'm going to speak in the light most favorable. I believe all officers do what's in the best interest of the public. But on occasion, they may just not be as educated as to what this order is. So if anything, it would please us very much if you guys could, through the normal course of employee training, you got to reemphasize, hey, you have to follow this rotation. Because I would hate to have the county attorney, admonish again, because that doesn't look good. And I think that everybody wants to do the right thing. And it's pretty simple, like Commissioner says, there's a list.
That's it.
And that's it. And don't go away from the list, because if we find out that someone's not following the list, I can rest assured that the activist will come out of my body and will be the first one to say that's not right. And so I think that's what the calls that I had received in my office, and it kind of gave me alarm. And then by coincidence, Tyner said, the way to really address all these issues is through this order. So maybe that today's court can be, just, again, I'm just going to say education.
Well, the easiest thing for an officer to do is when he gets an incident, is call for the next rotation.
That's right. That's the protocol.
That's it.
That's it.
If it's, if it's a city police officer, they would call the city, right, dispatcher?
The city has their own
Right.
rotation list.
So, but if it's a county, then the sheriff officer would call the sheriff department.
Well, Metrocom has the rotation list for the city and the SO, the sheriff's office.
So maybe
Look, whenever,
maybe Metrocom needs to know that they need to follow that.
they do.
I need to remind them probably.
Now, just recently, I sent 3 letters of reprimand, because the other complaint that I don't know if you received or not, is the soliciting.
I got that one too.
And
Yeah,
I
all
addressed,
these are very serious.
and I addressed those 3
Thank you.
complaints, sent them a letter of reprimand, that if it happens again, or if I get another complaint of any type on the record service, it'll be
Thank you,
removed.
Chief. Thank you.
Motion to pass.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
So,
I'll take a second though, real quick. Okay, now go ahead.
so are the towing companies reaching out to the officers and say, hey, use me, use me? Is that happening?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking, because there was a similar situation over the city when I was there, because we have one major big one here, that they all feel like they're being knocked out because, and I think we all know who they are, they give things and they do all these sort of things, and it's unfair. And I believe at one point, some of the others were set up to failure
Yes.
and you're probably familiar with it. So I think we have to be really careful, make sure it's enforced, but how many did you say is on the list?
15.
15? That's for light or heavy? 15 in all?
Small records, light duty records.
Okay.
And there's 6 heavy duty records.
Yeah, okay. And who chooses these? Do they just apply and say, okay, I want to be part of this, or is there a group that's picking them?
The captain from the patrol division of the sheriff's office is the administrator for
Mm-hmm.
the rotation. What they do, they have to submit their paperwork application
Mm-hmm.
to the sheriff's office to be accepted and placed on the list. And once they get all the insurance paperwork, all the paperwork is required, we send notification to DPS and Metrocom that so-and-so is part of the rotation list, and they're added to the list then.
Okay, I'm just curious because I think there is something to the complaints. And I think we as a county need to be really careful with that. Now, I don't think our officers, I think they should have to go through the list. That's the fairest thing to do.
Well,
Like they shouldn't even recommend anybody.
You should not be recommending, you've got the list, you should go through the list, whoever's next in order. And I think there needs to be some accountability that we ought to start looking at that and seeing if it's being done. That's just me. Because there's a problem, obviously.
well, like
You
I
wouldn't
said,
get these complaints.
a lot of people don't know who to complain to. And I know who the complainants are because I've had the same phone calls that they have. But every complaint that I've received in my office that I've actually talked to and can substantiate the complaint, I've taken action on.
But can you monitor and look like every quarter to see, because you'll know when the calls are coming in, are they doing it? Because you ought to be able to tell that. In order,
Well-
because you may have one company that has way more than another one, that ought to be a flag. I'm just asking, can y'all monitor that and just make sure it's being done?
We can get it through Metrocom.
I just think we need to take a look at it and see.
Now, one thing I can say, and I have to say this so that you'll know, early on after the order was adopted, the order got challenged, and we went to actual hearing in JP Court, about a three-hour hearing, where I gave testimony about the order, and it was an overbilling order. And that resulted in the court sustaining the order and reduced a $23,000 bill to $9,000.
Wow.
But
That's a big difference.
big difference.
So, Chief, thank you for bringing this to us, and if it's okay, we might get an update from you at some point. Commissioner Modis,
Sorry, this is a lot, and this is a big issue, and it's a long meeting, but I got some questions too. So, when I was on the council, I remember we had to get some uniformity there. There was some questions on that. And so one of the big sticking points was the policy of time. So saying that the deputies are calling in, or the DPS troopers, or the constables are calling in, that there's only a certain time frame
30 minutes.
that they're allowed, right? So 30 minutes. So is that something that is easy to enforce? I mean, are we having companies that are wanting to participate, but maybe just aren't showing up? I mean, what?
I haven't heard any from my officers. The time that we're giving them to respond is 30 minutes, and they usually do it within the 30-minute time
They
limit.
usually get there, okay. Because I know that was more of an issue within the city of Corpus Christi, and I can't imagine, I mean, they're a smaller area to cover, more people, but smaller area to travel. Because I've heard the issue, well, the travel time, because, you know, you can be at one point of the county, have to be called over to another part of the county to go pick up.
One of the things that I've been challenged with is, why can't we do a north and south sector? You have so many companies that answer the western part of the county, and the others, the eastern side of the county, north, south, or whatever we divided it. But I don't like that, because if there's one or two records in that whole sector, those are the ones that are going to get the business all the time. So I haven't made the move to go in that direction yet. They haven't convinced me yet. Because I asked the troops, DPS and mine, is there any problem with the delays? And they say no, so I left it alone.
Thank you.
thank you, Chief. At this time, I have a motion and a second, and all those in favor of amending this, of approving the adoption of the amended order effective February 12th, 2020, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you, Chief, and we'll be in touch with you soon. Thank you for all that you do. Commissioners, what I've done is asked Tyner to do a quick little survey here in the audience. I'm feeling the need to give everybody at least a 15, 20-minute break so that we can have, the ability to eat and use the bathroom and take just a break. But having said that, there are people in our audience that have been waiting all morning to be heard. And so I know a few people that we can take care of right now. And because they maybe have traveled a long distance or they need to go back, and I don't want to I can go all day, but some of these folks, we have to give a little bit of a pause, okay? And so I'm getting that information right now. It'll take just one more minute here, folks. I'll go to is Los Ebanos, or yes, we'll go to number 8 because they're here. And that's the adoption of a resolution in support of the Community Development Corporation. It's a housing tax credit project, and it's going to be north of Bishop, and it's called Los Ebanos, and thank you for your patience. And,
I'd move passage of this, too.
and there's going to be a motion, and I have a second. So now, just if you want to, you've been waiting, what would you like to say about it? Are you happy with that?
My name is Nick Mitchell Bennett, and I am the Executive Director of CDCB, or Come Dream, Come Build, formerly known as the Community Development Corporation of Brownsville. We have expanded our service area from the Rio Grande Valley and have been working in the Nueces County area for the past year or so. We actually will open up our office for Nueces County next month in Corpus Christi. So we're on Santa Fe Street, so we're excited about that. This project is Los Sábanos Casitas. When we do affordable housing rental unit projects, we do one thing that most do not, most developers do not. We ask the question, where do you want to live? And the question that we get, the answer we get is not a positive response, it's always a negative one. And that response is, I don't want to live in an apartment. And our expertise is in small rural areas and figuring out how to do rental and home ownership projects in those communities. One of those things, if you look in the presentation that I handed out, we do what we call cottage communities or casita communities, anywhere from 50 units to 80, 120 of them. These are little houses that are right next to each other. They're in the between 800 and 1,000 square feet. So it's an apartment. However, it's a single-family style apartment with their own parking. So we are Texans. We do like to have our horse close by. So the car is parked right there. There's no centralized parking. Lots of park space. We're very excited about this. It's very, very popular. We actually, as we're building one in Santa Rosa, Texas now. And we just finished the first 5, and they're already ready to get leased up, and we're not even done with the other 45 yet. So people like them, they look nice, they're pretty, and they also remain that way from the way that we do the developments. CDCB is a comprehensive community development corporation. We are a nonprofit organization that is the largest producer of affordable housing in the state of Texas as a nonprofit. As like I said, we specialize in rural areas. We're a mortgage company. We're a land developer. We run a school. All of these services that we do run in the valley, in the 4 counties of the valley, are now coming to the Gulf Coast region. So we're very excited about that, for bringing that to Nueces County. It's taken us a little while to get it all done, but like I said, we've rented our office, and we have a person hired, and we'll be opening up in about 2 weeks. Commissioner Mares, to your point, I couldn't agree with you more about the drainage. So if you will all turn to the last page of the handout that I just gave you. We are known for our drainage solutions. I am a Brownsville boy. I understand the water and the need to move water and the need to store water. And so we've done that. So not the last page, sorry, that's the questions page, the page before that. We have developed a system of what we call bioswale drainage system, and we've won awards for that. Texas Architecture has given us awards for it. Texas Planning has. So our first project, we've realized we needed to learn how to do this and do it quick. This was years ago. 6 acres, 56 units, cottage community, and we did a group of bioswales. Instead of going off to the corner, elevating the property, digging a big hole, and dropping all the water in there. As I was explaining to the commissioners yesterday, one, I lose property when I do that. That's another house I can't build because I got a big hole in the ground. 2, it's ugly. 3, it doesn't work. And so being able to store and detain the water is one thing, but being able to store and detain, slow it down, and move it is really what needs to happen. And so these bioswales work very well for us. And this project, it's about a little over 6 acres, we'll be able to hold anywhere between 80 to 85,000 gallons of water on the site at one time, before we start discharging it into the drainage system, which is the ditch. So, we're trying to mitigate that. Behind me is Chloe Dotson, who is our Director of Development, Real Estate Development. You have my card. We appreciate your support on this, as well as anything else that we go. You will all get invitations to our grand opening in our office. We look forward to being in Nueces County. We've been working with the city of Corpus Christi for about a year now. But like I said, our heart is really in rural, small towns and doing these kind of projects. So we hope to have our services in each of these towns. Actually, the mayor of Bishop asked me yesterday if I could help him find a grocery store. And the funny thing is we're actually doing a grocery store in Brownsville for the very reason that they lost their grocery store in Bishop. We lose them in big cities too. And so we are becoming experts in food deserts. And how do we bring investors and other groups to come invest in things like that? I'm part of a group, which is the Partnership for Rural Transformation, which works in persistent poverty counties throughout the United States. And we're on a mission to raise $1 billion for rural America over the next 5 years, of which some of that will come here. So we're very, very excited to be here and working in this county. Any
Listen,
questions?
I mean, just good things do come to those who wait, and I know you've been waiting.
I've been in commission meetings from Starr County to Harris County, and you guys are just like everybody else. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I save work to do on my phone. Wow.
I was going to say, I hope that's because we're doing the people's business.
You're doing it right, and you're doing it well.
And the truth is that this idea of hurry, hurry, hurry is foolish, because every one of these agenda items has purpose and has an effect on the citizens.
That's right.
Wow, what I really want to say is thank you for waiting and being patient. And what I really love is the architectural design, the modernism, and the idea that everyone can own their own home, or in this case, casita. And this is so exciting, and I hope and wish you much success, because the truth is we need this in a lot more rural areas besides Bishop. And if it would be all right, given that we have hurried today, I'd love for you to make an appointment with our office, and I want to hear more about the things that you can offer Nueces rural Nueces County.
Yeah, no, rural as well as the urban parts of it.
Right.
On the design part, just real quick before I go, something I think you will all enjoy. Every single client of ours designs their own home. We don't have a cookie cutter approach. We're the first organization in the country to figure this out and how to do it. So when you walk into our office, whether you are low income, which 95% of who we work with are low income residents, we give them a blank piece of paper and they sit down with a real live architect, because we run an architecture firm as well. And the most empowering question you can ever ask anybody in your life, and I ask you to test this out, is really the question of, what do you want? And when you ask somebody whose their whole life has been told to stand in this line and stand in that line, and you're going to get paid this, and you wait for here, and you wait, and you do this, the minute you put a blank piece of paper in front of them and you ask, okay, what do you want in your house? Your parents asking you those questions as you grew up, that's what gave you the power that you have to sit where you sit today, because you were given the option to give an answer. And now we give that answer to people. It takes really 2 visits with families for them to actually go, are you kidding me? You're asking me what I want? Yeah, I'm asking you what you want. Granted, it's 1,200 square feet. It's not the Taj Mahal. But did they want the porch bigger than they want the bathroom? If that's it, great. Let's do that for them. It doesn't cost me anymore. It doesn't cost them anymore. So we're very excited to bring that form of empowerment to residents of both Nueces County, Corpus Christi, and any of the small towns around, because we've seen it change folks in the valley as well as in other places that we're working. So we've got lots of products and lots of things to bring, and we're excited to be here.
Yeah, I can't wait to visit with you more.
Great.
This is for the affordable housing, but this is not for the rental. The rental works different, right? You build them and then you rent them?
So we do build them and we rent them, but the great thing about the rental as well is that when we design the rental, what you see there was actually designed by folks who will live in it or who are going to live around it. So before we actually put anything in the ground in Bishop, there'll be a group of folks, you'll be invited as the commissioner, to sit around, eat pizza with us, and decide what we want to build there.
And I'm impressed about your project because, I told you before, I've talked to some people already that were traveling from Corpus to Kingsville to work at the university or Celanese, and some already moved, to Kingsville and said, man, I wish I could find something in Bishop, you know? So I think, and you got the Naval Air Station, you got the university, you got Celanese, so I think that this is probably the right time, and you talk about grocery store, you're right. The one they had there closed down, so that really don't have much of a, dollar store would be great, right?
Yeah.
But this is just a growing area, so, and we also talk about the county road, Judge, then, down the line, hopefully we can work together on County Road 81A.
Yeah.
So I think that.
County road, water districts, all those kind of things. We're going to have some really great conversations with you all and with the city.
Okay, fantastic.
We're there, I'll move.
So we have a motion and a second, and all those in favor of supporting the adoption of this resolution in support of their housing tax credits for the development of this incredible project in Bishop called Los Evanos. And please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, aye.
Congratulations.
And all those opposed, same sign. Okay, great. And so what we're going to do is, just bear with me. I will guide you, give you a chance to flip to your pages, but I am trying to make method of the time madness today. If you'll look at C4, I don't believe this one has any substantive issues. I believe it to be part of our protocol. One, this is for the execution and contract of engineering services with Freeze and Nichols. And it's for the design of County Road 49 and 22, which was already approved.
Yes, Judge.
And Freeze and Nichols has also been in the audience today with us. And so I'd like to have, get them moving on. Does that
Yes,
give you?
So moved, Judge.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Recommending.
Right, you're that's what I want to hear, though. You're recommending. And I've got a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. And thanks to the engineering firm of Freeze and Nichols for caring enough. I'm constantly preaching this. This is a very important project, a very important part of our community. As they say, darn right, you should be here. Thank you. It means something. Thank you. And we look forward to working with you on these two roads. Okay, and then, Juan, I'm sorry, not you, Juan. Forgive me, another Juan. There was an issue on animal control. Is that something you can take care of, as they say, lickety-split? It's the Animal Control Order 1991. If not, we can have you after our break.
Okay.
Is that, is it some,
Probably not that.
I don't think there's any issues here at all with regards to this order. Do you recommend the passage of this order as the department head?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does anyone have any, I've got a motion. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a quick one.
Sure, go ahead.
So what it is, you're raising the fees, and we're wanting to give you control of raising the fees and adoption,
Impoundment fees.
impoundment fees.
The adoption fees, which is not set up in there, that will, because of the second section that's there, it would allow us to reduce. But the impoundment fees for, stray animals are, that will be, going up.
So if you were ever to change them again, you'd come back to the court before you changed them. Am I
The
correct?
impoundment fees?
Any fees, yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
that's all I'm asking.
I think just my I was reading that, I think one of my recommendations that I would have, because it says they raise the price within 1 year, if they come back with 1 year, I just think the second time should be $100, regardless if it's within 1 year or not. You know, I mean, what is not, why you just leave it at $100 for the second time?
We normally do it at 1 year. If it's after a year, then it's, most of the times the officers don't remember.
I think we should be just, a
The
second time around, I don't care if it's 12 months, 13 months, hey, you gotta.
Now, on top of that, if we have a second offender, we also issue citation for at-large or whatever it is, and they have to go see the judge, and there's other fees there.
I don't know, I just think.
Problem is, are the judges making sure they're paying the fees, or are they letting them get off? That's why
The ones that I've talked to, yes, they are working very close to us, and they
We need to
are.
be tough on it, because it needs to stop.
So what if we raise the fees? I mean, does that discourage someone from coming and getting their animal out?
If they're gonna get them out, they're gonna come and get them out either way. They're gonna pay the fees. But if we're getting repeat offenders and they're coming over and then just throw the money and, and say, don't go to my house again, they're not listening. So we're hitting them in the pocket and hopefully they.
And these fees are in keeping with other counties of our size, their fees, right?
I did not check with other counties.
Okay.
With the city of Corpus many years ago, compared to them, they're low.
They're low. That's what was my understanding. Okay.
Our citations that we issue they go to JPs. They're a lot more than that.
Got it. Okay. So with that background, do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and so
I like one thing, Juan, can you give me just, I don't know if it's, I'm sure you can, give me a, kind of a list or whatever, how many repeat offenders we had last year in the 12 months?
About 50% of the customers we get, they're repeat offenders.
So, man, you see, I think we should do $100, period. That's what I think. I mean, 50% of it, they're not listening to you, so they're not paying attention, so.
Well, we can try this, and why don't you bring us data back for, a couple of months, and then we can reevaluate, all right? That way we take care of.
Thank you, Juan, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. Wait a second. We didn't vote. I've got a motion.
Yeah, we,
I've got a motion and a second. I just got to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Okay, listen, I'm working towards double checking. We're going to put everybody on hold except for that. I have one question. Sam, are you here for the airport? You and John? Yes, okay. Yes, and do you have any, okay, and then the second one that I had circled was, of course, David, you walked in, David Richter, our architect. We have, what you don't know, David, is that we hadn't had a chance to take a little breather here in about 6 hours, not even a bathroom break. We were going to be on hold for 30 minutes, but I wanted to see if that would that be all right with you? Okay, so let's just handle the airport so John can get back to work. And Sam and John, come up. The last one we'll take before we recess is the one that is numbered, help me out, 11. It's 11, I'm sorry.
11. 10 and 11.
10 and 11.
And we're gonna ask that 11 be tabled, but 10 goes forward.
motion to table 11.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And don't leave, Jacobs, I'll get you real quick. And so basically, this is an opportunity to hire a consultant. The source of funding is county judges, airport funding that's left over from 2016 COs, which we need to create this expenditure. And your board has discussed it. And Sam is here kind of representing your board. And do you guys come forward with a recommendation?
Well, we were hoping that we could discuss it with Mr. Combs, but it appears to me that this might be a little premature. In order to market something and sell something, you got to have a product. When we get the ability to have Jet A available to the flying public, that would be a good time to start really advertising that. In terms of developing the airport and interested in the airport, I noticed on their proposal a number of the things that we're proposing are things that are already in motion. For example, the installation and timing of the new fuel farm. The big thing for the airport to make it more usable for jet users is an extension of the runway. And we're going to have to wait a little while on that, I presume.
Well, actually, that's incorrect, but go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, we have an opportunity through Innovative Readiness Training this summer to apply for a grant that the Air Force has actually called us on and said they would be willing to do they would be willing to build a runway for us if we were successful with this grant. But that's neither here nor there. So you think it's premature. This is a surprise to me because John Cox is here as the director to say that this is what he's been waiting for. And so there's obviously a disagreement, but of course, that's your right to come and say, hey, I'm worried about this.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm just saying that the thing is about a 5-year project, a 5-month project. In those 5 months, there's rather a lot that he's suggested that he do. What I would like to see is a deliverable of some kind at the end so that we could put in place the things he's recommending.
Right, sort of a listing of,
Is there an urgency to this, number one, and where's the funding come from?
well, I just said it, but I guess everybody's a little on the weak side here. The funding is 2016 CO. These dollars are overdue in needing to have an expenditure and allocation. They've been sitting in our airport fund for over 4 years now.
Actually, Judge, it's going to be,
2015?
it's going to come out of ramp grant. I'm looking for the item.
So it's not a CO?
Well, there's plenty of dollars in that CO as well. You can put it in RAM grant if you feel like that's the most,
I'm just asking what it is,
appropriate,
whichever it is. I just want to know, so I
I
don't.
believe we were gonna do half and half out of the rent grant and half from the seal.
Okay, so,
yeah, let me
Explain.
tell you what I think the urgency is.
well, what, can I just ask,
Yeah.
what's ramp grant again? I'm sorry.
It's a reimbursement program from the state up to $50,000, and this is a permissible use.
Why wouldn't we just use all of it for ramp grant?
I don't think there's enough in there. That's why we have to split it.
Oh, he said, I thought you just said it was up to 50,000, this is 60, so.
Yeah, but we already are using it on some other stuff. Is that correct, John?
It's a 50-50 split, so, the maximum grant is 50,000.
Great, I appreciate you clarifying that funding source. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
John, go ahead.
I need help at the airport as far as promoting and building the airport up. So if they can do what they say they can do as far as promoting, and they have experience in all of this, then it should be a great deal. So.
And it's my understanding from reading the contract, it's not, as you said, Sam, there's a lot in there, and what I would recommend is that, you get super engaged with this consultant if it's the will of the court to go forward, so you can get that deliverable. But as we sit here, we've had an entire FY 2019 where we don't even know what to invest in or what to build in. I know that they say there's a waiting list for hangars, but if there's no benefit to cost analysis that's done there, I don't know if that's a terrible use of money, of the dollars that we have kind of escrowed or not. And what I do know with IRT grant possible, we've got to build up you know how you had that drainage study that was all nice and pretty? Well, we need one that's all nice and pretty for the airport so that we can go to get and win this 5,000-foot runway for jets. I feel like we keep kind of saying, yeah, we need stuff, but then there's nobody that's on point that's their whole job is to deliver it. But I hear you when you say, he's got to deliver something so that I know how to act upon it. And I think that's going to be incumbent upon him from day one, that you guys create that deliverable message to him.
How much is in the 2015 COs?
I mean, over $1 million.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah. And it was all allocated by Judge Neal for airport, which is not practical at this moment, because that's not, there's, as you said, Sam, there's nothing to do right now because we don't have a real analysis of how to spend those dollars appropriately.
I thought the judge's allocation was at the time for the runway. I thought that's why he wanted to put it in there was for the runway expansion, which I thought we'd all thought was a great idea. Has that changed? Is that not
Well,
right?
yeah, because you'd actually have to have jets to be on a 5,000-foot runway, and we don't even know which one jet would come over, because we don't have any document that reflects what Atlantic's charging, what Signature's charging, what any FBO's charging regionally. Why are all the airplanes hanging out in Refugio or other small airports? You don't have enough anything information to make a decision on a 5,000, how about a 7,000-foot runway? Then you could do touch and goes with Coast Guard and
Well, but I think the point
NAS.
is there was
If they can come.
yeah I think
No, you have to know what to build and then build it,
I think
and then
the
they'll.
point is you said that there were funds there and we didn't have to spend it on when the court put those funds over there. It was for a very specific purpose. If the court's going to change its mind, which the court has every right to do, then let's have that discussion. But I wanted to make clear when that money was allocated by the judge, I think it was clearly for runway expansion. And so if
Okay,
Judge, you
well,
want to bring
be-
that up
To
and
be honest
change
with
it,
you,
we can.
I wish,
No,
and she's probably listening, if Teresa were here, I have never been given any document that says that's allocated for runway expansion at all. And I'd have to see that order in order to make that decision, but
No, I think it was the. I think
it's
it was
just
the judge.
airport allocation.
I think the judge, it was, we all had CO dollars.
Right.
That we were allowed to, with court's approval, to allocate. And the judge at the time just made the decision, and someone can correct me if this is wrong, to allocate his for airport expansion, which I believed at the time was runway. My point is not to disagree with you. My point is to say, if you as the judge want to discuss, because those are, technically allocated by the judge, right? So if you want to bring that back up for discussion, then bring it. I'm open to discussion if you don't think that it's good for runway. I'm just saying I think that's what it was for. I think it was, I just think that's what it was for.
He might have, that's right, he may have, I'm just saying, there's no directive, we never authorized by court for a runway, best to my knowledge. And because we haven't done that, all it is just a bunch of money sitting in a CO account that should have already been spent. And that was what his plan was, but because he didn't act on it, it's now that I have to make a decision what's in the best interest. And I'll be honest with you, all those dollars can be reallocated somewhere else. If we decide that runway is not where $1 million ought to be, it will get reallocated.
Right, or airport expansion in general, or hangar expansion or whatever.
Yeah, and that's the whole goal. That's why I think this consultant is so valuable right now, because we actually have an IRT opportunity
You gotta
to
have
do
the
that.
material,
But I don't have anything to work with.
Like Judge, you were saying, with the main purpose was trying to do airport improvements, and one of the main portions was trying to do a runway extension, but we had we wanted to work with TxDOT to try to do that, and there was an analysis by TxDOT that they wouldn't assist us on runways, so we would have to pay the entire cost.
That was,
So that's why it became too costly to do the extension of the runway, because of the cost.
If we're gonna do the IRT, we still have.
He was gonna do that money as a matching to TxDOT if TxDOT saw that there was a qualifying need for expansion of the runways, and TxDOT came in and said that because the aircrafts we bring in or other evaluations that didn't qualify for their funds at the moment.
But I think for now, if we're gonna try to get the IRT team to do it, we gotta have the money to buy the material.
Right, and right now, like the judge is saying, right now, the funds was set up as airport improvements that the judge can do however, whatever was seen necessary for airport improvements would include the new terminal building, the air apron, and the fuel facility that we're working on, and other airport improvements, or as the court decides, we can reallocate those other purposes.
And that's all I was saying, Judge. So if you want to, you may want to just look at that completely and bring it back and read.
right. Well, all I know is that runway, I'd love to see a runway as long as we had users. But in order to get the runway, I've got to have somebody who's an expert. And then but at the same time, I'm not interested in another study. So I actually want to have some value. So I said, hey, why don't you do a little bit of everything? Because this little bit of everything is also very valuable. We've been asking the question, what is the threshold of hangar rental? Like, where can we push that envelope to create more dollars? And we've always said, look, this is what the fair market value is offering. But we couldn't even say to the public that was the fair market value, because we really didn't have that we didn't have that ability. But regional airports, like county airports, can have success, but only when you have a lot of other elements built in.
And like anything, you have to have a plan.
Exactly.
And we just don't have one.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's three items.
Okay, let me check it out.
One is the order that, that is an exemption to the bidding process because it's a professional services contract.
Can we just
And
start
you
there?
Then you select Coates and Evans, and then the third one is the agreement.
Okay. And, okay, Carolyn, would it be all right if I have you make that motion?
Did you hear what she said? I make a motion to do that, just what you just said.
Yeah. And is it okay if we do it that way? And then could we have a second?
Second.
And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Then I'm going to direct Tyner to bring Mr. Coates in so he can give a thorough explanation to the court of what he's going to be working on and doing, and also, highly encourage him to have that same day, that meeting with John and the board.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did I cover everybody that was waiting, except for Jacobs? All right, we've got one more. It's number 5, and it's the selection, Juan, of the Abilene Lane Extension Project Engineer. And this is in Commissioner Vaughn's
Yes, ma'am.
area, and
We're recommending the selection of Jacobs Engineering Group for the design of Abilene Lane Extension Project. This is for the alternate route for Suburban Acres. Once we do an agreement between us or the county and Epic, we'll come back and recommend execution of a contract.
And we will be reimbursed for this, correct?
Yes, ma'am, but we still have to have the agreement between.
Yeah, and
us.
I agree,
Yes,
but
yes, ma'am.
we need to know it's not out of our pockets.
that's
Yes,
correct.
Yes, ma'am, it won't be out of our pocket.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. And just a quick question, and this will include associated drainage anytime we do a new road. It's not just a simple,
Yes, ma'am, it'll also include drainage for the roads, and then we also included some drainage on the south side of.
That's what I was
Suburban
remembering.
Acres. Yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you. And so we got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. And we thank you from Jacobs. And I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Martin, thank you so much for waiting and being here. At this time, I'm going to call for a recess. It's let me look real quick, like 1:26. We're going to gavel out until 2 o'clock, and where we'll finish the patchwork that is the rest. I was going to suggest to make us efficient, Lauda, while we're eating, taking a break. What do you think about taking executive session out of order? There's an expectation that
We can,
we can at least finish that piece of it.
yeah. Well, I only have one item, I believe.
And so at this time, it's not only a recess, but really, it's we elect to go into executive session.
3 items there.
There's 3 items.
No, just one.
A, B, and C.
Okay, well, we elect to go into executive session and to discuss with our attorney under Government Code 551-072, 73, 74, 75, 76, 86, and 87. And we're going to hold this executive session and to include all the matters that are listed below, including litigation, personal matters, economic development negotiations, security devices, et cetera. And we will come back in open session, take any action as appropriate on all items discussed. And at this time, we will gavel out. Okay, these are all, I need,
We come back from executive session, and at this time, item A was discussed, and is there a motion for item A?
So moved.
Yes, sir. A motion to ratify the hiring of John Martinez with Hilliard Martinez and Gonzalez LLP to represent the Honorable Timothy J. McCoy in his official capacity and related matters.
Sorry, second that wonderfully stated motion.
Moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion passed. Okay,
Keep going, man.
now we gotta go back to,
Well,
back to number 12 in the regular agenda.
Number 9.
Oh, 9, I'm sorry, 9.
Discuss and consider approval of a personal service agreement with Tim Richardson. related to Restore Act and other federal funding sources. Tanner, you gonna have the other information?
Yeah, I'll take this one. We had a 3-month contract with Tim Richardson related to Restore Act funding. We still have some work to do. We found some funding. I just found out recently that Clayburgh County wants in on this and is going to contribute to this. I don't know how much they're going to pay. We found some funding. The judge has told me that although we don't have it in place yet, other area counties may participate with us. But as you know, the big Restore Act funding, it's, millions and millions of dollars. And the reason we want to get Tim Richardson back on board is because he has the expertise in this Restore Act funding.
How much is it, Tyner, and where's the funding coming from?
Let me look up the item.
And also when it expired.
Well, I will tell you that Teresa found 30,000 of consultant fees. Maybe Teresa's coming in.
This is 80,000, right? Is that what I read?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Cost 80,000?
Yes, it's just through the fiscal year, I believe. I had a bunch of these going yesterday, but we have identified a funding source. I can get an email out to you and show you where that is.
So this is for an additional 3 months, or?
No, my understanding is we're going to take it to the end of the fiscal year.
December 31st?
Yes.
December 31st?
No.
Yes, September. End of September, yes.
Budget year.
And if Clayburgh County is in for half, that's really going to save us a lot of money.
And when
you say half, what's the total amount?
What is it, 8 months at 10,000 a month, so it's 80,000? Is that correct, Belinda? Yeah, okay.
Okay. Modified. But his contract now is still going on? It hasn't terminated, right?
No, his previous contract was only 3 months, and it actually ended before 2019 was over. He's been working, right, Judge? He's been working since then, and so, the idea is to get him back on contract and actually
Right.
pay him.
He has, and so basically with all this CDBG's mitigation money, he's going to really be helpful to us. He attended our regional county judges meeting, and we're actually working very vigorously on a new Restore Act grant that we would like to put forth. That's really his specialty, and we're looking, in the $50 million range, as well as a sportsman summit and just a whole bunch of litany of things that I'd like for him to come in and kind of, tell you all about what our next 12-month plan is. But did you say before I walked in that Judge Madrid?
I did.
Yes, okay. I just
Clayburgh
wanted to
is
make
going to
sure.
participate. They, in fact, are putting it on their next upcoming agenda, and we'll coordinate with them and do an interlocal.
Right. And so basically, he's still fostering the grant that we have for $144 million for the Petronila watershed and all the way to Baffin Bay. But in addition, I now would like for him to pivot to just work on Nueces County regional efforts, which of course include Clayburgh.
Okay, so now are we gonna make a decision today that we go ahead and hire him, Laura?
So we're
Says
just
here,
asking where the
discuss and
funding source
consider.
was and how much, Judge.
So the funding source is listed here. Let me grab my notes back.
Well, I think it was added later, and I'm going to get Teresa.
Teresa's right here. We do have a funding source for it.
80,000?
Well, I think it's 40, but it's 80 right now because they have to vote in Clayburgh. But the expectation is,
80 pending that Claver might jump in.
yeah, and they've been our partner this whole time, so. We do have a complete funding source on this one.
She showed it to me.
Yeah, I did not write down the number of I gotta start getting my notebook back in order here. I've got a mess. Let's see.
So I hear a motion to approve the,
And if you want to, we can wait for Teresa. It's up to you guys.
I think we need the person. want to know where the source is.
Yeah, just,
and
if you don't mind, she's
think
pretty
we're-
quick.
Yeah,
She's gonna
that's fine.
come right
And do you
back.
think we're going to, do you feel pretty confident on the Clayburgh side that they're going to pitch
So,
in?
so what, oh, I do.
Pitch
I
in,
do,
right.
very much so. And the truth is, we're actually making a run at San Pat and Aransas and everybody else, because we want everyone to have his expertise. But having said that, we can use him exclusively, you know, with Clayburgh and do really, really well.
And I know you have a regional approach on this, and I appreciate that. I just also, I certainly want to make sure, you know, being selfish, that we get our more
Our
than
fair
fair
share.
share. Yeah, so
I feel very I certainly
I know-
wish that everybody would sort of participate, but some of them have their own folks, you know, but what we did, I think, the best job that we could have possibly done at that Coastal Bend County Judges Regional Meeting to say, look, I mean, there is a formula. Tim Richardson has helped Judge Brannick in Matagorda and Brazoria and all those county judges, you know, Matagorda, Chambers, and Fort Bend, and they've gotten over $150 million of Restore Act and money, and we just have not gotten our fair share down here. I think we're up to 22, and we're up to the 10th year anniversary, and so we've got a real opportunity to figure this out, how we're going to.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's going to come from legislative consultant.
That's
There's
what it was.
$20K balance, and then we have some funds left over from the appraisal district funds.
That
and
was
then
our
we're-
little threesome. Okay, so go ahead and repeat them, because I know Dale probably wants to.
There's $20K from 5318 legislative consultants,
Department 285, general fund.
right?
All I need to know.
Okay, sorry, Dale. Well, we just thought maybe we were, okay, but it's important to get it on the record. So what, 5318?
5318 is legislative
Legislative.
consultants.
Okay.
And general admin.
General.
Okay, and then,
Still short about 10K that I have to move some monies from general admin.
okay.
But if we get
If we get
reimbursed,
Clayburgh,
it's
then
gonna
that
cover
all
it,
goes
yes.
away.
So we
Right.
just need to.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't include expense. We don't reimburse against expense. So we still have 80 grand of expense, we'll have $40,000 revenue. So we still have to have the budget expense.
Yeah, but we can take the 40 they give it to us, right?
Yeah, but we still have to have the $80,000 expense
That-
on our books.
That's
so we have
correct.
$40,000
That's
revenue.
correct. This court's going to take it on good faith that Clayburgh will do what they've been doing the last, 6 months, which he has told me that he feels confident that the court is satisfied with his work. And once again, I mean, the truth is that the Baffin Bay stakeholders are connected with us. I had LJA here earlier. I don't know, they left, but
Maybe we pass it, and then if there's a problem with Clayburgh,
we can bring it back. I think that's fair.
Do I hear a motion then to approve a personal service agreement with Tim Richardson related to Restore Act and other federal resources for 80,000? And if Clayburgh doesn't come through, then we bring it back to the court.
Hey, she's back, man. Are you still trying to take it, or
No,
what?
that's good. Finish it.
Second that motion.
All right.
Hey, look,
Told you that power was going to his head, Judge. He forgot you were here.
Hold on, but don't forget to vote.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed, same sign. All right.
Give her the gavel back. You're
All
scaring me,
right,
man.
all right. I got my gavel. Y'all are funny. Thanks for giving me that little quick breath there. Okay, we did some hopping around, so let's go back. And Tyner, help me out. When we last left, we did 9 just now. We had tackled 10 and 11, so I'm showing number 12 is the next one.
That's correct, and
All right, and I saw,
Lance wanted to be here.
okay, well, let me start us off, because I had the chance to have that meeting with him, and maybe you can call him. Designate and consider designating the Nueces County Records Management Officer. This is simply a designation. There is no change of anything having to do with budget here. This is a title, and the reason it's so critical is because when you don't have an RMO designated, you're not able to purge documents because you're not able to implement the records management policy that you've implemented. And so we're going to do that.
I'm good with just a title change too, Judge. I know we got other
All right,
discussions to
and,
have, but
and
second.
I've got a motion, I think I got a second. All those in favor signify by aye, saying aye. Aye. You may just be interested to know that now we can purge 2,000 boxes starting tomorrow. That's a big deal, guys, so thank you. Number 13, we did earlier today. Number 14, Oh, we did already? Is that, wait a second. No, 14's different. That's the aging. So let's do 14, and Edward, you have this one, and it has to do with the COG and our contract agreement on the Area Agency on Aging.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. In this case, it's actually good news. We've got a small, some more money passed through the federal, from the feds to the COG. So they're increasing the price of our meals so that we get paid a little bit more for each meal that we produce. So we recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. That's funny, mine's off. Okay, I must be working from an old one. So the next one is going to be tabled, I believe, or at least we have a consideration for tabling. And that's on the Oil Belt Little League, and it'll come back on
Second.
February 26th? Okay, and so I've got a motion, a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Then we handled the next one. And then the last one, for your consideration, is the very important site selection committee for a new medical examiner facility. And the update there is that we had the folks in from Arizona that this court approved last week. That was a group called the Smith Group, and they did a pretty in-depth discussion and tour of the medical examiner's office, and I got to visit with them as well. And they asked something that was pretty critical. They said, okay, we're getting our deep dive in, ready to work. What is the location? What site are you saying that we should, look at? And, well, we just had not really made that decision as a court. And so we've got to. And so for that purpose, we seek a site selection committee. And you may be wondering, well, wouldn't we just do it at the same site? Well, obviously that'll be an option, but there are other options that need to be presented to this court. And so, but we need to get that quickly to the Smith Group so they can keep to their timeline on their deliverables. Tyner, do you want to expand? Because I'm sorry, I don't recall all the people that are on that committee.
We had some ideas. I do know that Commissioner Gonzalez sent an email of interest to be on the committee. And Judge, when you and I talked about this, you suggested maybe somebody from the hospital district.
I thought it might be a good idea just to branch out there. So how about if we name the site selection committee, Commissioner Gonzalez, myself, Tyner, would you please sit on it?
Yes.
And that way you can inform all other members of this court what's going on. And a member of the hospital district to be named by the hospital district, is that fair?
Yes.
And I also think it's important to include a member of the medical examiners.
Correct.
I mean, let's get them to weigh in as well.
Medical examiner or designee.
And then I'm going to ask Juan if you would, or send a designee. I think that when you talk about site, you're going to be mindful of what infrastructure that site might have or not have, and that might weigh in our decision. Is there anybody else, commissioners, that you can think of you'd want to have a part of that? And if not, I'm pretty flexible on this. I can always add, but I'd like to get started with this committee.
Yep.
Is that a good?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
Loud, I don't think there's any legal implications. You're always welcome to attend these, but I don't, let us kind of get somewhere, and then if we.
If you have nothing else to do.
Well, no, but normally we ask. That's why I'm throwing that out. And so, okay, well then, if the clerk made those notations of those individuals and/or their designees, is there a motion? And a second? Okay, motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, super. And now, Maria, take us through 4 different grants.
Good morning. I apologize. These probably should have been on consent agenda. The good news is that all of these grants have no match required. So the first one is, it'll be a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the governor's office.
So moved.
Okay. And so you recommend approval of all
Yes.
of these grants?
Yes.
And none of them have a match?
None of them have a match.
So moved on all of them.
And so we've got the second one on truancy, the third one on body armor, and the fourth one on family drug court. Is that correct, Maria? So, I'll take the motions from Commissioner Chesney as first on all of them, and seconds Commissioner Gonzalez. And any discussion for Maria on all of them? Okay, thank you, good job, Maria. One of these, you know what I'd like is it'd be nice, you've gotten so many good, grants that have come through and then also submittal. Maybe it's a good time to show the court next time around what's pending, right? And what we've gotten grants for.
Sure, so we're finally kind of implementing our grant management software, so
Good.
it's gonna be easier for us
That's
to
what I
get
was,
reports for.
okay, sounds good. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. And for the clerk, same motion, same second, approval to all four. And now, Juan, you're going to talk to us about some items, and the first one's vector control.
You just click down? All right, okay. Judge, Commissioners, just want to kind of give you an update on vector control. About a year and a half ago, when I started, Isidro Padro with the city of, with the Prado, with the City of Corpus Christi Health Department called me within a week, and he says, Juan, he says, we have a grant. He says, we want to see, you want to apply for it? And I said, yes, we're going to apply for it. So we applied for the grant. The first grant that we got, Commissioners, the first year, we received a grant for $105,000, about $106,000 for the first year. The second year, which is this fiscal year, we had a grant for $43,471. It's $149,000 in 2 years that we received a grant for, that we received monies for vector control. I've asked our staff, and I asked them, in the past years since when you started up vector control from 2004 to 2008, how many grants have we applied for? 0. So, and kind of bringing that up, I mean, I feel that we're doing good, you know, getting these grants. And I kind of want to share with y'all of what materials and what equipment we bought with it. First of all, you see in the photos is that we've gotten some microscopes for our staff. We've gotten some traps, and of course the grizzlies on the bottom part. Those are our grizzlies, the 4 new grizzlies for our 4 vehicles that we use for spraying for vector control. And then, of course, there's other items listed. We did get a 16-foot trailer. And I'm going to talk to you about that in a little bit for a piece of equipment. And we also use that money for training. Our staff uses that money also for training for their CEUs. We did get some chemicals. We did get some larvicide, and we did get the adulticide. So we did pay out of those monies. We did pay for the chemicals that we need for spraying. And to the right is just a piece of equipment that we use that we've also bought. This is our sectors. We have 6 sectors where we spray for mosquitoes and for larvicide. As you can see, it's a huge area. One thing that I wanted to talk to you, that part of the grant that we got, is we're going to get a GPS mosquito tracking equipment. Our vehicles are going to have a tracking system to identify the areas that we've been spraying. And not only that, but this is part of the grant monies that we've gotten. Not only that, but it's also going to identify the locations and the rates that they're spraying, which is also part of how they're going to track of the usage of the chemicals. So it's going to be a data system. The bottom part of that photo shows like an area of some dots. That's an example of what we're going to be presenting to judge and commissioners. Once we install these pieces of equipment, y'all are going to have that data the next day, so y'all can see if anybody calls, a constituent calls, you know what we sprayed the day before. And it also will keep track for our staff. If you look at the one on the right, it kind of exaggerated a little bit, but the one on the right is a phone. So our guys are going to be able, or our staff are going to be able to track themselves to make sure they're not missing a route or to make sure they're not missing a street. You know, when you're working from 7 o'clock in the afternoon to 7 o'clock in the morning, sometimes, you know, you kind of want to keep track of where you're at. So that's going to be installed in our equipment, and it'll be also sent to y'all, and we're working with Lance, so that way we can put that or send that information to y'all in the morning, just in case you get a call, y'all can see if anybody's sprayed. What we're also trying to do is also to put it on our website for Public Works. So that way somebody can actually just go to the website and the next day, not the day that they're tracking them, the next day. So that way they can see if any constituent has any questions, they can go out to our website and they can see where we sprayed the night before or the days before. Larvicide, it's an insecticide that specifically targets against the larvicide life stage of the insect. Currently, the way we do larvicide, there's 4 persons, and 2 trucks. And what I was gonna do is play a video, and how do you do that, Tanner, on this? To select is there like I was gonna show you the method that we use now. There's a video right there. I don't know if it's gonna play or not. Hopefully it does. There's a video that kind of shows the way we spray right now. Pretty much, somebody's driving, they're spraying kind of like with a wand, and they spray in the ditches. They spray if there's water in the dishes, they'll spray for the larvicide. The one to the right is when they're putting in their chlorine tablets. So it takes us 4 persons for 2 trucks, and we usually spray 2 sectors. We usually spray 2 sectors a day. So that's how long it takes us.
You actually have to get out?
Ma'am, well, when you're doing the tablets, you do have to get out. When you're spraying with a wand, you don't have to get out. You're kind of just spraying into the ditches. And there was a video of it from our staff that we took some videos.
You know how IT is, man, these things don't work.
And that's it right there, but it's on a sideways. You probably have a neck.
Turn it around, this one here?
So that's the method that we're using right now. And that's fine.
It's on the side of the earth.
So that's the method that we're using right now.
With all the technology we've got, we can't turn that upside down. Come on, Lance.
You know, IT, man.
It's an old laptop.
Don't tell me.
We can escape out of that.
Charge you for another set.
But
We can email it out to everybody.
we'll email it. And there's certain videos that I put on the presentation. Hopefully we'll see the other ones. How do you go back to the? So that's the method right now. What we've done also is and that was going to be the next one. Oh, there you go.
Well, I thought you were gonna,
now-
I thought you, for,
So now,
yes, I thought you were gonna put like a little strap with one of the mosquitoes and follow him around,
to
find out where they're at.
yes, sir. So the next one, Judge and Commissioners, is we bought the Buffalo turbine. The Buffalo turbine is it's not. It looks like a jet engine, but it's not a jet engine. The trailer that it sits on, it was purchased through the grant. The Buffalo turbine was purchased through Public Works, based on our budget. And of course, Judge and Commissioners, thank you for that. One thing about the Buffalo turbine is that it's only a 1-person, 1 truck. It covers approximately 2 to 3 sectors a day versus 1 sector a day with 2 people. And then it covers sections in less than a week, all the sectors. And then it covers a larger area. And what I mean by a large area is that, we're gonna go to that. What I mean by the large area, and I wanted to see, you ought to see the video on this one. The application rate is of 150 miles per hour. It's from 0 to 50 miles per hour when you want to apply it. And it shoots 100 to 125 in the air. In other words, it's shooting either a granular or it's shooting a mist into the air. And based on the wind speed, it travels anywhere from 200 to 500 feet on a horizontal plane. So what that means, Commissioner, is that now we're going to be able to spray larvicide not only in the ditches, but we're going to also be spraying in the backyards where we can't reach, where there's standing water. For example, the colonias alongside the river, and this is going to assist us with that. Yes, ma'am. And you can kind of see at the end of the video, you'll see a power pole that's about 100 to 125 feet. So that's how far this blower spraying too. I say blower, but the turbine, Buffalo turbine. You can turn off
And when the people from, if you're in a neighborhood, will they be notified? Will it affect anybody if they're outside or anything?
No, sir, they won't affect them. It's pretty much kind of like what we do right now, is we're gonna be spraying at night, so it wouldn't affect it. The pesticides that we're using, of course, commissioners, we use what's EPA approved, so we won't be using any other chemicals that aren't being approved by EPA. The next one, Commissioner, it doesn't deal a lot with vector control, but it does deal with the work that we do in cleaning in our right-of-ways. This one's, we call it the shredder, because what it does, it shreds the limbs and trees, and this piece of equipment, we used it last week, and within 5 to 10 minutes, we had a tree that it grinded all the way down to the bottom. So we're not using any more chainsaws. I mean, we are gonna use chainsaws, but I want to go to the next one.
Manpower is a lot faster.
Tyler, how do we play that video?
So this saves on your manpower, right?
This is going to save on the manpower. And I'm going to kind of give you an example of what we did last week. We did a piece of road or a section of road, and it took us, with the shredder, because we're learning the piece of equipment, it took us about a day and a half, about half a day to 3/4 of a day to clean out the right-of-way, the trees, the shrubs, and so on. Normal standards, we have about 5 people with 5 chainsaws, with 5 chainsaws, and they're cutting and
Turn that down.
they're cutting the trees and the limbs off the trees. So when we have debris that's sitting in our right-of-way.
Dude, I don't even know what you just said. That was so loud, but
No.
go ahead. I'm sure it was important.
So instead of having 5 people with 5 chainsaws or having staff, 5 persons picking up the debris and putting it in the back of a truck, this is a piece of equipment that we purchased for that purpose. One thing that I do want to mention to y'all, Judge and Commissioners, is that this will save us some monies in hauling off the debris. We won't be taking this part of this section, we won't be taking it to the landfill, which costs money. And at the same time, it'll cost us to where we can send our personnel, other personnel, because it only takes one person. It'll send the other personnel to do other jobs that we can be doing other sections of the road. How do you go back to the? So Commissioners, I just kind of want to give you a final of the test and the final of the clearing of the road. And this is pretty much what it's cleared. What would have taken us with five persons for 5 days, it took us, and this is because we're learning the piece of equipment, it took us half a day to 3/4 of a day with one person. We did have our staff out there to do a training session with them during this time. So we did have our people to be out there to kind of train them and make sure that they know how to use a piece of equipment. And so just kind of a cost savings. Commissioners, in conclusion, we want to thank Isidro, part of the city of Corpus Christi Health Department. It wouldn't have been for him calling me that, after a week or 2 weeks of being here with the county. I mean, we probably would never have applied for the grant. So I just want to thank him. I want to thank Maria from Grants also, because she's the one that assisted us with applying for the grants. Also my staff, from Vector Control, because they're the ones that put the list together with Yolanda Moreno, our accounting, and they're the ones that put all this together in order to supply that to grants. And within 2 months after applying, after 2 months we got the grant, or 3 months we got the grant. So we started purchasing some of this equipment and materials.
Juan, I think y'all did great. I'm glad you applied for the grants when we've never had one. And the other thing, it looks more efficient. And it looks like you got a lot of things for your money.
Yes, ma'am.
I would suggest you, if you have anything left over, get a computer.
But thank you, and again, I want to thank the court, judge and commissioners for allowing us to apply for the grant. and also for allowing us to have monies in our budget to buy the Buffalo turbine. So thank y'all.
If memory serves me correct, the Buffalo turbine was actually made possible because we did did we not collaborate with the hospital district on that? Yes. And so I'm going to suggest, I made an attenuated but obviously an effective argument that the Buffalo turbine has a public health nexus. And so I think that's worthy, that piece of it, of you sending it to Johnny Hip?
No, no.
No, I'm saying,
Oh, send it?
I think it's a good idea. I think his board will understand that they did something really effective for public health. I think they would enjoy seeing it. Okay, super.
Judge and Commissioner, just one, and I forgot to
Yes.
say something. So we're the only ones in South Texas and from Dallas to Houston to only have this piece of equipment.
That's great. Then definitely let them know and give them your thanks as well. Stay up here just for a little bit. We're going to skip 2, and I should have done this first, although that was fascinating. And but let's take number 3 now, because David Richter's been very patient, and he's got an agenda item that he can speak to as far as answering any questions. And Juan, you might want to guide us first through them. Commissioners, they will turn your attention to C3. And
Judge?
C3, yes, go ahead and go, just get to move to that. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Judge and Commissioners, we're recommending award and execution of contract for engineering with Richter Architects for design services related to miscellaneous courthouse projects. And this is projects that we'll be having here at the courthouse, and we're recommending the award of the contract to Richter Architects.
And if I remember correctly, there's the funding sources. We can let Richter speak, but the funding sources are located at the very back.
2019, right?
Well, there's just
2016.
yes, some of them. Go ahead, Dale.
The funding would coming from a series we already set up of the 2016 COs. We had money already allocated for ADA improvements to the courthouse, so that's where the funds will be coming from.
Okay, thank you. And it's also noted, Commissioners, in the very last, I believe, in the last page. Okay, hi, David.
Hello.
We've got 6 task orders, and they all have a variety of pieces that I'm sure that the court would be interested in, but I'm just going to choose the first task order, which is the exterior veneer. And I myself had an important question, which is, hey, look, this is very different. This type of work is very different than that which this court has already, taken a look at from Castro roofing perspective. And I think it'd be worth a little time kind of talking about what you're going to do as task number 1.
That, task 1 is to evaluate some of the failure of the veneer, the travertine tiles on the courthouse. We have, as part of our service, we've contracted with a consultant from Dallas called Curtain Wall Design Consultants, CDC, and we've used them a number of times on large projects over the years, mostly not in Corpus Christi, mostly elsewhere, but they specialize in tall buildings and in curtain walls and then also precast systems and wall systems for tall buildings. And they have forensic people on staff that can evaluate the nature of the failure at hand. So the first thing we will do is get them down here. They'll do the forensic work. They'll take tests. They'll investigate the conditions. We think that they will find that the failure is related to rusting of reinforcing within the precast panels that are now 45 years old. So it's been a while. What they recommend in terms of mitigating that is unknown right now. Whether it will require substantial removal of that material and replacement or some other kind of waterproofing that's the purpose of getting their advice. So that's really the first step, and until we get their feedback, then we're really not prepared to give any other answers.
Fair enough. Okay, and then task order number 2, and you can, go ahead, and I know we've spoken about, there's things that are a little bit further along and there's things that are more conceptual, but things are changing downstairs at the atrium for a variety of reasons. And so for that reason, task order number 2 is really more conceptual at this point.
Task Order 2 is actually the one that I was mostly prepared to speak to
Okay,
today.
great.
The others, I'm hoping you don't ask any difficult questions
Okay.
on them, because my project manager, Stephen Cox, is not here today.
Okay.
But I can probably help you on the others. But
Okay.
number 2 invited us to look at the atrium and think about what can be done to improve that space. And I would say parenthetically that that I think this is very visionary on the part of the court, and I think you should realize that in the 45 years of the life of this building, to my knowledge, this is the first time that the court has decided to look at a building without a specific problem to solve, without some kind of problem that had to be addressed. Most of the projects that have happened over the years in the court have been to address some specific concern. And those kinds of projects can tend to, I hate to use the term degrade, but to erode some of the clarity of the original design and compromise maybe some of the character of the building. And this, I think, is the first time the court is asked to revisit what can be done to make it more beautiful, to make it a more pleasant space, and to return it or even make it maybe even better than it was in the first place. So it's a great charge to have. It's a little challenging because there is no stated problem to solve. It's an open-ended opportunity, and we're going to sort of look at it that way. And because we have done no work on this other than just thinking, I don't really have anything really tangible to report. But we were invited to show some of our recent work, and particularly some of the renderings and animations we do, to give you some of an idea of what we will be showing you as we study the courthouse and the public spaces. One of the first things we will do is to build a 3D digital model so that we can do visualizations of different design alternatives and show you renderings to convey the design ideas. And so I'm going to run through a series of images here. This is the new Port of Corpus Christi office building. What you're looking at here are computer renderings in advance of the project being built to show the character of that building. And then some of the interiors, which use a lot of light, bright colors and natural concrete to sort of display the structural character of the building and to capitalize on the views and the natural light out to the water and to the new bridge. 2 projects we've done for the GSA, large projects in the El Paso area. The 2 images on to the left is a port of entry called Tornillo Port of Entry from the Mexican border, which actually shares a lot of qualities with the courthouse. They deal with administration, they deal with the public. They're very civic oriented. They process different kinds of applications and paperwork. And the image on the top is the main lobby space. To the right of it, and I don't know if I can point, maybe not. Well, anyway, the upper right corner is the rendering of the space, and then the upper left is the actual. And then the lower right is the primary processing canopies, and the lower left is the actual. So you get a sense of how the renderings convey the true character of the space. This is another port of entry in New Mexico. The upper right is the rendering of the main pedestrian processing main lobby, so to speak. Lots of daylight and lots of clear story windows to the north and the east. And then the upper left is the actual completed space. And then the lower right is the rendering of the approach to the building from Mexico, and the lower left is the actual. We've just finished a project for Del Mar that I would encourage, maybe if you get a chance to go see it. It has a lot. The relevance of it to what you're looking at here is its use of outdoor public space. You have the opportunity in this courthouse. You have a lot of civic space on the decks and below the decks and around landscaping. You have the opportunity to create some great places for people to be, and that's really what this project was all about. And here you see a rendering on the right of what has been named the Mike Anzaldúa Plaza, and then to the left, the photograph of the actual space. And then finally, a project we just finished in the Philippines, in Manila, a visitor center for the American cemetery there. And on your right is a rendering of the building, and on the left is the actual as it was completed. Here's the same building. On the right is the rendering of the gallery space, the exhibit spaces, and on the left is the completed actual gallery. We also do animations. I don't know yet for your project whether it would be useful to do a fly-through film, but this is a short 2-minute film. Hopefully will run. Maybe not. Nope.
It's the county courthouse.
It was, yeah. Well, anyway, it's actually kind of a cool film. And it's embedded in the PowerPoint, and when I tested it, it worked. Oh, wait.
There it is. It's coming up.
Down there, yeah. See if that works. No. Okay, well, we'll save that for another time. So in looking at the courthouse, it's important to note that the original building was designed with the main public entrance to be on the second floor. That's why the fountain, which is now the Memorial Plaza on Leopard Street, has a grand ramp up to the second floor. That's why to the east, towards Uptown, there's a long ramp. The original designers envisioned, I think somewhat optimistically, that the public would flow in up those ramps to the second level and enter, and the ground level would be more of a staff entrance, more of a back-of-house entrance. Well, it never quite worked out that way. People have a tendency to, well, this is another image of those decks that are now not just underutilized, but they're actually a little counterproductive because of security required since 9/11 to not have so many doors into the building. So the whole premise of the building to have really grand, significant public plazas and entrances on that second level for people to filter up and down once they come into the atrium hasn't just recently proven impractical. It really proved almost from day one to have been a little too visionary, perhaps, and not recognizing how people really do live and occupy spaces. So we have these plazas and these entrances that have never really lived to their vision. Instead, the Lipan Street entrance, the grade level entrance, has become the de facto front door to the courthouse, even though it was never envisioned to be that. It was envisioned to be sort of a staff entrance. Well, in my opinion, I think you may agree that it really doesn't quite do the courthouse or the county a building of this stature justice as a main entrance. It's certainly convenient, but it's got a low ceiling. It kind of enters through a vestibule that's not sufficiently dignified, I think. And even the elevator that was added recently, unfortunately, has served to interrupt the vista into the grand atrium space from the front entrance. You're smacked in the face with the elevator and stair. So the whole entrance experience, which is really, that's your first impression of the dignity of county government, is an opportunity awaiting. And in fact, one that has been waiting for 45 years to be redressed. Now, I'm not suggesting that I have an answer to this or that the budget will afford that, but I am suggesting that it makes sense to think big and to try to envision how these public spaces should be. And if you do, then we may collectively surprise ourselves and make the building maybe what it always could have been. So there are many aspects to this. I'm not going to get into every little part of it. Security is obviously a new thing. Since 1975, security has changed, sea changes, and changed the way buildings are occupied almost entirely. And when you go to a new airport that's been designed properly for security, it's a totally different experience than when you go to a building that's been retrofitted for the security experience. And then over the years, there's been cabinets and millwork and adaptations to the main public spaces that have been made that serve great purposes and are important, but are not entirely consistent with the sort of dignity and character of the building. So, in principle, we always begin a design project with concepts that are based on principle, not based on images. We'll never walk in and say, oh, well, this should be repainted or that should be redone. We try to start by looking at the underlying principles that will give rise to a design that does what we all want it to do. So, you know, the old adage, think globally, act locally, when applied to architecture might say, plan comprehensively, but implement sensibly and strategically. Daniel Burnham, after the Chicago fire, said, make no small plans. So in thinking about the Nueces County Courthouse, we think that at least some effort should be given to assessment of the architectural assets, what makes this a great building, and the fact that it's served as well as it has for 45 years with very little adaptation is testament to the quality of the building. But the structure, the envelope, the systems, and the interiors, and of course part of our charge is to deal with problems with the envelope, and we know that. But speaking specifically of the atrium, it's a little more visionary. And so in thinking about the atrium, as I said, we think that the arrival experience and the major interior and exterior public spaces should be conceived almost as if it were a new project. Obviously it's not. We always deal with the realities at hand, but it never hurts to think with a blank slate. We should give some thought to the second floor terraces and what kinds of opportunities they offer.
Judge, can I just ask real quick? I want to make sure, because I'm a little confused because I'm not sure. When we engaged in this, my thought was, and maybe wrongfully so, that this was going to be primarily to deal with the ADA improvements and the things that were kind of necessary. David's phenomenal at what he does, and I just want to make sure we know kind of where we're going with this, because this kind of scares me. I mean, I'll be honest with you. This is getting
I realize you're scared.
Wow.
But what you need to do is let him just finish, so we can have the real discussion, if you don't mind. I think he's almost done.
Okay.
With this piece of it, and
I am almost done.
Okay, just let him.
And I totally understand what you're saying. And I apologize.
No, you know I love you. I just, this is.
I have exercised a little license here.
No, you did. I'm okay.
And so, and I can be reined in.
I appreciate that.
And we're very practical. And if we decide just to give it a new coat of paint, then we'll give it a new coat of paint. But even before you give it a new coat of paint, in my opinion, when you're dealing with an asset of this substance and of this significance, both as a physical asset and as a symbolic asset, every 45 years or so, it's good to pause and think about where we are. And so you have security issues that are real tangible issues.
Right.
And that was the other element that was supposed to be in this too,
Yeah.
and I know that, yeah.
And security is more than just technology. Security is people movement. It's how it sort of has a management component to it. It is not something that can readily be layered on top as an afterthought. If it's not considered holistically, then you're almost certain to kind of, I don't want to say fail, but to miss an opportunity. So
let me just interject right there, because that's a perfect opportunity for me to say, let me say that I don't think you went over at all. What happens is when we have these conversations and we're talking about, security, for instance, it was no fault of anybody when they decided to make efficiencies and decided that an elevator was better than an escalator, right? But what you did was completely limit your visibility, right? So as we are discussing the modernization of our courthouse from ADA and everything else that encompasses the MEP piece of it, the mechanical, the electrical, the plumbing, the elevators and the chillers, the HVAC. it's incumbent, I think, upon us to understand that that bottom floor has to be rethought of, because you're never going to get the security that you need without going through this exercise. And so you're going to have a security design for that bottom level, because what we have now is inadequate. And I also wrote a few other things down. The future also holds that we are going to engage in a collaboration with the Department of Public Safety. We are going to probably have an opportunity, which is an amazing opportunity, to be able to do driver's license renewals and to be able to get your voter ID cards downstairs. But that also requires thinking how you're going to utilize that space. From the Historical Commission's crowded closet, okay, to the way we keep floor one voting machines there. There are so many, we've just sort of gone through the 45 years of the same way my closet looks. Oh, just put it there, it'll be all right. And then before you know it, your closet is full. You've got to be able to, as I said, take that pause and see how you're going to put all your initiatives into play, including the ADA. And it would be a missed opportunity in my mind to spend a fortune on ADA and get absolutely, a complete miss on the other ways we can have efficiency of space, including but not limited to, some of the things that we've talked about, including modernization of information. Do you know how many times you walk into that atrium and because of the way it's designed, people say, where do I go? Even though we have a wonderful Francis in the middle of that information kiosk, it does not lend itself to any type of technology that tells you, here's where everybody is, here's how you can get information. You can have a choice. You can do nothing for a decade or two more and have a 65-year-old building, or you can build a new courthouse, which we don't have the dollars to do. Or when you make investments like we're truly making right now, you can get bang for the buck by doing this type of exercise. And that's really what I seek. Is I know the realistic opportunity for getting a new courthouse doesn't exist, but I know after 45 years, it's time to really rethink it. And that's what this is all about. But what gives you an opportunity to rethink it from the stewardship of conservatism is that we have to think about security. You have to think about the efficiencies. And this DPS, the whole counter of DPS is inappropriate for ADA. Completely. It doesn't even work. And so you can either go patch everything up and say you did a great job, or you can actually do this and spend a little more and give the public what it deserves, which is their facility. It becomes a new first-class facility for them. And I think that's really what we're doing here. And so I don't really I tease you when I say you're panicked, because I know what you're thinking, but I hope I can provide for you a different perspective to allow David to explore what this could really do for us. And if it makes everyone feel better, security alone justifies this moment and this exercise. But I think there's about 3 or 4 other things that are pretty important for me. Security's at the top, but the DPS and the space that's information is highly outdated.
And Judge,
I agree.
I'm sorry.
I agree with, we need probably a new courthouse and probably a new jail too.
Right. I just wish we can't afford it, but this gives us the ability. ADA if you're going to go spend, you've got to make sure that you're going to be using those dollars in the biggest, as you said, use the word holistic. I always say, look at the totality, right? Yeah. So anyway, what did you want?
Yeah, Judge, I was just going to say, and I appreciate that, and well, it does. I'm not trying to rain on your parade, and on this one. In the end, we just may have a difference of opinion, which is absolutely fine, because I don't come from the place where I believe that the people want or need a beautiful, bright, new, shiny penny at the cost that I believe this could be heading. May not be, open-minded, but could be heading, and I'm concerned about it. Again, when we started this, I thought, and I've left out security a while ago, I apologize for that this was going to be how we took care of the ADA assessments and what we did with security. This has gone farther in David said, took some license, and that's fine. But going in, I'm one vote, I can get outvoted, I'm fine with that, I move on, that's life. I am not, as I sit here today, comfortable with even insinuating that I would want to spend the kind of money that I think we're talking about on the courthouse, when I believe that money could be very well spent other places on roads and drainage and things of that nature. I think the courthouse is important, but I don't think the courthouse is so vital that we need to add 20 or 30 extra $1 million to it. And I'm not saying that's what we're doing, and I don't.
You got to stop right there, because nobody said
Right.
anything like
And I
that.
know, that's what I'm just saying. So let me finish. And I'm not saying that's what it is, but it could go there if we don't, as David said in his own words, rein him in. And so I just want to make sure that we clearly come up with an articulation, because I think we've got to do the ADA. That's important. We've got a court order that says so. I think we have to work on our courthouse security. That says so. And then past that, I think we paint it and we move on. And that's a little simplified, and I'm not meaning to, but I'm just kind of using your language if that's all we do. I'm not saying that's all we do. So I'm very concerned when we go down a path like this that could lead us to things that I'm not comfortable with, not saying them at least up front, and that's all I'm doing. I will always remain open-minded, but I am
Right.
very.
And I think I think you're entitled to, to articulate that, and I think it's a perspective, but it's also the perspective, honestly, I'll be honest, that got us chairs in every courtroom, okay, that were falling apart, including ones in the jury room that were falling apart. It's why elevators don't work right now. It's why chillers are currently being replaced right now. If we're not forward-thinking, there will come a day where the public demands why you didn't act. And so what this is not an action. It's not an expenditure of any millions of dollars. It's an expenditure of time, architectural time, to look at the future. And I think that when you put that forward with security, you are going to see an opportunity to think about what the future could look like. And I will say this, if it's exciting to me that this courthouse is the one place in the entire county that almost every citizen has a nexus to because of the jury system. It's the nexus to the county for almost everybody who owns property, because they come pay property taxes here typically, for voter registration, for their motor vehicle registration list, to seek justice. If this house isn't worth investing in, I don't know which house is. And I think that it's important to take the look. And security and ADA both give us that opportunity. And I think the cost, if you want to look at it, is broken down, but I was kind of struggling.
I think we should ask the people if it's okay if they want a new courthouse or a new jail. I mean, hear it from them. Put it in the ballot.
I would love to do that. I'd love to do all this. I have no problem with that whatsoever. If we wanted to put all of this on, not the ADA or the security, because we have to do that, but I would love to do exactly what Commissioner Gonzalez is proposing, because it would sure give me, and if I was wrong in my assessment, and they came back and said, we want a $50 million courthouse, let's go build a new one, and that's what the voters voted on, I could live with that. At the same time, I would hope that we could also live with if they said, no, we don't want you spending it there, we'd rather you spending it here. Because Judge, with all due respect, I don't think it's fair to say that perspective is why there aren't chillers, and that perspective, that's being critical of my perspective. I don't think you meant to be, but that's how it kind of felt, because that's not, what this is. In other words, we followed the lead of what our, at the time, Public Works Department told us we needed to do. Maybe it wasn't enough. So now we're doing more. So now we're dealing with the chillers. The elevators started breaking. We came up with money to do the elevators. So it's not a perspective of saying we shouldn't look. It's a perspective of saying, I don't believe, as you believe at this moment, that this courthouse needs to be, and maybe I'm not hearing you, I just don't share the exact same opinion on what I think the courthouse should be that you do. And that's not being forward thinking, because there's plenty of other things that you and I agree on that are forward thinking. It's just, and I think I'm pretty forward thinking. I don't have a basic core belief that the same way that you may, if I'm not misunderstanding you, about what this courthouse should be or what this community wants this courthouse to be. And again, I'd be happy to put that on
I
a
hear
ballot
you,
and see.
but this
So
task order number 2 is for the amount of $36,035.
I'm all for that.
And that's all we're here to discuss today. We're only here to discuss what the task order number 1 through 6 is. And task order number 1, we already went over, and we're on task order number 2, and it's 36,000. And what I believe is whether or not you put that whole 36,000 to the atrium just to do security and information, that's what I'm talking about when we say forward.
That may be as far as we get.
And that might, exactly. So, to me, what we're asking here is for an approval for architectural services to be done in that amount for the top floor.
Could I,
Oh, my God, for the
could I
bottom
offer
floor.
just a little more clarity?
Sure.
I know it's been a long, long day, and I feel like I shouldn't take any more mic time than I need to, but when I made the comment being reined in, I think I need to clarify a little bit. My point there is that we realize that we serve at your pleasure, and our scope is what you give us a scope to be. Not that we felt like in any way what we're offering here is beyond what's practical and prudent. Quite the contrary. The very fact that the court is even dreaming of a new courthouse or a new jail that won't cost $50 million, it'll cost $300 million. Or even if you just replace similar to what you have right now, it will cost 10, 20, 50 times more than what this cost at its most extreme. Brent, I know you will remember our friend and colleague Leon Loeb and one of Leon's favorite statements was paper is cheap. And Leon understood the value of money, but he was not afraid to pay for paper, meaning thinking that if you've underthought something, you're going to overspend for it. And unfortunately, a building like this, where you spend years and years and years of just putting out fires, we need something here, so we do it. We do the minimum amount, always the minimum amount, without thinking about where are we and what should be our plan. Commissioner Vaughn mentioned earlier about one of your projects that was absent a clear plan. I don't remember which one it was, but it caught my ear that she recognized that it's hard to spend money without a plan. And, when you basically go around solving problems on a big building like this, bit by bit, year after year after year, you're in effect building without a plan. You're building without a plan. And so this very first line I put up, plan comprehensively, implement sensibly and strategically. Meaning if all you want to spend is a few dollars to solve ADA, you will solve it more wisely if you have a clear vision of where this building should go. You'll also have a much better idea of whether you need a new courthouse or not. We have a bad tendency in our city, if I may get on a soapbox, of thinking of buildings as consumables. We build them after 50 years or so. They're kind of worn. We're dropping some tiles off the building. It's getting old. Maybe it's time for a new courthouse. It's not typically the way cities and governments and leadership for major civic buildings think. They normally build buildings for 100 years, 150 years, 200 years. No building is going to serve for 150 years without periodically being rethought in a comprehensive way. So I encourage you, whether it's now or whether it's in the future, to spend a little bit of money to try to evaluate the long-term viability of the building and what it could be, because I think it's the cheapest investment you can make.
And David, let me tell you, you make great points, and I support this agenda item wholeheartedly, but some of the things you talked about got me on a different path, and as you were going through this, I just wanted you to at least have a perspective on those paths. And I support this agenda item. I'm voting for this agenda item, but I just wanted I wanted to share those since we were talking about it, and you brought it up, and I just responded to it.
Absolutely. And there will things that come of this that you will not implement, maybe for a long time, maybe ever. You'll look, it's like a menu. We'll look at it and we'll say, okay, I like this, but not yet. It still gives you clarity as to where you are and where you want to be. So it's not just a theoretical exercise. It's really an exercise in strategic planning.
May I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Brent, I get where you're coming from, because I always look at needs versus wants. And there's certain things on here that we need, there's certain things that we really, really want. And we really need the ADA, and we really need the security. But in doing that, I do think you have to look at the plan on that floor. Some of this other stuff I wouldn't even mess with right now, because I think we're trying to overreach what we have. We know we're never going to spend $300 million for a courthouse. So we've got to take care of what we've got, and we do have to look towards the future on what we're doing. So as for me, I get the atrium, I do, and I think on the floor you have the lobby, cafe, and the dining area. I don't think it is secure down there. I think it's dark and drabby looking, and when you walk in, your sight is straight there. You cannot see around when you go. And I think we actually put everyone at risk, because if something were to happen, even our police officers, because you cannot see around those perimeters there with the elevators. How that happened, I don't know. But I don't like to spend money, but I do like to plan for the future. And I think that's what we're trying to do, is plan for the future. All these items, I'm like 3 and 5 right now. That's not in my head right now, but I think that we need to look at the security and the ADA for sure.
And I'm not sure, I was trying to see, Laura, if this is going to require us going one by one. I certainly want to finish, but do we want to vote one at a time or wait till he completely finishes? Do you want to have any guidance on that?
The contract is based upon all these tasks.
Got it, but-
So far you've.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and,
1 and 2.
right.
The question is, are you going to go
Yeah.
further than that or not?
I'm with you. The way it was styled was all together. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on, just in the interest of time. The next piece, David, I didn't know about this, but when I inquired, it's my understanding that CLK is, the peer review is required, and therefore this is a peer review piece of the, I know you say this is not necessarily your project, but
Yeah.
you're familiar enough to
Yeah,
know
I'm
that
familiar enough,
it's a
and it is-
peer review.
It's a peer
You have
review.
a
Just-
motion for 36,000 or something? I thought it.
Well, she wants us to hear them all together. That's what I asked Lauda.
What is CLK?
That's the architect that is in charge of our ADA, and so basically his designs have to be reviewed by another architectural firm, and there's a cost associated with that, and that's, Tyner, my understanding is that is required when I inquired. So it's a required part of our ADA.
For some secret.
I know, no, it's an architect, and forgive me, it's Javier, but what is Javier's last name? Javier Huerta. I need to have him come and give a presentation as well. But he is, so that's the architectural company that's really focusing on ADA for the courtroom piece. And Richter is going to go ahead and provide the peer review. So that piece of it is really pretty self-explanatory. I don't know, David, is there anything really more to know?
It's really a very minor
Yeah,
task.
it's work. So you can see that just a peer review costs, dollars. And that's just the nature of it, that we have to make certain that we do these, that we do
Judge,
this
I'd like to
design.
clarify that. I don't know that that's an ADA requirement. I just want to clarify that. It's in line with,
How we do
yeah, it's in line with the needs to make those a nice place, because what we're trying to do is pitch to the DOJ that we have an alternative courtroom policy, that we make those courtrooms nice, because we cannot afford to fix all the courtrooms on 7, 8, and 9. And the DOJ has not approved it yet, but what we want to do is fix the courtrooms on 4. There's 2 on 4.
Should we be doing that if they haven't approved? I mean, in other words, should we be spending the money on the design if they haven't already approved that this is going to be something that's going to
No,
be?
go ahead and clarify.
They are used courtrooms, and we need to fix them anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
And really, what they haven't approved is they want us to do every one of them. So what they haven't approved is that we would use these to satisfy the overall requirement, so we have to do these anyway.
That's correct. They need, I mean, we use them, they need to be fixed anyway. They're used as courtrooms. They're easier to fix than 7, 8, 9.
No doubt.
And we've already written the alternative courtroom policy, and Mary Lee has agreed to participate, that anytime a plaintiff, defendant, lawyer, judge, or anybody requests an accessible courtroom, Mary Lee will schedule it for them. And I know that they did that in McLennan County because they had a historic courthouse. We pitched the same thing to the DOJ. We had a meeting with them in DC. But the truth of the matter is, the DOJ doesn't have to make a decision until our settlement agreement starts to expire. So there was no pressure for them to, it was kind of like, let's see where we are next year.
So that really takes care of item number 3, and as I said, I think it's probably fitting to have Javier come and give us at least some pictures, of the renderings that he's doing. It's going to be a good exercise, but that's part of the overall ADA requirement.
And who's doing 4? That's David? No.
That's Javier.
No, task 4, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, so task 4, yeah, all of these are under one comprehensive contract. So maybe you want to address, I know you don't have a lot of information here, but the lobby, cafe, and dining area is just that back part of the courthouse. It's just a good way for me to delineate that area. It doesn't necessarily mean you're just focusing on the cafe. It just means that's the area of the courthouse that we are trying to address. And again, the issue there is all about the right of ingress and security and space, and it's most likely when security is addressed differently is going to have to be redesigned. In fact, it's a foregone conclusion. So that's really what that area is about.
So you said it's a comprehensive deal. Okay, so are all these going to David except
Correct.
the COK one?
All of them. Even that one is David's. So that's just a peer review. So you have to peer review other work.
Oh.
So this is one contract.
He's peer reviewing the COK's
Right.
review.
It's one contract
Okay.
for a total of $168,000, and what we attempted to do in your booklet is, 169, is to break out what is that made up of. So when you see task 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that makes up that whole contract. So that's how it was presented, so that you could see what the breakdown of the work is.
And I'm sorry, the funding source, I'm sorry, I know you'll probably answer this one. Where?
It's at the back. Dale's, I think, repeat, if you don't mind.
It says right at the top of your screen, 2016 COs.
There you go. I know you said it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I realize every dollar, we need to be the steward of, but I also believe in something that's really important. We've got to make some adjustments here. These are COs that should have been spent within 3 years. So here we are in year 4, and we're trying to create a strategic plan visually, architecturally, to get somewhere in the future, which is build this courthouse for in other words, help this courthouse live another 45 years. This is a great use of these dollars that should have been already spent. And I'm not saying you have to.
Were these the ADA stuff that was set aside for ADA COs?
No, that's totally different.
We set aside some money for the generator here in the courthouse, but we know we're gonna get it through grants. We'd set aside $1 million for our emergency generator that we're gonna replace, that will control the entire courthouse. But we know Maria's working with FEMA to get a grant, and we'll have a matching portion of that, which will be around $200,000. We set aside $1 million for it, so we have funds available there to reallocate to this.
So we set this aside for a reason, and then we didn't use it because we got grant money?
We're working on grants now. They're being finalized now.
Okay.
And Commissioner, I'm sorry, if you look right below that, it's capital project budget change order 79 and the number Waco Street emergency generator is on the top of the page.
Which made no sense to me. Now it does, but okay. I'm trying to figure out why an emergency generator fund would be paying for this, but okay, now I know.
Does COK still have anything to do with us? Because they haven't done anything in a long time.
Yes,
COK.
they're the current architects for ADA.
They're still
Are they active? Yes.
Yeah, they in fact are the ones that design the parking lots, right, Juan? And we're starting with the parking lots.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we could have him come in. That's what I was just saying. Maybe you can have him come
We'll have him come in next court and show the court what he's been doing. And I tell you what, would you say he's 99% through with the drawings on the courthouse, and the slow part is the review in your office?
The slow part is you. Did you hear him?
Well, I'm sorry.
All right.
It's very tedious.
make it
No,
lighthearted.
but when you
That's
get,
all right.
when you get a stack of plans this
I know,
big
I'm
dumped
trying
on you, it takes a
trying to
long
get Juan
time
to
to go
smile,
through 10 floors.
But he also,
I'm so sorry, Juan, I didn't mean it like that. Can you clarify, please? I'm sorry.
Juan, he also did the Bishop plans though?
Yes, I think that was Socorro Turner.
That's correct.
Yes, Socorro Turner is the Bishop ones, and I think they're complete, Commissioner.
Complete?
Yes, sir. We are in the review process, and we already looked at them, but we just need to sit down with COK because they made some modifications. So we'll sit down with COK and finalize those plans.
But just to be clear, Juan, COK is in charge of fourth floor courtroom, fifth floor courtroom, and parking lots. Is there anything else that we should,
And
The entire building
Pretty much the entire building.
on ADA?
on ADA.
Okay, so there's our answer. Okay. Okay, so does that help at least with task order number 4? Does anyone have any further questions or not? If not, I'll move on to task order number 5, which is the general workspace for the 6th floor. Half of the 6th floor is our law library. It also has 1977 absolute everything. It's a 100% underutilized space. When I look at a project, I look to see how I'm going to manage that asset. This is an asset. If we had a financial statement, this building would be on top of it as one of the greatest assets, if not, it's got to be the biggest asset that we have. And this asset just isn't, in my opinion, being properly managed. And the reason is because we haven't invested since 1977. And that's why this strategic plan from an architectural view is important. In this case, there's a lot of bang for the buck here, but of course, once you start creating the opportunity to change layout, it does cost dollars. One of the things that we've done up there is said, all right, if we were to invest these dollars to get the future plan, how would we use this space differently to make it relevant, to make it utilized? And what we said is that we tasked Ida Garza, who's the head of librarians, to come up with a work plan of all the ways that the law library could be utilized in a different way. And again, it's never going to happen. It'll keep looking the way it looks, and it'll be a ghost town up there if you don't make a change. And so this is the opportunity to, again, bring forth that vision for the next 45 years. And that's what that dollar represents. And David, I know your team has actually been up there and figured out more or less what could be done to what I'm going to call the left half of the building, floor. I don't know if you wanted to add anything or.
I'm really not able to add to that.
That's fine. That's fine. I know some member of your team has been up there.
Stephen Cox.
Stephen,
is one of our
okay.
Senior architect.
Yeah, senior
He's very knowledgeable on that particular project.
And the other thing we've done is Ida has gone through with a team, kind of a committee, and gotten rid of a ton of obsolete books, bookshelves, anything that was mold and mildewed. I mean, we've done everything that we can from a human perspective to modernize. But in order to really make that space utilized by the general public, and let me remind you, that's what that law library is for. It's for the public. And, but, if you leave it the way it is, I guess that's fine. It'll just never get utilized. And that impacts that asset value over time. And I think after 45 years, it's time to look at every space. And I think we've done that very effectively. So that's what your tasks are before you, and they make up a total of one contract. And I think there's opportunity, David, to continue to work together. I don't think there's anything cut in stone as far as if security says we really need the following, you're going to take that and you're not going to start designing tomorrow, in other words.
Oh, no. There's going to be a lot of analysis, a lot of shared decision making. We're not going to be making virtually any decisions on your behalf without your engagement on any of this, because it's going to need to be collaborative.
Right. So if there are no other questions at this point, I would entertain a motion at this time and ask that, let me get the exact wording. Would you read it for me? Here it is. Discuss and, so we're going to consider the award, a motion to consider the award and execution of a contract for engineering services with Richter for the design services related to courthouse projects. And then, of course, we've already gone over them. And is there a motion at this time?
I'll make a motion, but I'd like to say one thing on discussion. I'm a little confused about, you know, if COK is doing certain things, then Victor's going back and check COK's work?
Yeah, that's the, I mean, to me, that's what I asked Heiner. Is it required by the ADA, or is that just our internal protocol? It's the way it's been always done for ADA. Peer review is something that's been done, I know, in the past, and that wasn't
Again, it's not required by the DOJ,
Okay, so-
to my understanding. The reason we're pulling them in is to make sure the courtrooms look proper with this courthouse. And I think it's something you wanted, something you spoke about.
Right.
And so, right, Juan, and we figured, you know, the judge wanted them to be the showplace because we're trying to convince the DOJ that these are going to be our alternative courtrooms for people requesting accessibility, because our plan is it would be cost prohibitive to have to do all the courtrooms on 7, 8, and 9. We spent hours in there trying to figure out a way to make them ADA compliant. And you're talking possibly ripping out concrete and that may have structural problems. So, I mean, the trade-off is huge with regard to all the costs and that we're trying to avoid by having proper courtrooms. The two courtrooms on 4, and then the courtroom on the 5th floor.
So the answer is, to be clear, is that it's not required. The idea is by putting in the extra design services, it gives our chances, we have a much better opportunity of presenting a state-of-the-art courtroom, as I understand it, to the DOJ. In other words, when you ask CLK, what's in your scope of work? All they care about is the door jamb a certain width? Is there a ramp? Is there a lift for the judge's chair? They're going through the protocol of, is it ADA acceptable? And what I'm hearing you say is that, I love how it's my fault, but that's okay. But hearing you,
Well, there's more problems than what Javier knows about.
Right, and so,
The electronics need to be looked at. Ann Lorenzen told me
Yeah.
nothing works anymore
okay.
in there. There's other stuff outside of the ADA that need to get done.
So I guess they took my comment, Commissioner, and saying, look, if we're going to have a shot at making this really work to save the dollars, because right now, just so you know, we are in violation of this order. We have not done what the DOJ has asked us to do. We do not have the dollars to do what the DOJ has asked us to do. And so I think maybe the confusion, I'll be honest with you, came from the word peer review. When I see peer review, I just automatically think that's a required element, but now I understand it, and I'm glad you asked the question again. So it's not required, it's that by bringing in Richter, we're going to have we're going to look at different, second set of eyes, but on different objects, right? They're looking at one set of objects, and Richter's going to look at the whole scheme and say, this is how we're going to build this state-of-the-art courtroom. So electronics, I'm sure there's other things.
I mean, yes, I mean, strict ADA, but, one thing I would like to be able to show the DOJ is that we have assistive listening devices already in there installed, and get that done and say, look, DOJ, look at everything that we have here for accessibility. Please don't make us touch all the courts on 7, 8, 9.
Right. Okay, does that help?
Yeah, it help, I guess. I'm just, so, and Javier couldn't have done that? And Javier couldn't have done?
Oh, I don't know. That's just part of it, that
We give it
when
a-
we started talking about
Give
it.
it a Javier and just hire Richter? Because he's supposed to be, he knows more, I guess. I mean, he's a peer review, whatever, but, I mean, what do we need?
Yeah, Juan told me that it was actually David that came up with the term peer review, so I don't know that that was the correct term.
Why do we need Javier then? Why wouldn't we just hire him to?
Well, I think Javier already was hired by
Right.
previous court to do this particular piece of it, which was, the ADA component of it.
I don't mind, I'm making a motion to approve this, but I think at the end of the day, after this is done, I think we need to go back to one, because we spent a lot of money here for one to do it and one.
Juan or Javier?
No, I'm gonna make a motion, we go ahead and go, Mr. Richter, as a pre-review, whatever you wanna call him.
Right.
But I think after this project, well, that'll probably be all the projects we do, right? And then this project, I think we just need to go one, I think we should be with one architect instead of two. That's just why, I feel, somebody's doing something, somebody's reviewing what he's doing, and, if he's a good architect, so he should know what he's doing, and the recommendation should be good. But, I don't mind, I make a motion, we get this thing out of the way and get it going, and, after this, I think we just need to really look at how we're gonna spend that money,
What do you have do you have a motion? Is that,
whatever you got there.
okay, well, it's the motion that's,
Don't have it on mine, so.
it's just item number C3, motion to execute a contract for engineering services with Richter Architects
Well, Judge,
for the design
is
services.
there any way we can vote on each task separately?
Sure.
I'm just not comfortable with
No,
all of them.
I'm okay with that. I just need to.
And I wished we could wait for Brent to come back in here so he can
I
certainly
think
get
maybe
this
that was
vote.
purposeful. I don't know. Look, the point is that, why don't we call him to see if he wants to come back in for the vote? And, if anything, I'm happy to vote on it, because if you're uncomfortable, you have a right to say no to that task. But just so you know, the idea was just to break down, the engineering services.
And I know
Yeah,
that.
Judge, if I may, can I recommend that we just remove that line item for the preview and get the rest of it recommended for approval
I mean,
on the contract?
yeah, just to be honest with you, it's not, I appreciate that, but I'm happy to vote on it. I just was confused by the word, but it was my error. I just didn't understand what we were doing, and now that I do, I'm fine. I think that the issue is not necessarily that we're looking over his work, is that we're expanding that work on that issue. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair assessment.
And why we have two is because the previous court hired someone just to do ADA, but when I spoke to him, and this is not a criticism, but, his scope of work is very defined. I asked him if he could expand, he
Let
really
me
couldn't.
expand on that. Javier was, it's coming back, but Javier was very specific to say that my scope of work ends at the end of the door. And I think, Judge, you didn't want these court locations to look like they were not thought through. New carpet, old carpet, new doors, old doors. So it was more to take a look at the entire space on the fourth floor and fifth floor, as opposed to just doing ADA.
Yeah. That's correct. I don't understand why we're making the investments and not getting the whole enchilada, so to speak. It's just a bad idea, and it's not thinking through. I was going to ask Dale what this courthouse is on our asset, but, we're talking about
97 million?
97 million, and I'm asking this court to consider 168,000 for architectural services to give us another 45-year look. And that's just how I see it, but that to me is how I look at it. But I'd like us to do what Mrs. Vaughn asked, because I think it's a request. I'd like to respect it.
On the
to go.
courthouse exterior, the first one?
Yes.
Are we looking to change it? And
He said it could wind up that way, but
that's what we didn't really go into that, so I just want to make sure before we vote.
We we really can't say. I mean, I have to tell you, my personal opinion is that you don't change things unless you have good reason to change them. If it becomes unduly complex and expensive to try to keep that material, and that material is not readily accessible, then one could make a good case for changing it. But task one is to try to solve the problem of the building dropping tiles in a long-term solution.
I like that thinking.
And that's it. And if we can do that without changing anything, then I would not change anything.
You answered it. I like your thinking. That's good.
That's our prayer, right there. We can do that. So with that, what we've decided, Brent, we're going to go through each one of them. And it's not how it was on the agenda, but I don't think there's a problem, according to Lauda, to divide it up, okay?
That's actually helpful, thank you.
Is it? Okay.
And then based upon what the court rules, we may have to amend.
I know, I'm sorry.
Change it, and that's okay, but the county clerk is not supposed to do anything with the contract that's with them right now.
Okay, that's fine. And it may not be that way, so let's just see. So anyway, at task order number 1 is up for approval. And do I have a motion for task order number 1?
Motion to approve.
Okay, and then a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Task order number 2 is the atrium, I'm going to call it first level. And do I have a motion on that? Okay, and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Okay, and then task order number 3 is the 4th and 5th floor renovations. And that is, I'll need a motion for task order number 3. And I'll take a motion, Thank you. All those in favor signify by same sign. And then task order number 4, which is the area that we all know is the lobby, cafe, and dining area. It's the back part of the courthouse. And all those in favor of task order number 4 being a part of the contract signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign.
No.
I'm sorry. Sorry, John. I'm just, motion. Forgive me. And a second. Okay, I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
No.
Okay, got that. And then task force number 5, as part of the the architectural services contract, is the law library and general workspace of the 6th floor. And do I have a motion? And a second? I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Nay.
And all those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. And, 3 noes on that one. And so at this time, we will move forward with the contract with Richter for spaces 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 4 on the task order. Okay? And at this time, we're going to move on to, we did number 5. Number 6 is just a hold. Is that correct? We missed number 2. We sure did. But just so I know, is number 6 just a placeholder?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to number 2, Juan. Okay, if you want to do that. Motion to table item number 6.
Or just whatever you want to do with it's fine.
That's fine. Motion to table. I can't just eliminate it. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, and then, Juan,
Judge, Commissioners, we're recommending the approval of change order number 3 for the McKenzie Annex fire alarm system replacement. This is just gonna add 60 days for additional contract time. There's no monies they're asking, or there's no additional monies as part of this change order. So, the reason for this, Judge and Commissioner, is that we're kind of short-staffed for escorting our contractors. So it kind of delayed the contractor to finish his part of the work. So we're recommending the 60-day extension on this contract.
okay. And is there a motion for this?
Okay, we extend the contract for what?
60 days.
For 60 days.
For what?
It's just because, Commissioner, when we have a contractor that does work within the jail, we have to have an escort. And of course, all our staff is busy with other stuff that's going within the jail. There was a short staff when they needed to perform this work here in the past.
Can you provide an escort?
Sir?
The sheriff?
The sheriff was providing an escort. The only reason, well, at that time, there was some time that he had taken off or on vacation, that one person. And then we're trying to assist also with the escorting part. And that's kind of the reason why this part.
60 days for that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We did have a delay on it.
So who's the one that can't do the escort? You or the?
The sheriff. I mean, they have staff that is assisting us with the escort. And then at the same time, we kind of work together, but at that same time, we didn't have the personnel to be able to kind of.
Who's we, you or the sheriff?
Both, the sheriff, well, us. What we did is we kind of tried and use our staff to escort the contractor.
And where the sheriff didn't have the staff because
I'm confused. So are you overloaded or is the sheriff overloaded? Because, I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to here.
Well.
We got to get this thing going.
Yeah, I mean.
I don't understand. So is it your staff or his staff?
It's both.
Okay.
Both staffs.
So, meaning, like, how have y'all been splitting it? Half and half?
Well, normally it's the sheriff. He has a person there on staff. But since we're trying to get somebody to assist at that, well, not assist, but since we're trying to get them to do the work at a certain time, they weren't able to do it. So at that same time, we weren't able to assist with our staff.
Since you were trying to get who to do the work at a certain time and couldn't do it?
The sheriff staff. In other words, what we do is, what they're doing is they're allowing one of their staff, or hiring one of their staff to do the escort. And at the same time, our staff is busy on other work orders. So we kind of work with each other to kind of escort the contractor.
This is his jail, so he's going to find an
Since
escort.
we're talking about this, did we open it up for those 40 beds yet?
No, ma'am.
Oh, this is what this is.
76, but no.
Wow.
Short staff.
I think we need to put on the agenda, have a discussion on what we're going to do about that.
I think of the sheriff, really, this is jail, he should provide an escort, get a reserve or something to do an escort. You know, like the reserves that come here, maybe they can do the escort, they come here, the reserves.
Well, but, okay, so I'm trying to get this right. The system, again, was set up to where you were doing some and he was doing some, and what you're saying, and that was what y'all decided. However you got there, I don't know, but that's what y'all been doing, and what you're saying is you don't have time and he doesn't have time, and so you need 60 more days, or can you do it, or not? And I'm just asking because
their staff is already, they're already gone on vacation, so they're.
Who's already gone on vacation?
There's the sheriff staff, so they have time.
But then you were taking up some of the slack, or your staff was, based on whatever process y'all designed, and now y'all don't have time either?
No. There's the 60 days is for the contractor just to finish the work. I mean, all we're asking is for 60 more days.
Not finished yet.
No, he's not finished yet.
They're going to keep working.
They're going to keep
I think
working.
that's where we're getting confused.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize.
I understand that now.
I thought they were finished, is what I'm saying.
No, they're not done yet.
Well, it's a change order.
No, sorry.
Okay, so in that case, do I have a motion to approve the 60-day extension? I'm sorry, the change order number 3? And got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. All right, and that concludes Juan's section of Public Works.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you. And now we have an issue from purchasing, and it's regards to rescinding an award to Broadus and Associates that we awarded some time ago.
Yes, Judge. So back in May, we opened bids. We got 2 at that time for the Grants Administration Services for the CDBG DR. And that award happened on June 7th to Broadus and Associates. And my understanding is that after some time trying to negotiate this, we were unable to come to terms with Broadus. And so at this time, the Grants Administration Department is recommending rescinding the award to Broadus and then awarding to the next highest qualified proposer, which was Impact Strategic Consulting, LLC.
What happened on this?
Well, I believe that Maria can probably speak to this, but in the interest of the fact that this is an ongoing potential negotiation with the second bidder, we may want to watch how far we get into that conversation, but,
So you just couldn't come to terms?
yes, sir.
That's a good,
Leave it at that. Never
that's a
mind.
good statement.
I'm good, never mind.
That's
I withdraw my question.
You recommend it.
So I recommend that we rescind the award to Broadus first. I recommend, the award would be, I recommend we rescind the award of RFP number 3101-19 that was awarded to Broadus and Associates. Okay.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign.
Okay, and then the next
Piece of it, yes.
Can I, wait, I
Go
can ask
ahead.
one thing on this. So I thought that they were already down here working on stuff. Is this on something else?
No, sir.
Because I got a call from them about wanting to go, I think it was them that wanted me to go meet with them on some
Well, they
stuff
do
or-
work for Port Aransas.
No, but it was county related because they were saying, we're working for you guys and I just couldn't get my schedule together. Is that related to this? That we could?
We
they're
didn't
not
sign
doing
a
any
con,
work for
we
us?
couldn't, we
All right.
couldn't sign a
Yep,
contract
yeah,
with
we're
them.
not under any contract with them currently.
Okay, all right, go ahead, sorry.
But
just-
it might be Port A.
well,
They do use them.
Okay, but it was weird, but, all right.
Okay, and just to refresh the court's memory of the two bids that we got, I have the scoring matrix that I gave the first time around.
Well, I mean, we only got one more, right? I mean, okay, thanks.
Michael's very thorough.
No, hey, it was only a 2-point difference. That's good. I appreciate that. That's fine. Okay, that's fair. Good job. Good job.
Right on his tail, huh?
Good job.
That's close.
So I guess we need to move forward, make a motion to move forward with Impact Strategic Consulting and see if we can
Second.
do something there. Thank you.
Second.
Sorry, I heard the second. Was that the first? You got it?
Yeah.
That was your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign.
Okay. Thank you
Okay.
very much. So assuming we come to terms, we'll come back then for the execution of that contract.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Auditor.
Okay, now we're going to turn to the auditor who's got 2 change orders and then the quarterly investment report.
It's getting late, so I'll try to be as quickly as I can and still get the information correctly. The first one is budget change order number 7 for our current fiscal year. It's 3 or 4 pages long. There are some movements here on for risk management because of the change of staff that they had, because of some people leaving and changing that is needed. We had a little bit, a change in Westlaw when we renegotiated some balances. We need to add some costs for Westlaw, and most of that's going to be with the county attorney as well as part of the district attorney's office. The biggest one's on page 3. Under 4,300, you'll see $10,000, and that's the alcohol rehab service we had that used to be called Charlie's Place. When we budgeted last year, we forgot to include an additional increase in budget for that, and so that has increased by $10,000. So we're asking that to make that adjustment at this time. The rest of the changes are that we have are available with the funds they have on staff, and we'll be glad to turn this over for budget change order number 7 for your consideration and approval.
And do I have a motion for this? I'm going to go ahead and take that as a second, John. Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Now we have one capital project.
Yes, on capital projects, we have a kind of lengthy change order on 2 pages, several of our capital projects. Very beginning on the one on 1901, after discussing with Commissioner Chesney, we were decided to, on the very bottom of 1901, you'll see item Z, letter O. We're asking to rescind that and exclude that from the consideration at this time for other discusses. So that, at this point, will be excluded from our discussion. The rest are there for just moving some money around between some of our other projects we have. Same with our other projects, and thank you for working as fast as we can to try to expend all the funds in 1915. I know Commissioner Vaughn is doing quite a bit on trying to get some Hazel Bazemore improvements done and trying to use up some of the funds, and we're trying to get that done as quickly as possible. The page 2, you'll see our 2019 tax notes, and you provided a list from Tyner and Teresa where the values are on our tax notes that we have available. The funds are there for consideration for removal, and I ask for your consideration and approval.
I've got a motion. I'm looking for a second. Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And then also, just distributed to you was the running total of the 2019 capital improvement plan allocated projects, dollars from the CO. And I don't know if there's any questions for Dale on that, but this is probably a good time.
That would include the change order we just requested as well, so.
It includes it?
You'll see a few minuses on here. That's what we're doing. You'll see change order number 79 in the very middle column. And with your consideration and approval, those will be taken into consideration. So now your total notes on the far right is the total balances as we see the balances available. The last item for our discussion is our quarterly investment report, if we're ready to begin.
Have a motion?
I thought we had already voted on it.
We have to vote on it.
Did we vote?
We did. We already voted on it.
On our quarterly investment report, I'll go through this kind of quickly and touch some key points. On page 3, you'll see our total balances for our investment funds, including our cash, is $95,988,655, with the operating funds being $31 million of the balance, and our capital projects, because of some of our obligations to COs, is $30 million. And you'll see a breakdown of 78% of it being cash and cash equivalents. On page 4 and 5, you'll see changes in each of the funds from last year to this year, and the only one is a slight decrease in the road fund. We knew that was coming. It seems like a lot, but the numbers are there and available, and we just had some of the larger expenses we had in the past, and we expected that to come. The key point that I want to make sure is on page 7, and this is something that we should really look at very closely. On the bottom of page 7, you'll see our interest earnings from the funds on how we compared this year to last year. For the quarter, we've received $587,000 worth of interest. That's $172,000 more than the prior year. The good thing is when we go year to date. Year to date, we received $2.7 million worth of interest income. That's $1.1 million more than the prior year. So we're doing very well on our interest income. The rest of the report just shows you our ladders and where we are and what's the distribution for it. The key item I want to bring to your attention is page 19. This is why we're having some of our funds in our cash and cash equivalents. You'll see that our depository bank, which is your far right column, we're making 1.6%. Sorry? On page 19, the far right column is our bank depository with Frost. And for September, we made 1.6% interest. The one right next to it where we have a lot of our funds invested is our pooled funds with what we call Texas Class, or in the past we called it MBIA. We're making 2.2%. When we've done some analysis on trying to find some other investments, we found 4-year CDs, 5-year, that were making 2.1%. So we found we're making a lot more money here. So that's where our key point is of how we're making $1.1 million more than the previous year, and we hope this continues. Now, we know with this being an election year, the interest rates can go up and down depending on who gets elected and wins. So we're going to keep an eye on this and make sure we do the best we can to make sure we have the money invested in the proper place so we don't have these interest rate problems that we might have. So that is the quarterly investment report for September 30th, 2019. We're currently working on the one for December, and we should have that for you very soon. But with that, I submit September 30th, 2019 quarterly investment report for your consideration and review.
You have a motion to accept? Motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. I think the interest alone that we've earned in our fiscal year is obviously tremendous, but it also.
It shows that the market was kind of stabilizing and our interest has been going up. So a lot of banks and federal rates are doing very well and doing some stuff, but we always know when we have a presidential election, there's always a chance of big fluctuations, and we're keeping an eye on it.
You are. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dale. Then we're going to move on to Human Resources, and I think Julie's here with us, and District Clerk Lorenzen's here as well for a resource. And Julie, I'll let you present your items. And it might be worthy of, setting the table just a little bit. and saying, how do these things come up, and, what's the need? Before everybody starts getting a little excited here, there's reason to bring these things forward. And that's because every day we have issues that come up from an HR level. And when they are impeding the opportunity to be efficient, and there is an opportunity to save dollars by doing transition, they're ripe now. And you came to me with some issues, District Clerk came to me with some issues. We said we could handle this with cost savings, but here are some of the things that we need to do. And that's what you're here to present. And it's not that you're just all of a sudden in the middle of the year say, oh, let me do these change-a-roos. That there's a weeks of work go into bringing these agenda items forward. And there's always some climactic, hey, this is happening and this is bad for the county, and it's in our best interest to bring you these agenda items. And I think that's really important that we don't really get to say all that sometimes, but that's how they get on the agenda, is that they've caused an issue and we're trying to be problem solvers here. So with that, take us through item number 1.
Item number 1 is for the district clerk's office. She has a records management fund, and that's why I'm creating these 2 positions. She has the monies. It's not out of the general fund. And she's working closely with the records management department on clearing out, I believe it's the 6th floor, and they're handling all the records there and the evidence that's in that department. And she wants to work closely, of course, with the records management team, so that way we can get ahead on some of this documentation that we need to take care of, that we've been talking about. So I'm going to let Ann discuss it a little bit further.
We have an issue with the 6th floor and the way that it has turned out, and we needed to come up with a better plan of organization, so that we can get the records that are ready to go to the warehouse out and scanned and taken care of. We've been working hand in hand with the records management from IT from the get-go, since we've gotten Elizabeth working over there. There's 66% of that warehouse is filled with district clerk court records. A lot of them being the archives, which we've addressed, and proposals should be coming soon. I was able to take Commissioner Moditz up to look at the 6th floor, and it's just not the way it can be. COFA wasn't even able to really.
That's like the poster child for Captain Obvious up
Yeah.
there.
It truly is.
You want to say that?
I could go to sleep.
Yeah,
There was
it's
nooks and crannies, and I mean, it's a safety issue, it's a retention issue.
it's an ADA, it's everything. It's a nightmare issue.
But if you had been here in 2015 when I took over and saw what that office looked like,
It's night and day.
It's night and day. But that still has become an issue, and we can do better than that. And we need to move forward with technology and all of that. Liz has handled over in the warehouse with those 66%. She knows what our plan is and whatever. One thing that brought this up is the need for help for our records manager, John Mitchell. He has so much day-to-day that he does for the office concerning finding files and et cetera, that he cannot just focus on getting rid of what needs to be gotten rid of and so forth. And so that's why I'm here. We have that fund. It has enough money in it to support these 2 positions, and with that, we would be able to get some stronger people to help him on the 6th floor. And I'm looking down the road at his possibility of retiring, because he's almost there. And so that's why I went to Judge Canales and talked to her, and went to Julie as well. But we do have the money, so it would not come out of the general fund.
That is correct. They do have a special revenue fund called the District Clerk Records Management Fund, and currently there's about $220,000
Yes.
in fund balance available.
$224,000, so.
Now, something you need to be considered, though, before you do this is the cost is $73,000 a year. They only bring in $40,000 a year in revenue. So in 2 years, the money will be gone, unless we do something later. So that's something you need to consider.
We have a fee that we're collecting.
That hadn't been started yet.
Well,
But it will
No,
be,
but right now, we're only looking at one department. This one department can't fund this more than 3 years.
that might be all we need.
right, I think every year we get to reevaluate, and I can tell you that, I mean, the overall goal is records management. I'm just so grateful, Ann, because honestly, I think we're gonna look up in 3 years, and we're not gonna have that sixth floor.
No.
It's just not gonna be there. We're all gonna be in one records warehouse, and it's gonna be modern and digitized to the extent we can, and this is the leg up that we need. I appreciate the kind of heads up, because you gotta know what the universe is. So, commissioners, I mean, this'll work now, but as Dale says, yeah, and let's look at it again.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We can't get that other presentation done, and
Right, I agree with you. First things
we
first.
don't want anything in the news about Commissioner Mott's finding nap time up on the sixth floor.
No,
Hey, Dale, thank you for telling us
Let
that,
me
though,
say,
because
I was
that
very
matters.
impressed by your staff. They're working
They're
hard.
amazing.
Yes.
And then, as Ann and John mentioned, they get so many constant requests for the Selena
Copy,
file.
right.
Selena files,
That-
copy requests
Yeah.
all the time, and
And-
he's
and-
tied up with that.
And I want to say that because of Ann's office, and he was here earlier, Sergio, there he is. So they've identified all the civil exhibits that can be
It's
purged.
over 5,000.
And there were over 5,000 up there. And so what we did earlier and what we're doing right now, I hope we'll be able to report back to you. But these are issues that we've been working on for several months. This is very exciting. And this gives her the ability to really do what she needs to do personnel-wise. So anyway, you're right. I've got a motion and
Dale, you said they haven't started charging the fees yet. When do they start?
They've started the archiving fee, which y'all are just
Correct.
recently done.
Yeah.
So it's a different function of it. There's a records management and there's an archiving, and there's different statutes for covering both. And this records management fee's been going on forever, that they got $220,000 available fund. They just recently started the archiving fee, if I'm not
So
mistaken.
it has started.
Just started, yes. And that's for actually digitizing and other archiving their main records that they're
years.
required to. And maybe we can fund this differently, but if we do this one department, there's restriction if we just do one.
there's no doubt. Like I said, I appreciate getting all the info on the table, but this is going to, I'd like to see where we are in 24 months. It's going to be a whole new dialogue.
Oh, yes.
Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Vaughn. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Ann, do you have any more on this one? Julie, is that it for Miss Ann, so she can go, or is there another one?
I will.
If you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Okay. And then Julie, let's go to the next one.
The second one is for Public Works. I'm asking for a project coordinator too. And we gave it this title, but this person's actually gonna be the building maintenance person, the go-to person when the ME's office needs to be mowed right away, because because it was overgrown and horrible.
The airport needs to be mowed.
Yes, things like that. And that way we don't have to pull Juan off of projects. And this is also for a backup person when the building maintenance people aren't available. So we want this to be the go-to person for all the building things, like the elevator's not working, and when they don't work,
Editorial.
exactly, everything that we need to. This is gonna be the go-to person for the building locally. And Juan does have cost savings in his department from vacancies that he has. So this is a good position to be asking for. Thank you.
So it's not going to cost anything more?
Well, there is a additional cost of the position, and this is a new position we're being adding. So theoretically, next year, this will be another $64,000 we have to increase the budget for.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have to, obviously this will be, the person will have to know that this is budget approved every year. So while you get the savings now until the end of September, when you go through budget cycle, you're gonna have now until then to really show whether or not this person made an indelible impact.
Have we done we've talked about doing a study of, not a study, but I don't know what I'm trying to say, I guess a study, for lack of a better term, of Public Works and what's needed and what, we do and don't have. And, we haven't really done that, so I'm not saying this isn't something we don't need, but I feel like we're kind of stopgapping a little bit. Plus, we're doing it in the middle of the year, which I don't like to do usually most of the time. I get that we have to sometimes, so I'm trying to figure out what you know.
So I think Corn Ferry will, if you want them to, look at, that's what we approved
Right.
earlier. If you want them to look there, they can. I mean, we've asked them to designate, certain apartments as priority. They can look at all the departments that you want them to look at within, of course, the boundaries of the contract. But I think the thing here, and Juan, I don't know if you want to come up, because I think you do support this, but I think we've gotten to this point where there's so much work going on in the courthouse. We used to have a building super, okay? And I don't know if that's an inappropriate title, but that's kind of what this person we would post for, is a building super who could really be focused on the building. I will be honest with you. I call Tyner often. Tyner, we've got a water leak on, floor 3. Tyner, we've got elevators, I mean, we're all scrambling around here playing landlord. And the truth is, it's not the best and highest use of the way Public Works is designed. And I kind of agree with you, Commissioner Chesney, is that that's part of the organizational structure that you might want to look at. I just know that we're about to embark in about $10 million worth of work in this courthouse on ADA alone. And it would just be, I think, really smart if you can use some of these vacancy monies to dedicate it to somebody who could just be here to work on courthouse. I mean,
He also gave
super.
$70,000, if not more, last year in the budget, restructuring his offices, his departments. So he did have a big cost savings last year.
You're such a good cheerleader.
I know. So anyway, Juan, I mean, this is your time to add. I mean, I'm not trying to invent things for you. I want you to.
You're correct. That way this person can take the calls for the buildings, or they can also take over the work orders. When somebody sends us a work order, that way that one person can be tasked to make sure that all those work.
Who's doing it now? Who's doing it now?
It's being distributed right now in our office. Right now we have our secretary and also some of our clerks. But for this purpose, it would be a good thing to have one person where the work orders will go to for the building, and then that way he or she can distribute it to whoever needs to be distributed.
Is that for all the buildings or just this building?
Well, Commissioner, I mean, if we get to a point where they'll have the time, we can have them also do the other buildings too.
We
The
thought
other
it would be basically
10 or 15
courthouse and jail, but I mean, you could expand it if they had a vehicle, or if we had something in place that would allow them to expand. I will tell you, like, take the medical examiner's office. That's not in this building, but that would be a great example. I went over there not too long ago, and, it's just, we don't have the manpower to do what I'm calling the basics. This is not like planting petunias. I mean, this is the basics of maintenance.
But I guess what I'm hearing is, this isn't going to be a worker person. This is going to be a well-paid distributor of work. And so I don't, that's what I'm having a hard time, because I don't know that we've really looked at this department like we should have. Our fault, mine included. And is this a Band-Aid? Is this the right Band-Aid? I mean, so we're basically just hiring someone who's going to be the person who distributes work to other people when we've already got people distributing work? Or is they going to go do work? Is this person going to have the ability to go do some of it?
We'll also be doing some of the work, Commissioner. If they can do some of the work, we'll be looking at that also. So it's going to be kind of like a multitask thing where they can do multiple things. So
Well, you've obviously seen some inconsistencies, some problems, or you wouldn't think you had needed this.
That's correct.
Oh, everybody needs it.
Did you have a scope of work attached? I was going to grab it. I remember.
It's just like Ricky at the Bishop Building. See, we got Ricky doing the senior center also. From 2 to 4, he goes to the senior center, does the basic stuff, then comes back to the Bishop Building. So, of course, we took him out of your department, put him in.
Yeah, we'll be sending them. If time allows, we do have a vehicle that he or she will be able to use. So they'll be able to go from building to building.
But you have the money now, so I guess at the next budget skit, you can look at it and tell us if you need it.
Yeah, I guess we're basically saying no promises, Juan, for next budget. And I think is that's all right with you, then.
Show us that you want it.
But How do we do that, though? I mean, no promises for next budget. This is an employee. We're not doing this on a grant. If we hire this person, we're hiring this person, which means we are promising for the next budget,
Well,
other than if we
really.
fire them. Well,
Well,
we'd
it's
have
not
to,
really.
we'd have to fire
If you-
them.
Like anything, if you need the person, you keep them. If you don't. So if he needs them next year, he's gonna find the money for them. And if he
From
doesn't
us.
need them, you don't wanna keep them anyway, if you don't need the position, so you need to know if you need it.
Okay, well, so moved.
No, I'm hoping he finds it for himself, but hey.
So I have a motion and looking for a second. And,
I'll second it.
and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 No.
Same sign, okay? Thank you, and the next one for you, Julie, is records imaging.
Yes, currently there's 7 document scan index clerks, and they're in the document imaging department, the records management, and these people, for the next 3 agenda items, 3, 4, and 5, these 3 different types of employees work closely with Ann in the records management as well, with the 6th floor, and then, of course, at the warehouse. So I would like to be able to reclassify these positions so that they can work closely with Ann and be interchangeable with Ann's staff as well.
And tell us about the fund, the cost regarding these positions and what how you think.
In Department, 131, they have reserve appropriations money in that department. And I'm currently only gonna need, for that department, I'm sorry, that's not the smaller one. That one's $3,000, and they definitely have over $40,000 in that department right now.
So what does a warehouse records clerk and a senior clerk, 2 positions in other departments do? What are their jobs? Because these are people that scan, that's what they do continually. So what are the other jobs? What are their duties when they
They're
have
gonna be
that
working,
position?
they're gonna be working closely with Ann's department, and they're gonna be working here on the 6th floor as well.
But what difference does that make? They still scan, that's what they're gonna be doing. Are their positions changing? Are their duties changing?
Their duties will be changing.
Like what?
And do you wanna help me out, or Lance, you wanna help me out with that?
This is the same conversation that we talked about with the records department, but we're, I guess this was December that we had that discussion.
I want to make it real simple for you. I want to know what a senior clerk in another department does compared to what y'all are going to have them do.
They actually both do very similar things right now, which is why the correction is needing to be done. That's what I was referencing the previous discussion. So what we found is that when they created these positions in the records warehouse, they created unique positions that was not necessary because positions already existed. Now, I can't speak to why they created those specific titles instead of just using titles that we already had. But what it's done is it's created a gap between what they're actually doing versus what other people are getting compensated for doing. It's like the records warehouse is its own island. So we've seen that already working on the 6th floor, the pre-work that's going into helping that project succeed, that we're using these resources, I'm speaking very impersonal there, but the people as resources are just as valuable because they are doing those same job duties. So it's not about what are they going to do more.
Well,
It's
you
about what
haven't
they're already doing.
You haven't
right?
answered my question, because what I'm trying to figure out is a person that has a senior clerk position, they have so many duties that they do, and that's the reason they have that position. You're telling me what I heard was these people scan. These employees scan. So with the senior clerk position, I'm asking you, what are do they deal with the public? What do they do? That's what I'm asking you. And if they're dealing with the public, why are they dealing with the public if they're scanning?
Maybe I'm not explaining.
I'm sorry, you have to come to the mic, just because of the recording.
And
Sorry.
I'm just trying to figure out why we would up it if they're not doing the same duties that a senior clerk does.
To me, a senior clerk 1 is simply an entry-level position. And when I hire a senior clerk 1, they go to any part of my department and start there.
Okay, this is a 2.
Is it
Senior
a
clerk
two?
two.
Senior clerk two is someone that is, to me, more in a supervisory level. They've been there a long time. They can back up the actual supervisor. But their duties are a little bit more. But these duties, Commissioner Vaughn, are not, for me in my department, it's just a way to give them a raise. It doesn't really speak to what they actually do and what I actually need for them to do. We are in e-filing mode. Every one of my clerks is on Odyssey. So they have that, but they have to start somewhere. So we bring them in, we train them. If they've been here a year or 2 years, if there's a senior two position that opens, I will put them in that.
Okay, here's where I'm having a problem, because I don't agree with how we do this anyway. I never have, and I do want it to be put on the agenda where we start talking about merits and all that. But to me, this was the big deal for the issue. Every time everybody wants one, well, they've got these duties, which I think is just nuts. But that's the way it's been presented to me since I've been here. So that's why I'm asking you. You say a senior two clerk would be a supervisor. They're not going to be a supervisor. So, I mean, we can't change it. That's what they're telling me before, and then all of a sudden we're getting up here and saying, let's put them to the senior two clerk, because that's a senior two has supervisors. These people are scanning. So I'm not seeing where there's a reason to do it. You're saying you want to give them a raise. This should have been done through the budget cycle. Not now. Not now. And we're going to keep bringing this stuff up.
Okay, I'm a little, have we gotten, I want to make sure, because when we say senior two, I was on number 3.
That's where I'm at.
You're number 3, but doesn't it say senior 1?
I see senior clerk 2 positions on 3. Pay group 15.
I must
Before
have
that, you have the warehouses.
That's 4.
That's 4. That's 4.
That's 4.
I'm sorry, mine's different. Okay, let's go with yours. Yeah,
Same thing.
Okay, I just need to get a different, I'm
Same
on a
thing.
different one. That's what confused me. All right, go ahead.
So, just to explain, before we said we did try the budget, the positions were taken that would have funded this, and the changes were not made. And that's what we discussed in December. Now what we're saying is, we've found the money to pay for this change, again, after those positions were already deleted and the county got to benefit from over $100,000 a year in savings. And they still don't have to pay any more because we have the money to rearrange to do what we've already said is necessary to line up the positions with the district clerk. So either way, this doesn't cost the county any more money.
Well,
I'm
it
not worried about it. Go ahead.
might.
It might.
Because both these departments, 131 and 1304, are almost 100% funded by the general fund. You increase the cost and you use the additional values they're talking about, savings here, or using reserve appropriations. Once the reserve appropriations is done, general fund has to fund it all.
And see, I just don't think we should be doing that. because
Okay,
this has
but-
been-
And we're talking about a total of $9,000.
Well, wait a minute. I don't know what we're talking about, but first of all, Lance got up there and said it wouldn't cost us anything. Now you're saying it's going to cost us anything. Do we know it's $9,000? Do we know what this is going to cost us? Because this is what's frustrating too, is one person says something and then one person contradicts them. And so what, does it cost something extra, Dale? Do we know for sure, or do we need to stop and pause?
We know there's an increase in cost from salary going from one position to another position. Yeah, they've had some vacancies so they can cover some of the savings. However, next year, we have to put the whole thing back in, and then we have to determine whether we can fund the balances, and 131 is funded by the general fund.
So in other words,
So if
what
those
you're
costs
saying
go up,
is,
transfers to the general fund goes up.
what you're saying is this the same deal like Juan's deal, to where if
Yeah,
we
it's the
do it
same.
now, it's going to cost us 100% of it next year?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
So it is costing the county something.
He also has some money that he's willing to transfer out of his office supplies and his maintenance. money.
look, the bottom line is, I don't know, forgive me, but I don't think you've really explained it great, so let me take a stab at it. I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean,
did want to correct
here's,
one thing.
yeah, go ahead.
The reduction that we did in employee count was to make it adjust for what we're expecting to be a downgrade in funding. So we did take away those positions, not just to fund the changes, but also to prepare for the future. I just wanted that clear, that when you take a whole position away, we're not talking about like putting all of that money back. It's a very, very small percentage. So we are already reducing to meet the needs of that fund decreasing. I just wanted that clear.
All I'm saying is if we had a budget of, let's say, the senior clerk's $30,000, or going from $29,000 to $30,000, that's $1,000 difference, let's say. It was budgeted at 29, we're going to 30. So next year, we have to budget at 30. So it's $1,000 more.
$1,000 more. That's what we're arguing
Possibly.
about?
Yeah.
Okay, we're arguing about, okay, so
What
let's,
what we're kind of arguing about is,
The thing is,
no, we are.
no, we're kind of arguing about the
it's
fact that
okay,
we
let's do it to everybody then.
Well, look, let me explain something. When Ann comes to me as an elected, all right, and she makes a very strong case that there's not going to be impact on this budget cycle, and that it's going to make her office run more efficient, it's incumbent that it gets on this agenda, period. Then we come and make the case. And the case is that the way that it's structured right now is inefficient. It's not helpful to the department. It doesn't allow for a change of one person coming from records management to work at the district clerk, even though that's when vacancies come up, she needs those opportunities. It provides for no upward mobility for anybody who's at records management. And I would ask that you at least consider that when elected comes before you, who is a conservative, that you at least give some thought before you jump the gun for about 10 different ifs and ands and buts.
Judge, I came before this commissioner's court and I wasn't heard. So I'm just telling you right now, I came before this court and I told you what I wanted and wasn't heard.
I don't know what we're referring to.
But we're now reclassifying. I asked for reclassification too. Okay, I wasn't heard. Now she's asking for reclassification. I don't have a problem. I think she deserves it because she's got a lot of work. But we hear people and then we don't hear people.
Hey, just so you know, I don't know, you're always welcome to bring up anything. And let me just say that everybody gets heard in our court, everybody. And if well,
I don't want to bring it up.
And Judge, we're not
you
fighting
can bring
over-
it up because that's very offensive. And I'm going to tell you something. You shouldn't harbor any resentment towards this elected if she's doing something that's in the best interest of our county.
And she knows that.
Yeah. Well,
Judge, what I think what part of this is though is, and it's been repeatedly discussed over and over, and it's where I start from, and it's a hard place. It has nothing to do with Ann or Lance or anyone else. I don't like having these discussions about pay change. I've said this 100 times, if I've said it once. I don't like to have pay discussions and pay changes in general unless it's an emergency, okay? And there's always an emergency. And with respect, I don't think this qualifies as an emergency. I get an elected comes to you. I completely respect that you got to put, but I'm just saying it puts us in it puts me, I'm not speaking for everybody else, it puts me in an uncomfortable position because I've gone out and said, look, let's address it during budget. And if it's an emergency, let's address it. And that's where I start from in these discussions. And so I don't ever want to tell Ann Lorenzen no or Mark Gonzalez no or anybody no that, because I don't want anybody to be told no to, but we kind of say, or I kind of say, hey, we're going to do it during budget, and if it's an emergency, then let's discuss it, and if it's not an emergency, then let's wait and do it during the budget, and then
well, I think
that's
the
all.
official-
That's what
I
I'm. That's what I'm.
I understand your
not the
position.
1,000
I
buttons,
think that
but-
this is in the best interest of Nueces County, and that's always what we should care about, period. There is I think we need a good economics lesson about what efficiencies really are worth. Every day that we don't do something that's in the best interest of the county is a loss of dollars, period. And that's really why these need to be brought forward. And the budget is a living and breathing document. And if you don't believe it, we just, in this quarterly investment report, showed that we had an increase of 150,000, I'm sorry, more than that. How much was our investment quarterly, up from year over last?
For investment?
Yeah.
1.1 million.
Oh, weird, 1.1 million. 1.1 more million. That budget is determined on a day-to-day basis based on the interest rate, which is constantly in flux. If you cannot make the adjustments that your document is giving you the ability to do, I really just don't understand that. I believe that it's in the best interest of the county to make these, because what's happening is your county's not working as efficiently for you in the district clerk's office, which is absolutely evidenced by, you just have to go over there. But you actually have to go over there and understand what it is that they're doing and why these folks they're not able to transition. But these are choices, and I realize you have this, you're married to this idea that if it doesn't happen on September 30th, it doesn't happen. That is, in my belief, not in the best interest of the county. You always have to understand that everything's changing, everything. And sometimes it changes negatively, and you also have to make those adjustments too. And I think the vacancies that you have and the money that you've saved require, and I want to make sure, I realize what you say it could cost, but in clarity, this won't cost anything to do it this way. Is that correct or not?
Unless the numbers change drastically, no. And
Right.
just a reminder, we tabled the item on the last discussion.
I remember.
I feel like the waters have changed a little bit in that we may not be remembering that I was told to come back with numbers. And I came back with numbers and support with an elected official and a description of the funding here. So it's just, I'm doing what you asked to bring this back. I just don't want to be like, you're up here again another time. This is a repeat of a tabled item that was done in the past. It's just being presented in a form that you can actually vote on and make it happen.
I remember, though, that last discussion item was with you talking about creating an entire new records management record management department and creating a new records management person. And my remembrance was I didn't like that. I didn't think we need to create someone else who if that's the item you're talking about.
It is, and actually I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to say that as part of a rediscussion and the numbers, I conceded the point of creating the new department. So we've made the RMO. The RMO is not a department head, but has, by the records orders we've put in place, has the ultimate authority. So I can't override her on that issue because she is the records management officer. And as long as everybody's okay with that, I'm fine conceding the point about creating the department because that still puts the responsibility on her. Then we conceded if she's not a department head now, we don't have to create that secondary supervisor level 2 position. And the only positions left to correct while we try this out is these positions that we're putting up now. So I forgot to state that
You
earlier.
don't want to cost any money right now, I move that we'll go ahead and give it to, I don't have a problem.
And so, wait, can I go back to yours, Lance? So tell me how this structures then. So then, I'm sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. So then, okay, Lance, so then if we created the RMO, we did that earlier, that's great. And then this, how does this resolve that? These people transition over, like they're going to be now, the RMO reports to you, but you can't overrule her on her or whatever, I get it. So then how does the interplay work with Ann's department? Maybe I'm just not getting all that.
Commissioner, I am getting people who know what they're doing.
But then they're going to work for someone else, the RMO, or they're going to work for you?
They're gonna-
Because I don't know how you.
They're going to be under her supervision, but I'm going to, I will supervise them because they're there. It's like I have the same situation in my jury administration office where I have someone I have to have from the sheriff's department. And we supervise her, but she reports to Laura Garcia over in the sheriff's department.
So this person.
So this person is going to come over to my department and be able to do what she's already been doing for me over in the public warehouse. And I have a person who is better suited to go back over to the warehouse and do some of the scanning for us and do some of the quality control. But that's what we're looking at, is to get some people that can actually support Mr. Mitchell and get done in that 6th floor what we need to get done.
You better transfer those people into your department then?
We're gonna
Actually,
switch it.
I'm sorry, but a little bit of confusion. That is a transfer that is being talked about to be put on a future Commissioner's Court.
That it was just a swap.
But that is a perfect example of what is happening between records and the district clerk's office. Is the employees are interchangeable. They are performing those duties, and that's a perfect example of it happening. But no, that particular change is not what we're discussing. We're discussing giving those employees that are there those titles because they are interchangeable, just as she said. And then the thing that she's talking about is something I had already discussed with her about after this one, because we didn't want to muddy the waters with a bunch of stuff here. The discussion here is just getting those levels
Get
raised.
us ready for the next move.
I'm playing chess here.
So, to me, it would seem to be logical that what is it, RMO? I'm sorry, what did we call?
Right, yes,
That should be under,
It-
I mean, or some, should be under one of our record-keeping elected officials or you or something. And so what you're saying is it's kind of a
each have-
dotted line to Ann and under you?
Well, each elected official is their own RMO for their own department. This is the county RMO, which is just the one who puts all the policies in place for everybody to piggyback off of.
Gotcha, okay.
And I can, according to the Local Government Records Act, I can designate the county RMO to be my RMO and work with her. She doesn't take away any of the legal responsibility I have, but we can now move forward and work together on certain projects, and the sixth floor is certainly a project.
Gotcha, okay.
So Julie, can you help me with this? So maybe just in the trade, in the industry that's out there, articles or studies, or maybe we've done our own. But, I mean, my experience I had with the state, we always saw that there's cost savings in retaining employees,
Correct.
plain and simple. Also, I think we're getting into the mindset now that we as a county need to pay and match industry.
Yes.
Or get as close as we can. We know we may not ever get private sector, but at least similar counties, or even counties that are smaller than us, that are out paying than we're doing. So this is getting us to hopefully on par or close to it, or to at least let the employees know that we're invested in them as much as they are with us. It's mutual. But, there's a cost savings overall too. And I get what Dale's saying, and I think being practical, like what Commissioner Jag said, to prove it now. I mean, the money's there, cost savings now. And I agree. I mean, there's no guarantee just because we adopt these positions today or these advancements that they have to be there in the next budget cycle. Everything's up for grab, to be honest with you.
Right.
I mean, that's a decision we all have to make.
Right.
So, I mean, if there's savings, if we justify that now, and I get it, we should plan ahead and so that we don't have to get into this, muddy this up in the middle of the year. But it happens. For whatever reason, sometimes we have to. Positions increase, decrease, statutes that may come into play, whatever. But, so I see the value in that. We need to do this now. But we're still going to have that discussion coming up in a few months.
Yeah.
And so we may say, you know what, we bumped up 7, but we may have to cut it down to 5. I mean, who knows what we have to decide. So, I mean, to me, let's be practical and realize that we have the savings now. Let's work with that. It'd be great if we continue to get great news like we did before as far as the interest increases. And let's allow the rest of the time to show the value in that they're interchangeable, but that they're also, that we're investing in. Those employees will hopefully stay with us and we see better production. We entertain the idea of maybe merit, whatever else that needs to be incorporated in those future discussions. But, I mean, I know we can spend this all day, but I think I think most of us want to move forward, and let's make it happen. And then let's not drop this. Everybody, we all know our budgets are all on the chopping block every budget cycle. So let's not get too comfortable where we're at, but know that we've invested now, and then we can continue to move forward as we go into the 2021.
Well, I want to say something. I'm not married to a budget judge. I'm not. I just have questions when they come up, and I'm going to ask them. And I think that you could have articulated better, and I don't think that we get an agenda. It's got just a little bit of information. I want to see what the pay groups are, how much they're making now, and what they go to, instead of this little bitty thing that tells me nothing.
It was attached.
Okay, well, obviously my guy didn't attach it. So I didn't get that. But that's what I want to see, because I don't think you can make an informed decision by not seeing that. But we do need to talk about how we pay, because I think we miss we've got good employees, but great employees, I think you have to go by merit raises. I just totally disagree with how this is done. And when you came up here, you said they scanned. Well, that didn't tell me anything. They scanned. And y'all are telling me you're raising them to different pay groups. There has to be a reason they go to these pay groups, because I would think that if you're stepping up, you're doing more.
I actually think that the confusion was from the title, because the title itself of the position is
Scan index.
document scanning, indexing records.
Julie,
or
what was
something.
attached to that? Because I don't have anything either.
I don't have anything.
I mean, I just have my little one.
They're on the actual agenda item,
It is on there.
like right in front of you. Like if you look at the screen, the amounts are at the bottom of the, and it was attached in your packet.
I don't have it.
Yeah, me to, hey, and I want us to ask questions. I want us to ask a lot of questions. But what I also want us to do is to make sure that there is not necessarily a prejudice against trying to create the efficiencies. I honestly would not advance any agenda item if I didn't think it was in the best interest or needed the discussion. And to me, this is not, like you said, just, hey, do you think we should, change a few people's titles? It is coming from months of work from actually 3 or 4 sources. And sometimes we do a disservice because we don't link them together because of the way we do grants, and then we do purchasing, and then we do HR. But the designating the RMO, getting the policy in place that we did about 3 months back, 4 months back, and being able to make these decisions that I think are going to make that 6th floor and make that records warehouse a completely different place, plus the extra fee that you're going to recoup. All of these things together are modernizing this courthouse, and all of it is geared to saving dollars. That is my number one goal.
Judge, I agree with you, but sometimes you make it look like the bad guys, And believe me, I'm a.
We're all responsible for how we feel. I don't make anybody look like anything, Commissioner Gonzalez. You're responsible for yourself.
But sometimes, you're responsible the way you act too, and that's why I'm trying to tell you.
No, I
It
think,
comes across differently.
well, it comes across to me when you said that this cart was not open. That is not true. It is open to each and every individual of our community and all of you as electeds. Always, always, always. That's what I took offense to. And so that's.
It goes back to budget time, it doesn't go back to now.
Well, you shouldn't be bringing up things from 8 months ago if you're harboring it.
Why not?
Well, come to my office and complain. It's open, 888-0444. Anyway, the point is,
Sarcastic.
no, because you're being ugly, sir. Yes, you are. You are, sir. Now, I would like to, I'll tell you what, I'm going to gavel us to order because these folks need to have a resolution.
Twice already, Judge.
All right, I'll have a second, please. Second. Motion and a second. All those in favor, and actually, there's multiples, so I think we need to go with, the motion is on number 3. Motion,
You can do them all.
3 and 4.
do you want to have them together, Lauda?
You can do them all if you want. It's just-
And 4 and 5, all 3 together? The same motion, the same 2 people for the clerk. All those in favor of approving 3, 4, and 5 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
We've already gone through executive session and already made the appropriate action on item number A. We've jumped around. I'll make sure the clerk doesn't have anything else that we've missed. Tyner, are we complete in our agenda 100% now?
I think we're okay, Judge.
Okay, so now that we've completed our agenda, are there adjournments in memory? I know I have a few.
Yes, ma'am.
They might be collective because there were important people in our community. Who would like to begin?
However you want to do it, Judge. I've
You
got
wanna take a
several,
few?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. So I'll take the first one, Maria Minerva Leal. She passed away on January 19th. I believe Commissioner Gonzalez actually mentioned it at our last one, but we didn't have the obituary, and now we do. And we'd like to honor her because she was employed here by Nueces County Courthouse. And she was a graduate of Incarnate Word Academy. And she loved bowling, playing solitaire, watching movies. And she will be remembered for her love of laughter and sense of adventure. And she's known for speaking her mind and voicing her opinion. She's survived by a very much of a loving family, and we're going to remember her fondly. Her name is probably embedded in a lot of documents around this courthouse, and we wish peace and love, and may she rest in peace. Maria Minerva Leal. I have a few others. Commissioner Vaughn, do you have any? Commissioner Modis? Most of us and it gave me a great sense of pride to join hands with all of you as we celebrated the life of an incredible individual who was a police officer in our community, Alan Daniel McCullum. Alan McCullum was only 46 years old. He was born in Bogota, and he was a veteran of the United States Army. He was served 21 years as a parachute rigger. After attending that service, what I learned about Officer McCullum is that he was an incredible father, husband, police officer, SWAT team member, veteran, and all around just amazing guy taken way too soon at the hands of a drunk driver. He is going to be missed dearly, and I can say, as I told Chief Merkel shortly after I left that ceremony, it makes me proud to have the men in blue protect us here in Corpus Christi. The way they honored their brother was as beautiful as I have ever seen in my life. And it gives us great pride to back the blue and to honor Alan Daniel McCullum. We also had an incredible veteran, member of the greatest generation. He was 99 years old. His name was Pedro Pete C. Ramirez. And in the interest of time, I'm going to skip to the, proclamation that we have here and just read that I'm going to present this to his family, that we have adjourned in his memory, Pedro Pete C. Ramirez. He was an electrician here in town, but he was on the shores of Normandy, and that is an incredible feat. During his service, he fought and received the Good Conduct Medal, the EAME Theater Ribbon, 2 Bronze Service Stars, World War II's Victory Ribbon, the American Theater Ribbon, and the highest military award, the Purple Heart. He lived here together with his wife for 67 years. And after he left the service, he worked at the naval base, and then, of course, had Ramirez Electric Company for over 45 years. I knew him as part of the fabric of the West Side, and it gave me great pleasure to be able to send members of our family to honor him. And his daughters were especially proud that that this county would think of him. And so today, we adjourn officially in the memory of Pedro Pete C. Ramirez. And I'll entertain any other adjournments at this time. I know Francis Walter as well. I didn't know if you wanted to cover that one.
I've got several, thank you, to Judge. Unfortunately, when we don't have meetings, they kind of mount up a little bit, and that's a sad thing to say. The first one that I would recognize and honor of was Drusilla Knight Varial, who unexpectedly became one of the brightest stars in the heavens on Tuesday, January 21st, 2020. She started her journey here on July 25th, 1951, and was a very much of a community advocate and dedicated to many causes here. She was a special education teacher for 33 years with CCISD, and condolences to Drusilla Knight Varial's family. Also, I apologize, I thought I had one written here, Judge, and I'm trying to pull it up right now as well. So give me a second on that one. The other one, another one was Leonard Scott. I don't know if you remember Leonard Scott. Yes, he was he moved out of Corpus Christi, but he worked at the Corpus Christi Police Department for many, many years, and he passed away recently as well. So condolences to the to the family of Leonard Scott. Catherine Norma Etheridge, who passed away peacefully on January 22nd, 2020 in Corpus Christi. She was the mother of Pat Kenner, who lives here in Corpus Christi, and she lived here in Trinity Towers for many, many years, and condolences to Pat Kenner's family on the loss of Catherine Norma Etheridge. A real stalwart in Port Aransas passed away recently. Her name was Phyllis Lane. Phyllis owned the Crazy Cajun, if you ever ate, in Port Aransas, and was very, very active in community theater and so many different things in Port Aransas. And they had a kind of a neat sign on the Port Aransas Community Theater, Phyllis Lane, final curtain call January 7th, 2020. So condolences to her family as well. Benny Lee Kraft, Benny Lee Craft went to be with the Lord on February 1, 2020. He worked here in Nueces County for many, many years and was involved, I believe, in the Sheriff's Department. He was a reserve deputy for both San Patricio and Nueces County Sheriff's Department. So condolences to Benny Craft family. Lady by the name of Frances Johnson, who was the mother or grandmother of one of the young ladies who was here today from London. Her daughter was Ronnie Busey. I don't know if any of you know Joel and Ronnie Busey, but her mother, Frances Johnson, passed away as well. And the last one I asked permission to do, man, I might get emotional doing it, sorry. Cal. I'll let you read that one, sorry.
Betty Vaughn, Bo, Chito, from Mississippi.
Bocas Chito. She was from Mississippi.
Boca Chico.
Commissioner Vaughn's mother-in-law.
Your mother-in-law, Commissioner, my condolences and prayers to the family. And not even knowing until yesterday, I guess nobody had told me, but I'm sorry. And of course, she had a funeral services of Betty Lucille Long Vaughn was on last Tuesday, January 28th. Ms. Vaughn was 89 years old of Boca Chito, Mississippi. Passed away lifelong on Saturday, January 25th, at home with her loving family by her side. She was born on December 20th, 1930, in Clay City, Illinois, to Lester Long and Viola Falk Bailey. She was a member of the Montgomery Baptist Church, where she served for many years as a Sunday school teacher and a mission friend leader, and was active in the church senior citizens group. Served as a leader of the Brownie and Girls Scout troops, where she took the girls camping and many other fun activities. Worked several jobs over the years, and in retirement became a homemaker. And enjoyed crafting, painting, sewing, and cooking. She was known for her delicious pecan and apple pies. Wow, sounds good. She had a great sense of humor, loved to joke, and had a quick wit about her entertainment, her family and friends with her contagious smile. But her greatest joy was her family, where she was a loving wife, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and great-grandmother and friends, and mother-in-law. Right?
Sorry, thought I could do that one for you, but I know how much family means to you, so that's all that I have.
Condolences and prayers go to your family and to you, Commissioner.
We all echo that.
And I apologize if I did not mention Sandy Mater, who is the wife of Charlie Mater, lives here in Corpus Christi, recently passed away as well. And I was trying to look that one up and I couldn't find it, but she'd had a long battle, I think, with illness.
And I did find Frances Walter, who is the wife of Bob Walter and the mother of Jane Walter, who's been my friend since we were young girls. And she is an amazing professor here in town. And Mrs. Walter was involved with almost every major organization that you can think of here in our community, from the Ray High School's PTA to the Y to the United Way, Doñas de la Corte, the Athenian Club, the Cotillion Club, Campfire, Bluebirds. She was a church elder at Parkway Presbyterian, and she's survived by a very large and loving Walter and Williamson family here in town. And she was a very fine lady, and the thing that I liked the most is that it said that she bared witness to a life well lived. I think that can be said for each of the people that we honored here today, from your mother-in-law to Officer Alan McCullum to all of these incredible friends and family. And maybe that's exactly, I've always wondered why we do this. You know, we talked about this business of public comment earlier today, why it's not done at the end, you know, for commissioners. And I now know why. Because when you can end with the right thing, the way you started your day, then somehow it all makes it all right. And so, I think what's worth fighting for is a life well lived. And I ask for forgiveness always for the passion that I exhibit. But I will tell you that these adjournments bring it back home to us and what binds us all together. And that is we honor those that have gone before and paved ways and passages that we can't imagine, from the battles of Normandy to our homes and kitchens. And I don't know what they'll say about me. It won't be that I made a great pecan pie, but I want it to be that I had a life well lived.
We have to taste it first.
Thank you so much. I'll just do what everyone else does, my family. We go to, go to Luby's. We're done officially at 4:43, and I do need to run, so I'm going to leave all this here and turn mics off. I'll sign when I can.